Okay, guys. Good work in Minecraft. Okay, we're switching over.
You're looking live at the Crew-Dragon spacecraft and Falcon 9 rocket.
Yeah, I have it fast forwarded so we can catch up.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, that intro is so good. Slayer! 1 year, man.
Kennedy Space Center in Florida. I'm Marie Lewis with NASA Communications.
And I'm Kate Tice, Senior Certification Engineer at SpaceX.
Kate!
Joining us today is NASA astronaut Tracy Caldwell-Dyson. Welcome, Tracy.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you, Marie. It's a sure pleasure to be here. You know, it's a busy month for human space flight with traffic to and from the International Space Station and today's launch of Crew-2.
I'm going to mute while we catch up. We're a little bit behind. Stream's a little bit behind. We got to wait until it goes to normal speed like that. There we go.
2011 for STS-135. I had just returned from my space station mission, and they needed some help in the...
and NASA audio is underboosted as per usual.
Well, we are so happy to have you back for this new era of human spaceflight.
Okay.
A quick note for you all, we have each been vaccinated against COVID-19, and so that's why you see us sitting here together without masks on. We want to keep everyone safe and healthy.
At 5:49 this morning Eastern Time, NASA astronauts Shane Kimbrough, Megan MacArthur, European Space Agency astronaut Thomas Pesquet, and Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Aki Hoshide will lift off from Launch Complex 39A, which you see right there, at NASA's Kennedy Space Center as part of the agency's commercial crew program. This crew will relieve the 4 CREW-1 astronauts who have been living and working on station since November. This will be the first time that SpaceX reuses both a first stage and a Crew Dragon capsule. This booster supported the Crew-1 mission, and the capsule, Dragon Endeavour, flew astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley to the space station in last year's history-making Demo 2 test flight.
And we have teams all around the country covering the action from SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California,
Gary
NASA's
and
Mission
Jesse.
Control Center in Houston, and of course, right here in Florida. We'll also be answering your questions throughout the countdown, so you can send us yours by using the hashtag #LaunchAmerica on social media.
At T-minus 4 hours and 5 minutes, NASA will turn the crew
Fellas,
over
I'm gonna
to the
switch
SpaceX
over to space.
team. And once that happens,
I'm going to switch over to the SpaceX stream. Hey, Jim,
to be
70-month
checked off as
resub.
we count down
Thanks,
to
man.
T0. The first one is suit up.
The reason why I want to switch over to the SpaceX stream is because it's usually SpaceX is usually ahead of NASA.
The ONC building for final goodbyes with coworkers, friends, and family gathered outside before they head to the launch pad.
Following goodbyes, the crew will get in their Teslas and
Jim,
begin
70-month
the roughly
resub.
15-minute drive to pad 39A.
Now I'm just starting
Once
to feel
there,
old.
the 4 astronauts will ascend to the 255-foot level of the fixed service structure. That's the structure you see to the right of the rocket. Then they take the last 10 feet to the crew access arm and white room.
Trey.
The white room is their last stop before boarding their spacecraft, a process known as crew ingress. During ingress, the SpaceX team will run a series of checks to ensure the suits, seats, and vehicle interfaces are all functioning properly.
They're doing a test on the sound suppressor. See the water's on the Rainbird?
And crew checkouts are complete. The SpaceX closeout team will close the Crew Dragon's side hatch with the crew safely inside. At T-minus 40 minutes, the crew access arm, which is the long suspended walkway the astronauts use to board Dragon, will retract, followed by the arming of the launch escape system.
And once the arm is retracted and the escape system armed, propellant loading on Falcon 9 will begin. At T-minus 5 minutes, Dragon will be configured for what is called terminal count. This is when Dragon's onboard computers take control of the spacecraft.
And finally, at T0, Crew Dragon and Falcon 9 will lift off from pad 39A. Roughly 12 minutes after liftoff, Crew Dragon will separate from Falcon 9's second stage enter its preliminary orbit and activation phase, and begin using its own onboard propulsion system to carry the crew to their destination, the International Space Station. So with crew suit up in about 7 minutes, let's introduce our team at SpaceX headquarters in California to show us what's happening there. What's up, Gary and Jesse?
Hello from SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. I'm NASA's Gary Jordan, and thank you for joining us live for the second flight of the Crew Dragon Endeavour on a Falcon 9 rocket to the International Space Station.
I'm Jesse Anderson, a lead manufacturing engineer here at SpaceX, and right next to us is Mission Control Hawthorne, where our teams are monitoring the vehicle, checking in on all of its systems, and the capsule is go for launch.
Once the crew lifts off, it will take them a little more than 23 hours to reach their destination, the space station.
That's
with
the first
flying
Dragon
autonomously the entire
them,
way.
Jim,
but
that's
the
the
crew
first
will have
Dragon
the
that
ability
went
to
to the
take manual
ISS.
control of Endeavour at any time if necessary.
To help make sure the crew has a safe journey, our team in Mission Control will be monitoring the progress along the way. On console or headset are 6 key positions who are monitoring the health of the vehicle and crew. The mission director responsible for mission success is in charge in the room. The person that you'll hear talking to the astronauts is the Crew Operations and Resources Engineer, or what we refer to as the core.
Yeah,
the other positions
Bandit, there's
are
a
focused
Falcon
on
9 leg,
vehicle
there's a
systems like
Dragon
navigation and
hanging
control,
there in the front.
avionics,
Yeah,
software,
there's a bunch of
propulsion,
stuff.
life support, and communications
bye.
with ground segments.
NASA has its own team members in Mission Control Houston, where they've been preparing the space station for Crew Dragon's arrival. We'll meet several of the key players later when we check in with Houston. For now, though, let's go to John Innsbrucker for an operational update on
thank
the
you
launch
very
countdown.
much,
John.
Gary.
Hello from SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. I'm John Innsbrucker, Falcon Principal Integration Engineer.
John
here
is
at
my
SpaceX.
hero.
We're just over 4 hours, 11 minutes to launch. We're coming up at T-minus 4 hours with the launch director's countdown briefing. But right now, we're looking at weather. Everything's looking good. Now, the major event getting to this point was static fire of the Falcon 9. That was performed 6 days ago. The team went through all the steps of a regular countdown, and at T0, we ignited the 9 Merlin engines on the first stage and let them run for 7 seconds before shutting down. This gave us a final integrated checkout of the rocket and ground systems. Once static fire was complete, we drained the propellants from the rocket and we reopened the pad.
Dude.
Since then, the Falcon 9, with the Dragon capsule on top, as you can see here in the picture, they've remained vertical on the launch pad. Now, the day after the static fire, we performed a final dress rehearsal with the crew. They're putting on their suits, they got into the capsule, they practiced their countdown steps with the Dragon flight team. Now, the launch readiness review was held early on Tuesday the 20th, and we got approval to move into tonight's countdown. At the same time, we were also stowing the final cargo into lockers on the Dragon spacecraft. That finished up Wednesday morning. Now, right now at pad 39A, the Falcon 9 and Dragon are both powered on. The Falcon launch team will perform their final checks starting at T-minus 2 hours. The Dragon team is waiting for arrival of the crew in about 90 to 100 minutes. Happens around T-minus 2 hours.
Worm on the second stage.
We just heard
Yes!
a weather brief to the astronauts that came at T-minus 4 hours, 20 minutes. As a reminder, we had to pass up a launch opportunity 24 hours ago due to unfavorable weather in the contingency landing areas where Dragon might have to splash down in case they had to return
Sad to say I've been
early.
busy since DM2. Is
Good
this
news
the
is
second
the
or
weather
third man
forecast
launch?
both at the
CREW-2.
launch site and around
Third.
the world looks good for launch early this morning from the Kennedy Space Center. Conditions continue to
Third
be
launch
go
with
at
people
pad
on it. Second
39A.
operational mission periodic.
Now, in the event things don't go as planned, such as an abort, SpaceX and NASA are coordinating with the U.S. Coast Guard to ensure crew safety upon splashdown. This will include extra ships and air assets to patrol the 10 nautical mile keep-out zone.
I
This
missed
is
the
to
worm
help
in the
mitigate
meatball.
safety
There's
concerns
a worm in
for
the
any
meatball right
boaters
on the rocket,
approaching the
dude.
landing area. And as usual for Dragon flights, we have an instantaneous launch window. That means
Or
we
the
can't
worm
move the
ball.
launch time. We'll have to go right on the planned minute and second. Now, if we need to delay, we will have to switch to a backup launch opportunity 3 days
Backup lap
from now.
opportunity.
But right now, with everything go at the pad, let's head over to Houston, where NASA's Courtney Beasley is standing by.
Courtney. She's in ISS Mission Control.
Thanks, John, and welcome to Mission Control Houston. You're inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Houston, Texas at NASA's Johnson Space Center. Mission Control Houston is the nerve center for operating the International Space Station, working in tandem with our partner agencies and providers around the globe. Together, we've ensured the station is ready to welcome CREW-2 as the 4 astronauts arrive and join the current Expedition 65 crew. Leading the team inside the room right now is Flight Director Paul Konya, as the crew on board the station is just about 20 minutes away from waking up and preparing for their workday. A few hours before Dragon arrives at the station, NASA Flight Director Scott Stover will take over for Dragon's approach and docking. He'll lead the joint NASA-SpaceX go-no-goes once we're in joint operations with mission controllers here in Houston and in SpaceX in Hawthorne, working in sync to bring Crew Dragon to its new home in space. A little bit later, I'll go through all the work we've been doing in space and on the ground to prepare the station for CREW-2's arrival. Until then, we'll keep an eye on today's countdown, and we'll check back in with you soon. For now, let's head back to Tracy in Florida at the Kennedy Space Center for the latest launch preparations. Tracy?
Thanks, Courtney. The astronauts will begin suiting up in a minute or so. They designed a logo for the mission. The determined expression of the Dragon reflects the strength of the team and their contribution to space exploration. The 5 large stars represent the 5 partner space agencies cooperating in the International Space Station program.
We're proud to have representation from 3 of those partner agencies on this mission, with a JAXA and an ESA astronaut flying on CREW-2.
And we had planned to launch on Earth Day yesterday, but of course the teams made a decision to waive off due to rough weather conditions in the ascent corridor, which would have made things just too dangerous in the event of an abort for both the astronauts and the rescue team in that scenario.
Spared no expense
but weather looking much, much better today. And at NASA, you know, we tend to think of every day as Earth Day because of the work we do on and off the planet we call home. We've all seen this iconic Earthrise image taken by Apollo 8 astronaut Bill Anders as he circled the moon all the way back in 1968. Here's how the Apollo 8 crew remembers the impact of this view.
I think it was Bill, too, who said, look, we went all the way to the moon to discover the Earth.
First time that we had gone so far, and the first time that we saw the Earth from 240,000 miles away.
I think it gave us a sense of we better do our best to take care of this little blue marble that we have.
The vast loneliness up here on the moon is awe-inspiring. It makes you realize just what you have back there on Earth.
You're damn right.
The Earth from here is a grand oasis of the big vastness of space.
I think Earthrise will go down in history as an iconic first real view of our home planet, which is very fragile and very delicate.
And this year's Earth Day theme is Connected by Earth. We have a little guest with us. You may remember this is Little Earth, famously known for his trip on the Demo 1 test flight back in, I think it was 2019 now. It seems like it was forever ago.
He caught a ride with Ripley.
Yes. So he was the gravity indicator on the Demo 1 uncrewed test flight, and Ann McClain and the other crew aboard the space station took great care of him while he was flying in orbit for that mission. So we're excited to have him as a special guest today as a nod to Earth Day. And we also have a view of the actual spacesuits worn by NASA astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley during the Demo 2 test flight last year. That's a view from the pre-launch news conference Tuesday morning. You can see the briefers, and on either side of them in the background, that is Bob Behnken's spacesuit on the left and Doug Hurley's on the right.
That's so
cool. They are here in Florida, especially for this mission to pay homage to all of the accomplishments that the NASA and SpaceX teams have done together in the last 10 years of the Commercial Crew program. And so we are super excited to see the next crew of 4 suit up in their own custom-made suits momentarily.
Yeah, we're looking forward to getting live views inside the ONC suit-up room momentarily. But while we have a great shot of the rocket out at pad 39A, something I want to point out, as I mentioned earlier, this is the first time that we are reusing a booster for a crewed flight.
And the capsule.
And it's also the first time that we are reusing a Dragon capsule. But you can actually see the soot from the previous mission, which was the CREW-1 mission, that this booster was utilized for.
Dude, that's so
So if you're wondering why this particular rocket is not quite as white and shiny as other ones you may have seen, that's because this one is flight proven. It's already been to space and back.
It's a
you can't
mock-up gem.
probably
it's not a real
see it
capsule.
from this view, but the crew for this mission actually signed their initials in the soot of that first stage booster. They had a chance to do that after they arrived here at Kennedy last Friday, so that was pretty cool. To see, and Thomas was saying that they think they started a new tradition for these reused boosters for crew.
Clark, that's what I would have put into it.
And that is
Wash me.
an up-close
Wash
look
me,
at the
please.
Crew Dragon capsule and the crew access arm extended out to the right.
That
That
thing's
is the
flown into
hallway
space
that the
before,
astronauts
guys.
will walk down
That's been
once
into
they make
space.
their way to the
Is that-
pad a little
oh,
bit later
that's
this morning.
so damn cool.
Again, we are just standing by to get our first live look inside the suit-up room, inside the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building here at NASA's Kennedy Space Center at T-minus 4 hours, 2 minutes, 20 seconds, and counting until liftoff. And a note about the weather. It is a really calm, peaceful, quiet morning here on Florida Space Coast.
Yes,
Yesterday
Sasha.
morning was much the same way for us
That's right, MC.
here on the ground. And a lot of people were wondering, why did they wave off the launch on such a beautiful Florida morning? And it wasn't the conditions at the launch site. It was the
You're gonna
conditions
reuse an astronauts
along the
now.
ascent
I know,
corridor.
right?
Because if the crew has to abort at any point along that flight path, the conditions have to be safe or low risk enough for a rescue operation to take place in the Atlantic. And so
clutch.
conditions in the Atlantic
Pretty exciting.
were just
Yes.
too risky. So the teams made the right call. If they had attempted yesterday, everyone agreed that they would have had to scrub. And the conditions look much better today. The last I heard that there was only a 5% probability of violation, which means we're 95% go for launch today. So we're very excited about that weather news.
That's pretty good for Florida standards. 95% favorability. That's
Yes.
pretty great.
Yeah, and it's much better odds than the first time Endeavour liftoff in May of last year with Bob Benken and Doug Hurley.
Math checks
I
out.
believe for CREW-1 we were about 80% favorable for that launch as well. But yeah, you're absolutely right. We did have to scrub for that, basically the downstream weather. But unfortunately, that's, while the and
here
there we
go.
have our first look inside
Suit
the
up,
suit-up
baby.
room at the Neil Armstrong ONC building. We can see the astronauts have gotten into their suits and are now working with SpaceX suit technicians and the closeout team, SpaceX suit closeouts for doing checks on the umbilicals for, looks like they're getting ready to get into their chairs.
That's Shane
Tracy,
Kimbrough
looking
right
at
there.
this room, I'm sure it brings back memories.
Hey, Kristen.
It does. It brings back too many. I don't have enough time to
The
talk
poster's
about it all.
baller,
But
Spoon.
yeah, this is such a historic room that anyone
we're
who
4
walks in
hours
it,
out.
whether you're an astronaut or not, you just feel like you're catapulted in time to a period where this all began.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the suit up room. So for the people you guys that haven't seen this, every single NASA mission that's gone out, they go into this and they do leak checks and suit up. So basically you put the suit on, they'll make sure that the suit is, comfortable. They'll make sure that it works. And what do I mean when it works? Well, the suit has cooling systems in it. It has a cooling jacket in it, so you stay cool because it gets pretty hot in the suits, especially when you're down here on the ground. They're doing fit checks with the suits to make sure that they interface correctly with the seats. And then also you have to make sure that the auxiliary systems for the suits are working as well. And they're not really auxiliary, but they're the life support systems. So the suit has a tube that comes out of the side, and that tube, you can see it over there. See the white tube? That tube is what they use to plug into the spacecraft in case, if something goes with the oxygen or whatever. Like if the spacecraft depresses or whatever, they have the suit on and they can still breathe inside of the suit. during like ascent or something, or if something ever went wrong. So they're doing all the checks. They do leak checks on the suits to make sure that they're working correctly. They test the umbilicals on the suits. They test to make sure that they work. They test fitment. This is a mock-up of the seat that's going to that of Shane's seat and Hoshide-san's seat right there, and then Thomas Pesquet over there on the left. They're basically going to check everything, make sure that the suit is 100% good to go. And this isn't just something that SpaceX has done. This is every mission since Apollo 8. Yeah, every mission since Apollo 8 has done suit checks here. So since December of 1968, every single human space flight that the U.S. has launched has gone through this room for leak checks. It's only before that they did leak checks at basically, well, before Apollo 8 this building wasn't there. Well, it was, but they did checks in other places because not all manned space flight for NASA since 1968 has gone out of Complex 39 down in Florida. So that's all the Saturn V missions that launched people. Every single one of the shuttle missions launched out of 39, and now every single one of the commercial crew missions has launched out of 39. The only one to break that will be Atlas, which will be Slick 41 instead of Complex 39. It's Pad 41, not 39, and that will be the first time since Apollo 7 in 1967 that people would have not launched from Kennedy Space Center. But even then, the astronauts that will eventually ride on Starliner will still do fit checks, suit leak and fit checks here in the at Kennedy Space Center proper. This is the ONC building. This is operations and checkout. So they're doing suit leak fit checks here. You can see that there are people that are helping the crew itself, and then number 9 right there is he's taking pictures of everything. You're documenting every single step as you go. So it's not just like check the box. Okay, we completed this step. Move to the next step. They have a guy that's taking pictures of every single step and to have like picture proof that that they completed that step and it was done correctly. Those types of documentation is just some of the stuff that you can do or that you should be doing to make spaceflight safer. Because now if they know something, God forbid if something ever went wrong, the people that are documenting the stuff with the tablets, they'll be able to go right back and figure out exactly where they went wrong. So they document every step as a form of closeout to make sure that everything is done by the book. You got to do your homework with spaceflight. You really do. You have to be careful.
Weather is not
hey, Grab Shark.
At this time. In the event of a scrub, the next available launch attempt will be Monday, April 26th. Procedure 52.911 is open in the event of any crew contingency from crew ingress through launch. As a reminder, the launch escape system will be armed prior to propellant load today. Fire Room 4 will go into lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and last until after spacecraft separation or the launch escape system is disarmed. All personnel are requested to stay in their locations until lockdown is complete.
It's been a while, Allie.
CE, to report on F9 health.
F9 is healthy, and we are not tracking any vehicle issues at this time. COPVs are at full pressure, and we are looking good for today's op.
FOD isn't a big deal in this room right now.
Copy all. MD, report on Dragon health.
It's out at the pad where you really
Good evening, LD. I can report the same. Dragon is healthy, and looking forward to proceeding with the count.
Okay. Launch director's
All right,
coordinated
great
with the
news.
mission director.
This will conclude the T-minus 4-hour situational brief unless there are any further questions.
All right, all good news there from SpaceX launch director Frank Messina and SpaceX chief engineer Emma France. Everything sounds like we are on track and looking
31 is what I've
really
seen.
good for our on-time liftoff today for this CREW-2.
So when they go out to the pad, guys, they're going to be wearing masks and they're going to be wearing hairnets. You're not going to be able to tell who's who. That's why they have the numbers on the back. Like everyone here just has the mask on right now, and you could tell who's who, right? Down the road, when they roll out to the pad ninjas will go with them. The guys wearing the black coveralls, they'll go with them. And then when they get out on the pad, you don't want like your hair getting into the capsule or anything. It has to be a clean room environment inside of that crew access arm. So they'll suit up, and it's really hard to tell who's who. So that's why they have the numbers on the back. So like it's like playing football. You can't tell who's who. Like American football with the pads, you can't tell who's who. You tell by their number.
Degrees in aerospace engineering and operations research. He first launched aboard the Space Shuttle Endeavour on STS-126, then aboard a Russian Soyuz spacecraft for expeditions 4950. Kimbrough has spent a total of 189 days in space and performed 6 spacewalks.
Pilot Megan MacArthur will be making her second trip to space, but her first one to the space station. She was born in Honolulu, but considers California her home state. NASA selected MacArthur as an astronaut in 2000. She holds degrees in aerospace engineering and oceanography. MacArthur served as mission specialist aboard Space Shuttle Atlantis on STS-125, the final servicing mission of the Hubble Space Telescope in 2009.
It's a great mission.
She operated the shuttle's robotic arm over the course of 12 days and 21 hours, capturing the telescope and maneuvering crew members throughout the 5 spacewalks to upgrade Hubble's science instruments, along with removal and replacement of other components to lengthen the telescope's life. Hubble continues to operate to this day, providing scientists the opportunity to make more and more deep space discoveries.
So the people that are wearing blue, those are astronauts.
Mission specialist Aki Hoshide is suiting up for his 3rd space flight today. Born in Tokyo, Hoshide was selected as an astronaut in 1999 by the National Space Development Agency of Japan, known today as JAXA.
Yeah.
Hoshide earned degrees in aerospace engineering and mechanical engineering. He flew on STS-124 aboard the Space Shuttle Discovery to deliver and install Japan's science laboratory Kibo. He also flew aboard the Russian Soyuz on Expedition 32 and 33 for a 124-day visit to the space station. In 2014, he also served as commander of the 18th NASA Extreme Environment Mission Operation, an underwater expedition at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's Aquarius habitat off Florida Keys and Largo Coast.
Johnny Kim's there.
And mission specialist Thomas Pesquet will be making his second trip to space. Born in Rouen, France, Pesquet was selected by ESA as an astronaut in 2009. He has a degree in spacecraft design and control and more than 2,300 hours as a commercial airline pilot. Pesquet first flew to space on the Russian Soyuz as a flight engineer for expeditions 50 and 51. In that time, he worked on more than 50 different experiments and performed 2 spacewalks to maintain the space station with Kimbrough. He has logged 197 days in space. Pesquet will be the first European astronaut to fly in Crew Dragon, and it will be the first time a European has launched from American soil in more than a decade.
Each
of these 4 crew members will join Expedition 65 once they arrive at the International Space Station, with Aki Hoshide taking over as commander of the station right before Crew 1 departs. And of course, we will be sure to give you a closer look at each of these astronauts as we approach launch time. So we can see right now, pilot Megan MacArthur is now going through the leak check portion of Suit Up. Aki looks very comfortable.
The advanced team is in the white room on schedule.
All right, the call that we heard there indicates the advanced team, which is basically the SpaceX team that just arrived out at Pad 39A to start preparing Dragon capsule for the arrival of the crew and the remainder of the closeout team. Once again, Aki having some more laughs with our suit technicians there in the Suit Up room.
You know, the suit-up room is kind of where the happens.
Costumes are
for the crew.
Those are the spacesuits,
this is it. There's no going back to your room to get something. There's no break from this point. It's the moment that you're on. So it's kind of nice to see a little levity break out and put everybody at ease that they're still with everybody in the room.
And these 4 will have about a 4-day handover period with the astronauts from Crew 1, who of course have been living and working on the space station since their launch from here in Florida this past November. NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins, Victor Glover, Shannon Walker, and JAXA astronaut Soichi Noguchi were the last astronauts to sit in this room and suit up, and they are set to return home to Earth on April 28th after the longest human spaceflight ever launched from the United States. We'll dive a little deeper into the work they've been doing later on before launch, but right now they are preparing to welcome this crew aboard station.
The CREW-2 astronauts will also be arriving at the space station in the exact same capsule that first flew NASA astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley back in May of 2020. After that mission splashed down last summer, SpaceX refurbished the Crew Dragon Endeavour specifically for today's flight. The Falcon 9 launching today is also using a flight-proven hardware. It is the same booster flown on Crew-1. So this crew is about to fly on both a flight-proven spacecraft and rocket, which
So
I
cool.
personally think is pretty cool.
That's so damn
That is really cool. Reuse not only drives down the cost of space exploration, but yesterday Colonel Bob Cabana made a great point, I thought, and that was that when we refurbish these vehicles,
It was almost a
we
year ago, Space.
are able to inspect them and notice if there's any issues with them that we can then later fix or design differently that we would otherwise not know if we dispose.
It's funny, pretty funny how NASA turned heel on the flight-proven hardware. Well, Grab Shark, NASA was always, it's not that, everybody tried to frame it like how NASA doesn't like reusability. They just don't like reusability. That's bullcrap. NASA was always a proponent of reusability. They were always cool with it. But here's the thing. Spaceflight ain't about what you know. It's what you can prove. Okay? NASA said, hey, look, we'll think about flying reuse boosters if you show us that this is a reliable thing. And we'll think about putting people on board these reuse boosters if you show us this is a reliable mechanism for launching people into space. And the safety margins don't go up when you try to use a reuse booster. And SpaceX said, all right, sure, no problem. Just takes a little bit of time. Keep in mind, NASA can only, for commercial stuff, like all that data isn't all the Falcon 9 launches that SpaceX has done. NASA wants collected data from NASA missions, from NASA mission criteria. So it was only a matter of time that they came around and said, okay, fine, that's cool. They could only really get data from missions where they collabed with SpaceX, so commercial resupply missions and commercial crew missions. Once that was all proven and ready to go, NASA had no problem signing off on this stuff. But once again, it's not what you know, it's what you can prove. You got to be able to prove with numbers that this is a safe way to get people into space. Man bun.
As a point of distinction, Crew Dragon will dock autonomously with the space station and will not need the help of the arm. During that experience, Pasquet was truly amazed by the spacecraft's guidance and navigation, and how precise it was while traveling at more than 17,500 miles per hour above the Earth.
Yeah,
now he will ride aboard Crew Dragon and is looking forward to experiencing that same sort of performance firsthand.
And for Hoshide, he was astonished by the gorgeous design of the Dragon spacecraft, and he had a lot of fun transferring cargo in and out of the vehicle. At the time, he never thought he'd have the opportunity to ride on Dragon, and so he's looking forward to it being a fascinating ride. And there he is giving a wave inside the suit-up room.
During one of their many trips to train at SpaceX facilities in Hawthorne, our team had the opportunity to chat with the crew. One thing that's for certain about these 4 astronauts, they all really enjoy each other's company and always have a good time with each other.
That's right, Cookie. Man, Denzel have it right or what?
My fellow astronauts on this crew are incredible. And all 3 of these folks are incredibly brilliant, incredibly competent, so it really makes it easy for me, being the commander of the Dragon, to have these folks on board and for us to be successful.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Aki's very resourceful, always in a good mood, which is hugely important for a long-term mission. Megan, she's super smart. She knows NASA inside out. And for Shane, I think what I appreciate the most is his leadership. He's got a great leadership that the man makes you want to follow him into battle just by setting a great example. So I'm looking forward to spending time with those 3 on the space station.
Full bird colonel in the Army.
Who I'm flying together with this time. He's very talented. He's a good guy.
Right, Mason?
But most of all, I love his dancing. He's a great dancer. You can ask him, hey, Aki said you're a good dancer. Can you dance for us?
So my crewmates are so much fun. The sense of humor that we all share, the banter that goes around the group is really, really fun. And you might think, interacting with some of them individually that they're kind of quiet, but they're all individually very funny and very fun to be around.
It's like a family now. We joke around a lot.
Yes.
We have fun together, and when we need to be serious, we do get serious. I like this teamwork, but most of all, I like the relationship with each other.
There's Jessica Meyer.
To be able to laugh about things and your mistakes and the things that you do well, and just enjoy each other. So we have a very compatible crew. I'm very blessed to be on a crew like this with Toma, Aki, and Megan.
Good group of people here. Good group of people.
And we're looking at the crew again live in the suit-up room. They had a little bit of downtime yesterday with the wave off because of the weather. I think we have a photo that Toma posted recently. There they are, sitting on the beach.
Oh, what a fantastic moment of levity
early Saturday.
for those guys. I've said it before. These are some of the best
Saturday
personalities in our corps today, and it's fun to watch them launch. It's also fun to watch them relax just before their big mission.
Yes, and now it's all business.
Suit donning and checkouts complete on schedule.
So we just heard the call that suit donning and checkouts are complete at T-minus 3 hours and 42 minutes. Let's go over to John Innsbrucker in Hawthorne for an update.
Thank
John?
you very much, Tracy. John?
Thanks, Marie. We're just inside, as she said. 3 hours, 43 minutes. All continues to go well for this morning's launch as we watch suit up finishing. We just heard the call out, side hatch is open. The advanced team is waiting for the astronauts up in pad 39A. Now to get to this point, we began clearing the launch pad of people at T-minus 8 hours. The team began clearing the hazard area around pad 39A at T-minus 5 hours. The only folks remaining on the pad right now are the ones who are needed for ingress of the astronauts.
Before you can await mission assignment.
As I mentioned, they have entered the pad and they are waiting for the crew. And we'll be covering crew arrival at the pad and entry into the spacecraft. At the launch pad, Falcon 9 is powered on. Engine and stage checkouts were performed several hours ago. We're currently monitoring telemetry. We're pressurizing gas storage vessels on the first and second stages. A little while ago, we heard the T-minus 4 hour briefing by the SpaceX launch director. The good news is there's nothing significant to report on the rocket. On top of the Falcon 9, Dragon spacecraft is ready for the crew. Functional checkouts were performed in preparation for the crew's upcoming arrival. Most recently, a little under an hour ago, the Dragon propellant system was pressurized to final flight pressure. And currently, all spacecraft systems are go.
That's right.
The launch range is ready to support. They're working no issues at this time. The weather continues to be go for launch, and as we heard in the countdown brief, we'll be listening for pad winds at the T-minus 3 hour, T-minus 1 hour marks. But right now, we're anticipating acceptable weather for launch. So things are looking good with both Falcon and Dragon. The weather's cooperating as we count down to liftoff. As we get ready for the crew to walk out, let's go back to our team at Kennedy Space Center.
That's what that white umbilical
All right, thanks,
is.
John. It's now T-minus 3 hours, 40 minutes here at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The crew woke up right after about 11:05. I guess it was last night now because it's now Friday morning, and they listened to a weather brief, which we've heard the weather is looking great. They had breakfast, and we have been watching the suit techs from SpaceX fit each crew member into their own custom-made spacesuit inside the astronaut crew quarters. And in a few minutes, at T-minus 3 hours and 25 minutes, the crew will be making their way out of this famed suit-up room, down the hall, into an elevator down to the first floor, and then finally outside to be greeted by their families and a small group of well-wishers before they head out to the pad.
There are 3 Teslas waiting to drive the crew out to Launch Complex 39A. Riding in the first car, we'll have the spacecraft closeout lead and a couple of suit techs. In the second Tesla, we will have Shane and Megan, and they'll be sharing a ride with our flight surgeon. And in the third vehicle will be Aki and Toma and another closeout lead. Of course, we're going to try and follow the convoy live every step of the way. It is the middle of the night / morning, so there we could see the Teslas.
So how many minutes of oxygen do the spacesuits have? Well, when they're walking to when they're in the Teslas, guys, they will have they'll have like a little briefcase. See the blue briefcase right there? That's not a lot. That's more for cooling. The oxygen in the suits plugs into the spacecraft. So when they're up on orbit, or when they're inside a Dragon, you plug the suit into the craft, and the Dragon's life support systems interface with the suits. These are not extravehicular activity suits. They're flight suits. Very different. Very different. These suits are designed basically to keep you alive in case something bad happens during ascent. That's what they're there for. They're not designed to go outside of the spacecraft. They're not radiation shielded. It's basically a suit to protect you in case something bad happens on the way up. So they don't have an onboard oxygen supply. They interface with the craft. You see the umbilicals coming out of their right thigh there?
Suit up at the ONC since the Apollo days. What we don't often see is the hard work that it took to get there. I'm Jasmine Hopkins with NASA Communications, and joining me now to talk about the journey to becoming an astronaut is Jasmine Mugbelly. Thanks so much for being here today.
She's a brand new astronaut.
Thank you, Jasmine.
Absolutely. We are so glad to have you here. So you were selected to be an astronaut in 2017. Can you tell us how competitive is that process?
Yes, so it was very competitive. Year I applied, there were over 18,000 applicants.
The brown
and
patch,
I remember
Marine
going
Corps.
through the selection process and meeting some of the other candidates who had applied, and it was then that I was sure I wouldn't be selected because they were all so incredible. And so, I feel incredibly lucky to be here.
I'm sure there was something that made you stand out against the crowd. We know there's a lot that goes into being an astronaut. So can you tell us any of those specific requirements that got you where you are?
Yeah, so we do generally look for people with STEM backgrounds, but what I like to tell people is it doesn't matter so much what you do as opposed to why you do it and how you do it. I think it's really important for people to do something that they feel passionate about and that they love. And, as for the how, you should try to excel at it and you should do your best at it. And that doesn't mean you won't fail along the way. You probably should fail. That means you're pushing yourself. But if you look at our astronaut office, we have many different backgrounds. You have chemists, you have pilots, you have submariners, teachers, doctors, so all sorts of backgrounds.
Right. No, it definitely takes a lot to make up that team. And you now have 2 years of astronaut training under your belt, and you're awaiting assignment to your first flight. So can you tell us what that process is like?
Young Emin, what do you want to know? I don't mean to interrupt Jasmine here. There's Elon. There he is. He showed up. Sorry, I'm reading about Jasmine Mugbelly's background. She's an AH-1 Super Cobra pilot. She's a major in the U.S. Marine Corps. On assignment with NASA.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, she flew AH-1s, Super Cobras. She's a freaking attack helicopter pilot. Well, that doesn't suck.
Do we have to do that if we're
There's
talking
Steve
about
Jerzyk,
going to
NASA's
the moon?
acting administrator.
Maybe you want a geologist on that flight, someone who
Yeah,
can
she's a
land
BAMF.
the vehicle. So it definitely plays
astronauts
into how the whole crew works together and meets the requirements for that mission.
Right. Well, we are definitely looking forward to when you get assigned to that first flight. I know this day is a big day for all of us, but how eager are you to see yourself in that suit-up room?
Yeah, just watching this today, becoming an astronaut has been a lifelong dream for me. So thinking about me actually being on one of these spacecraft and launching into space, it's still something that blows my mind that that's even possible right now.
Right. No, absolutely. Jasmine Mugbelly, thank you so much for joining us here today.
Thanks.
Absolutely. Now let's take it back to the KSC hostess, Kate.
There it is.
Thanks, Jasmine. As you can see, we here in our in the suit-up room
mullet.
at the Neil Armstrong ONC building, we have a couple of VIP visitors greeting the crew as they are awaiting, and now they're departing. And it looks like we have a couple last, probably photo opportunities prior to the crew walks out. Now, one thing I do want to point out, that specifically for the folks wearing these black flight suits, this is the suit-up team, and partially will be the closeout team for the astronauts. This crew these suit technicians are responsible for assisting the crew not only in getting in their spacesuits, but making sure that things like unapproved jewelry or is not still being worn when the suits are put on, making sure that any personal items like glasses or medication are tucked in the pockets of the spacesuit. Basically just making sure that those personal items are in the appropriate places. Also making sure that the earpieces that the crew astronauts are wearing in each ear, making sure that those are seated properly,
No
that
corned
making
beef
sure that
hash
everybody can
sandwiches,
hear.
guys.
There's a lot that these folks do. It's all in the procedures, which are followed along on the tablets that you see some folks carrying around. And yeah, so while it might seem a little chaotic at times, whenever during the suit up process with lots of people milling about, there's actually a very specific process. Each astronaut has a specific suit technician assigned to them, and that suit technician is responsible for communicating and relaying basically status to that person's assigned crew member.
And I do want to mention the visitors that we saw a few minutes ago, and they were just departing after the interview with Jasmine. But that was Elon Musk of SpaceX in the room, and also NASA Acting Administrator Steve Jurczyk in the room to have some private words with the crew. You may also have noticed that we don't hear ambient sound. We don't have audio from inside this room, and that is by design to give the crew, the suit technicians and the visitors in there some privacy before they go out to the pad.
They have audio. You can hear it.
We also saw Thomas giving a hug to, I think it's number 28 on the far left, if that's a 2. I can't quite tell under her hair, but Thomas giving her an embrace just a minute ago, and I imagine that you get pretty close to this team.
You can be cool, but you'll never be Thomas Pesquet cool. He gets hugs from the pad ninjas. I mean, you can be cool, but you'll never be that cool. Just saying. Thoughts on the acting administrator for NASA? Let's get Bill in there.
Suit, then that person is there to help you learn about the suit and fix any problems you have. And I have fond memories of my suit tech back when I was suiting up for the shuttle. Her name was Tony, and I still remember her today. And they really put their heart and soul into it, and they take serious the role that they have in helping you with your life-preserving suit.
Absolutely. And this crew trains.
Jim stepped down Mr. Clutch on January 20th, and Steve Jurczyk is NASA's acting administrator until a new NASA administrator is confirmed. What do you think of Bill Nelson? Don't mind him, Red Fox. Seems all right to me. I don't mind it. Guys, I am a firm believer in public and private space programs working in unison with each other. Not just all public and not just all private. I don't want NASA to have a total in-house program, and I don't want SpaceX to be the one that SpaceX or Boeing or someone be the one that says when NASA can or can't launch somebody into space. I think in order to progress forward, we need to have a healthy public program and a healthy private program. We need NASA doing in-house stuff with the Orion capsule, and we need SpaceX doing stuff with Starship and Dragon. We need to have both of those things. Now, before people say, like, nah, that's crazy. It's crazy, EJ. Why would you want that? Well, the post office and FedEx exist at the same time, and UPS and DHL and everything else. Having public and private partnerships to check each other and keep the market competitive is the right move. Because like the post office, rockets are just another form of logistics. It's another form of moving things around. It's just you're moving things 17,500 miles an hour up that way, up and that way. So it looks like that's kind of what Bill is all about, and I'm in. Let's do that. I want Artemis and I want Starship. I want everything. I'm greedy. I want more rockets, not less. And that group photo was sweet.
Quick crew. We observed this during the dry dress rehearsal over the weekend. They were ahead of schedule getting suited up. We do still expect them to walk out at the anticipated time. We expect that will happen at T-minus 3 hours and 20 minutes. So about 9 minutes from now is roughly when they should walk out of the operations and checkout building. But up to this point, they've been a little bit ahead of schedule. Let's take a couple of social media questions while we're waiting for that to happen.
Do you see what?
Okay.
Do you see what's happening here?
This is a good one for Tracy. Why are very
specific
times chosen for launches?
A lot of it has to do with orbital mechanics and where the space station is over Kennedy Space Center at the time. And so we are basically launching a vehicle to chase the space station, and it has much to do with that.
All right, next
Tomas
question.
the man. All right, they're moving out.
How long does it take to refurbish a crewed Dragon, and how many times can Dragon...
Is there a reason why Jim stepped down? Mr. Clutch, the reason why Jim stepped down is because... long story short, there was a change in the executive branch, and now Jim made it very clear that it was not because, oh, I don't like this guy, so I'm leaving. No, in order for NASA to function properly, and he's right on this, so you don't read too much into it, okay? In order for NASA to function properly, the NASA administrator needs to have a good, close personal relationship with the guy in the White House. Jim had a good relationship with the previous guy in the White House. He doesn't, and it's not that he couldn't have done it. It's that he doesn't know him very well. Okay, Jim knew the previous guy pretty well, from what I understand. Now, with that being said, Bill Nelson knows the guy in the White House very well, so he's basically going to do a more effective job. And you know what? Jim isn't wrong. He isn't wrong in that regard. And then Jim endorsed Bill to be NASA administrator. He said, yes, have this guy. Make this guy the admin. And they did. They're working on it. The confirmation's on the 28th. We'll figure that out later. But, yeah, that's why he stepped down. And honestly, that's the right move. That's the right move. You need to basically be friends with the executive branch, not because like, oh, it's about me and my friends and that has nothing to do with it. The NASA administrator and NASA's goals are directly tied to the executive branch of the United States. So there's the people in the White House pick what NASA's goals are. So you need somebody that's a good intermediary there to help do what we need to do what NASA needs to do, albeit science, planetary, climate, human exploration operations, whatever. You need to have somebody that's a good intermediary there, and that's why Jim didn't want to do it. He said he wasn't the right man for the job, and he's right. That's a real smart move.
We also can see astronaut support crew members and some suit technicians gathered outside there.
We can also see some of the crew members' families.
Jim did a hell of a job shadowing us,
some of them there in the background.
Is Bob there? Yeah, Bob
those blue
is
suiters, those astronauts that are there are the unsung heroes. They are there as family escorts, personally selected by the crew members to care for their family, both immediate and the extended family and friends that are here. So
please see last. What's
hats
up,
off
Dragon
to
Dealer?
those guys, because they are there to care for the families.
What would the trajectory of the
and
rocket
Tracy,
be when it launched?
how meaningful is it for the families to have this opportunity to see the crew walk out?
I'm glad you asked that, because this is the first time that we allow families.
You're in BC, so the West Coast? Yeah, no, it's going northeast. So this rocket is going to go northeast up the eastern seaboard. So if you were in Canada, Ontario is too far to the west. You would need to be like Nova Scotia or something, PEI, something like that. That's where you'd be able to see it. Yeah. When it gets up over the northeast part of the United States, that's when the rocket has second stage engine cut off. You're not going to be able to see it after the engine's shut off. Maybe sometime if you get a good ISS pass, you'll see the ISS come over and Dragon catching up to it. But if you're in BC, probably not.
Megan was seeing him off a year ago, and now he's seeing her off to do the same position, and I just think that's really cool. Yep. They are a power couple, and I love it.
Yeah, I'm an ultimate power couple.
Yeah.
Sweet.
And Tracy, I remember you saying, we were talking about this earlier, and that it's the harder job of the family member to say goodbye to their astronaut when it's their day to fly.
Oh yeah, I'm sure
you might
Bob
be able to
is
see the
keeping
twilight,
it together
Luke.
on
Not
the
sure.
outside, but inside he's way more nervous, I bet, today than he was on the day he was sitting on that seat on the launch pad. Just a guess.
It depends on the naming
And
convention of the rocket.
so it is T-minus 3 hours, 24 minutes and counting. And any moment now, we expect to see the crew leave the room and start walking down the hallway. We'll see them get into an elevator.
really track
and
that too much.
here is a shot of the elevator. So, the hallway.
So that's Jessica
and so
Watkins
where those,
right there?
that is Joe Acaba to the left.
And Joe Acaba.
And Jessica Watkins, one of our newer astronauts there.
Yeah,
they both
Jess
are part
got
of the
recruited in
VET
2017.
team, the Vehicle Integration and Test team office.
And we'll see the crew walk out. There's a doorway to the left of your screen where Joe and Jessica are facing.
Yeah,
and we'll
Sable.
see the crew
If you're in Nova
walk
Scotia,
out of that
look southeast.
doorway and
Southeast,
come straight
higher
down
on the
towards where the
horizon.
camera is pointing.
You should be able to see it.
Any moment now.
Like I'm in Boston. If it's clear, if there's no clouds, look southeast. Actually, lower on the
Here
horizon.
they come.
You should be
There
able
they
to
are.
see it. Here we go. Let's do this.
Commander Shane Kimbrough, pilot Megan MacArthur in the front.
Here we
Megan
go.
blowing kisses.
You got chills yet?
Toma and Aki
Into the elevator.
ready for their ride to the space station. And inside the elevator there is a poster you can see in the background. It has the signatures of folks who have worked on this mission.
So this is the first of 2 elevator rides that these guys will be partaking in today. The second, of course, being the elevator ride to almost the top of the structure next to the launch pad.
And we will see the crew.
RLK Crew Dragon has a head on it. Yeah, there's a toilet on there. You don't even worry about that.
And classical saxophonist, composer,
But,
band
yeah, I
leader,
suppose they
and
can't use it until
3-time
they're
Grammy winner
up in space.
Branford
Crew
Marsalis.
walkout in progress on schedule.
Okay. I like that.
Go at throttle up.
I like that.
So that was a beautiful performance we just heard
Here we
from
go.
3-time Grammy winner Branford Marsalis.
Oh, I like
American
that. That was
Beautiful.
real good.
And we can see some members of the closeout team heading out of the
Motorman?
operations and checkout building. We expect the crew to walk out at T-minus 3 hours and 20 minutes. So about a minute from now, we will see the crew walk out those famed doors. And you can see above them, they're teeny tiny from where we're looking, but stickers from past mission patches. And Tracy, I'm sure you have a sticker up there.
Yes, yes, from
Discovery, go at
STS
throttle up.
118, one of my crewmates
Yeah, with the
made sure
automaton
that we were
Cherokee.
well represented.
Well, the Gamps.
I
They're
love
on
the
the
traditions that we have in spaceflight, and and I love that we are getting to continue that tradition with stickers for these NASA SpaceX missions. You can actually see, I believe it's on the right-hand side of the meatball located above the doors. I believe that's where the crews for Demo 2 and Crew 1 placed their stickers.
We're going to have to widen the walkway here, I think, get a little bit. Yeah.
And there we have another shot of more stickers. And these stickers denote the missions in which the Teslas were utilized for. So here, counting backwards from the right, the red one is obviously the CREW-2 mission patch.
That's
the
cool.
blue dragon to the left of that being Crew 1. The white helmet from Demo 2. And then the triangular patch from Demo 1. So even though we didn't have
NASA's
any
paying
real
for it,
astronauts.
Joshy.
We
They
had
can put
Ripley,
whatever logo
our
they want
test
on it.
subject, but we did do full mock-up.
And here they come, the CREW-2 astronauts taking their first steps outside before their journey to space.
Hell yeah.
Yay!
They do, James.
I love this moment. They're now going to have the opportunity to wave goodbye from a safe distance. The distance is normal protocol for spaceflight. This is not a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. This would be in place even if we didn't have that situation going on. But I love this moment. It's a wonderful opportunity to see the astronauts get some final farewells from their friends and family members.
Wait for asking for some taco.
We've got
really
Shane
asking.
and Megan to the right of
Thank
your
you for
screen,
voicing your opinion and
Toma and
soliciting.
Aki to
Appreciate
the
it.
left.
150 days, Aussie, they should be up there. They're going to be up there until fall. I think this one's 150 days. Someone's going to have to refresh my memory on that one. I mean, CREW-1 has been up there for that long, dude.
There's Shane's wife.
Shane and his wife posing for a socially distanced photo.
Yes.
Look, there's Bob.
And it looks like Bob Behnken is there in a blue polo with the son of he and Megan MacArthur.
So that's Bob Behnken. Bob Behnken flew on DM2, the first Dragon flight. He was on the Dragon test flight. That's NASA astronaut Woody Hobaugh right there. And Bob not only flew on DM2, but that capsule is being used by CREW-2 to launch into space. Megan, his wife over there, is sitting in the same seat that he launched in a year ago. Isn't that cool? That's so, dude, come on. That's freaking legit, man.
You can't see it from this shot, but the other two Teslas in this convoy have reduce and reuse.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm.
So
the first
that's
one is
pretty cool.
reduce, the second one is reuse, and this one is recycle.
CREW-2 is 210 days. There you go.
A nod there again to Earth Day, the originally planned date for launch.
Bob and Doug are super nice guys. I bet, boss. Test pilots are always cool, man. Yeah, Zizep, it's a custom fitted seat, but it's the same seat position. So that's Woody Hobaugh on the right. He's part of NASA's newest astronaut class. I don't know who that is. Oh, that is freaking...
And we see those Tesla doors starting to close now.
What is
Like
happening?
I mentioned before,
How did we
the
get
equipment
here?
is already in the Tesla. The astronauts are plugged into that small blue box, and they're getting that cool air flowing through their suits once again. And the AC is turned up on high in those Teslas to make sure everybody's comfy.
Oh, you've seen some people go around to
like,
the backside of the
smoke
cars.
machines,
This is another opportunity for family members to approach and have a little bit more private moment with their crew member before they leave.
With the windows up, of
Okay,
course.
Taco. Cool.
I can't tell you how meaningful this is for crew to have this opportunity to see their loved one this close to heading out to the pad. This is a nice change that we've made.
Do you know NASA's policy on wearing blue jumpsuits? It's astronauts' dress uniform.
And this is the car carrying Shane
Is that
Kimbrough
Victor?
on the
No,
right
Victor Glover's up in space
rear
right now,
passenger
Spices.
side, and Megan MacArthur is
Right,
on
Ivan?
the left
Right.
rear passenger side. And then this
Yeah, there
third
you go,
Tesla in the convoy here with the recycle license plate has Toma sitting on the back rear side
check it out
and
in a little
Aki
bit, Taco.
sitting on the left rear side.
They used an Airstream 310. It's an Airstream camper van. And then before that, they used a Grumman UPS truck during the Apollo program. It looked like a UPS truck, something like that.
And as soon as the families come back around, we should see the convoy begin to pull away.
Thanks, Jim.
Right on schedule.
I love you too, brother.
Yeah, Crafty. Here we go. Sheriff's truck's moving out first, and the Tahoe up there, and then the 3 Teslas, and then they'll have a NASA SWAT team behind them. Thanks, Taco. Yeah, baby. We're rolling now. Okay, so All right, the 3 Teslas with the pad Ninja crew and the 4 astronauts will now leave the operations and checkout building, and they'll take a quick jaunt down Kennedy Parkway over to NASA's Vehicle Assembly Building area, and they'll pass the VAB and the Launch Control Center, and take a straight shot down the crawler way to Pad 39A.
It'll be about a 15-minute drive with a full security escort across NASA's Kennedy Space Center and out to the launch pad. And as we follow the convoy, we'd like to share some words from the teams working so hard day and night to get this crew to the International Space Station.
Wishing CREW-2 good luck and a safe trip.
Good luck,
they
Shane,
go fast.
Megan, Aki, and Toma.
Go CREW-2! Go CREW-2! Go CREW-2!
Winchester!
You guys are inspiration to all of us. Let's go CREW-2!
Bro, who's that? Who is that guy? He had Kerbal background.
And successful mission.
Who is that guy?
Go CREW-2!
As a female aerospace engineer in progress, I just wanted to say I'm beyond inspired by you and your family's endeavors.
And we want to wish the CREW-2 astronauts a safe trip to the International Space Station. Board Dragon.
Hey, CREW-2. Looking forward to watching you guys launch today. The screens behind me should look familiar. I'm looking forward to getting to see you guys use it for real.
My mustache is top tier.
So proud you'll be representing all Yellow Jackets on the NASA SpaceX Crew Dragon to the ISS.
That would suck.
Good luck.
On behalf of the Hunt program, Clear Creek High School has a message for you.
Have a safe and successful mission to space. Ganbatte kudasai! Yay!
Yay!
Yes, stop! Go CREW-2!
Go Megan MacArthur and all of CREW-2. UCLA is rooting for you.
Hey, Toma. We wish you a great flight.
Godspeed, CREW-2. Go Falcon 9, go Dragon.
We want to wish you Godspeed. Yay!
CREW-2, have an amazing and safe flight.
Good luck, CREW-2, on your mission to help further research and human presence in space.
Dodging planets like a champ.
I'd all like to wish the crew of SpaceX CREW-2 good luck on their journey to the International Space Station. I can't wait to support you guys when you get there.
Enjoy space, enjoy your mission. Go ESA, go ISS, go Mission Alpha.
We're going to be there with you as you're going through space, and we're going to be there with you as you're on the crew on ISS, and we're going to be there with you when you're coming home.
So Kathy runs NASA's human exploration operations. She runs all of NASA's manned spaceflight. Yeah, baby.
So the convoy will be making their way just behind us here at the press site. But for right now, a closer look at the CREW-2 spacecraft commander riding in this convoy. Here is two-time spaceflight veteran NASA astronaut Shane Kimbrough.
Yeah, it is on cool.
I love it. It doesn't matter what I'm flying, a helicopter, an airplane. It's just incredible.
Oh, I want to do
we get
that.
it great. The sensations you
I want to
have.
do that
Helicopter
so bad.
flying to me is really a lot of fun because generally we're down in the trees. It's very challenging.
Hey, whiskey.
And, now learning to fly jets around here at NASA's been pretty incredible too. Had to hang up the helicopter keys, but pulled out some jet keys, and it's pretty nice. I'd always wanted to be an astronaut ever since I was a little kid. My grandparents lived in Titusville, right across from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, so I spent a lot of time down there as a small child.
Ignition sequence start.
My grandfather was really the inspiration behind all this because he would drag me out to see anything launching.
Launch commit. Liftoff. We have liftoff.
Roger.
Mode 1 Alpha.
1 minute, 19 seconds.
For whatever reason, it kind of stuck in my blood. The ironic thing is when I decided to go to West Point, I figured that my dream of being an astronaut was gone, so I kind of gave up on it because I didn't realize you could be in the Army and be an astronaut, but turns out you can, so. Back in 2008, I flew on
STS-126.
We were kind of a resupply mission. So they called our mission actually the Extreme Home Makeover Mission for the space station. We got a chance to bring up new bedrooms, a new bathroom, a new kitchen, a new gym, really outfit the station to be able to support more than 3 crew members. So that was pretty cool to be part of that. And then to go back a few years later in 2016 and 2017 when I flew on the Soyuz. That was an incredible time up there. The long duration piece is obviously a lot different than the shuttle couple-week mission. There's a different cadence, a different rhythm you have to get into, more of a marathon pace versus a sprint pace. Space shuttle for me was you're kind of rocking and rolling for the first couple minutes while the solid rocket boosters are on, and then it smooths out and it's pure acceleration. The landing coming back in is super smooth because you're landing on a runway. And Soyuz to me was kind of the opposite. It was a really smooth ride uphill, but coming back was really violent and pretty incredible that we made it through that. But they've been doing it for many, many years. And a proven product for sure.
Soyuz blows up at the ground to get it to stop.
We do things differently down in Florida now than we did for shuttle. So it was just a whole different world. We kind of blended, I would say, the best things from shuttle during quarantine and launch day operations and the best things from Soyuz that we've learned over the years. And kind of now we have a hybrid of those really good things on launch day especially. I'm really excited about it. I love the Kennedy Space Center and all the teams down there that I've gotten to work with. I love it for our country, our nation, that we're launching out of the U.S. again. It's a great capability that we have, and just happy to be doing it again out of Florida. My name is Shane Kimbrough. I am the commander of NASA's SpaceX CREW-2 mission to the International Space Station.
Riding in the same car as Kimbrough is Crew Dragon pilot and NASA astronaut Megan McArthur. She's about to embark on her second space flight, and this will be her first trip to the International Space Station.
They're going up Kennedy Parkway towards the VAB right now, shuttle.
My name is Megan McArthur. I'm the pilot for NASA's SpaceX CREW-2 mission to the International Space Station. I first thought of becoming an astronaut when I was in high school. So my dad was a Navy pilot, and so I first thought, well, I'd love to be a pilot. We lived at Moffett Field Naval Air Station, which was connected with Ames Research Center. Cool. We'd hear the wind tunnels going, you know, at all hours of the day and night. And also it's where shuttle astronauts would come to do their landing and rollout training. And so I would see them, you know, come in their T-38 jets and get out in their spiffy blue flight suits and walk in to do their training. And I thought, well, that looks like fun. How do I get that job? And I knew that it was a long shot, right? But I also knew that I wanted to be a part of something like that, right? A part of this bigger thing of exploration. And then I kind of took this left turn into oceanography, but really it's all about exploration. We're not better equipped to survive underwater any better than we are in outer space. And so we need technology to help us explore those areas. So how do we do those things? You know, we can send rovers, we can send people, you know, we have to build the right kind of machines to support that. And so there's a lot of parallels. From graduate school in oceanography, I always had this idea in the back of my mind, and I went ahead and applied, and I got really lucky. Every launch experience is very unique to the individual. You know, we climbed aboard and there's that period of waiting, and you actually get a little bit uncomfortable. You know, your body starts to cramp up and you're ready to go.
Go, baby, go.
And then when the actual launch goes, it's indescribable. It's so much energy. You are moving so fast.
It's automated.
One of my main focuses was capturing this free-flying vehicle, the Hubble Space Telescope. The really complicated spacewalks that were planned out, 5 spacewalks back to back to back. So it was just this tremendous rush of activity for really 11 days until we were ready to let the telescope go. 3, 2, 1, release. I'm backing away. Clear the antenna. We dream these amazing dreams, we have these huge goals, and we're going to be successful when we work on them together. When you think about the International Space Station and the size of that vehicle and the breadth of science that gets accomplished on that vehicle with all of the different countries that are participating, and then now we've added commercial partners where they have a vehicle that we are using to get us to our space laboratory. We have these big dreams where we look out to the horizon and this desire to explore the universe around us, and we're always going to be more successful when we work together to achieve these incredible dreams.
So there's the convoy there on your screen. They just passed behind us.
So, Jamnik, the Russians aren't so much leaving the space station, dude. What they're doing is that they're trying to privatize out that part of the station. So now they're going past the press site here, onto the... I think they're onto the crawler way here. I can't really tell. It's really dark. How far off is the Mars mission? We're a good ways out, damage case. We got to go back to the moon first. At least, personal opinion. We got to go back to the moon first, because if we can't live on the moon, we definitely can't live on Mars. The moon is actually, it's harder to live on the surface of the moon. So the way I see it is that going back to the moon and working on the surface of the moon and learning to develop a symbiosis on the moon where there's less resources than there are on Mars is a good training ground to cut our teeth on for going to Mars. Right now, NASA has eyes on Mars sometime in the 2030s. That's very vague at this point. I think it's good to, let's focus on the moon for right now. Isn't the U.S. toying with that idea? Not sure. But yeah, the Russians have said that the Russians haven't really pulled out of the space station yet. They said they're kind of on the fence about it. Right now, the Russians are looking to take the space station operations out of their state-funded budget, which is a really nice way of saying that they want to privatize it. They want to have a commercial space station just attached to the ISS, and then they want to build another station for, to kind of, you send one station, you ramp down, the other one you ramp up. That makes sense. But I don't know. They might pull out or not. It might be. But right now, they're looking to privatize it.
Becomes real. Not that it's not real every step of the way during preparations, but everybody in the firing room will stand up and it gets really quiet. And I think that's when everybody realizes, hey, we're about to go do this for real. And you can just feel the passion and the intensity. Everybody in that room and everybody in Houston and Hawthorne, I think they're standing up too, watching, because they know, hey, this is going to be a great mission. But it's about to get really serious.
Steve Stitch was a shuttle flight controller
and now
for a long
crew
time.
is
He runs
approaching
the commercial crew
Pad
program.
39A and entering what is known as the Blast Danger Area, or BDA, and now approaching the base of the pad. But the teams have conducted internal go, no-go polls to make sure that this area was safe before they entered.
Yeah, Jamnik.
And as they are approaching...
So they're approaching the BDA. They're going to cross the crawlerway tracks here, and the cars are going to move first over to, a porta potty. They're gonna take a leak. It's last call. And then they'll move over, inspect the vehicle, and then they'll go up up the elevators. But yeah, Jamnik, the reason why is because there's a lot of articles that get lost in translation from our friends over in Russia. I actually have folks here that are Russian native speakers that help me translate the articles to kind of better convey the context of what the Russians are saying, or what's going on with their program. Hey, Tremor.
Logistics team, go Crew Dragon!
I wonder which Crew 2 I'll be playing.
When I say crew, you say two. Crew 2.
No,
2.
I don't.
Go Dragon!
Go SpaceX!
Go NASA
Crew 2! Crew 2 is launching. There's 10 seconds for this cheers. So good luck to the astronauts and Dragon engineers.
Go Shane. Go Megan. Go Thomas.
Go
I hope I don't get the
Go Falcon.
Go Endeavor.
And go Crew 2!
We are wishing you guys a safe mission to the ISS. Good luck and Godspeed, Megan, Shane, Akihiko, and Thomas.
Right, Everest.
So I'm here to wish Crew 2 a successful launch on the Falcon 9. Launch America!
Good luck, Crew 2.
Starlink antenna.
On behalf of the Dragon Engines and Tanks engineering team, have a safe flight.
Wishing Shane, Megan, Tama, and Akihiko a safe flight and a productive stay at the ISS. Go Falcon, go Dragon, and go Crew 2!
Crew 2, Godspeed, and thank you for flying SpaceX.
Have a safe flight!
And it is an honor and a privilege to be a part of this and contribute in some way. And I couldn't be more excited to see you on this mission.
I did, SpaceX Dragon, yep. Moxie experiment on Perseverance worked. We're inside of 3 hours, guys. All right.
That was some messages from the SpaceX team and others that have been working so hard to get this crew to this day. We are looking at the base of Launch Complex 39A, and we can see the Falcon 9 first stage booster on the pad. Kate, I know SpaceX has done some extensive upgrades since you began leasing this, and we can't see the crew on screen here. They take a bio break once they get to the pad, so it'll be a couple of minutes before they ascend the fixed service structure to the right of your screen. That's that big black tower. And we also should be hearing an announcement from the Corps, specifically Chad Healy, that the crew has arrived at the pad, so that could be coming any minute.
Yeah, like you said, we have made a number of upgrades. In case if you aren't familiar with the history of this launch pad, it was originally built in the 1960s to support the Saturn V rocket for the Apollo program. And of course, this is where we went to the moon from. This is the launch pad where Apollo 11 took off from. After that program, it was upgraded to support shuttle, and then after that, SpaceX took over the lease for it in 2014, and we actually had our first flight from here in February of 2017, which was a cargo resupply mission to the International Space Station. So we've been busy. It looks a little different. We did make some upgrades to aesthetics, but a lot of it was safety driven. I believe, the shuttle structures were iconic. It was, of course, heartbreaking for everyone to see the rotating service structure come down, but we did have to remove it for safety purposes, but also it was just unnecessary for what we would be doing to advance the next generation of human spaceflight. So I will say that the tower there does have the bones of that original fixed service structure. And so there are many things that are still original in there, like the telephone, which we will see later on. I think we'll save that for later, but also it's the same elevator that the shuttle astronauts rode up in as well. Yeah, so
Tracy's got her hand on her heart here.
It looks different, but there we have a shot of those elevators there. Elevators that don't have floor numbers, but rather foot numbers on them.
Yeah.
The CREW-2 astronauts will be hitting the button for the 255-foot level of this structure. But yeah, these are the original elevators, obviously maintained for safety, but they're so while it may look different, a lot of that history is still there.
And Tracy, this is the same pad, of course, that you launched from years ago.
Yes, very fond memories of it on my flight. So we got out of the Astrovan, the pilot on our flight on STS-118, Charlie Hobaugh, who we called Scorch, paused and looked up at the stack, and he stopped my crewmate, fellow rookie, Barbara Morgan, and I to pause and take a look at this mammoth spacecraft we were about to fly on, because he said this is going to be the last time you see this view. And I'll never forget that moment. It was very meaningful to me. I cherish it. But Barbara and I realized we got to hurry up. We don't want to miss our first launch. And so we scooted on, and he stayed there pausing to look at it. And I'll always remember that.
Hopefully we'll see these. I mean, if dry dress rehearsal was any indication, we'll be able to see these astronauts have a similar moment, do what is one of my favorite moments in the whole launch countdown, the astronaut lean back when they just try to take in, like you said, this ginormous vehicle that they're about to ride in.
Yeah, and we should see that happen in just a few minutes. But in the meantime, we learned a little bit more about Shane and Megan as they rode out to the pad. Now let's take a closer look at mission specialist Thomas Pesquet
of ESA. This is the LD on Countdown 1. We've received our final weather brief for the Dragon Ascent corridor weather. Ascent weather is go for launch. The final weather brief for pad escape winds will be at T-minus 1 hour.
Okay, so we heard ascent weather looking good. We'll hear another weather brief at T-minus 1 hour.
That's right.
But again, Thomas Pesquet of ESA will be the first European to fly aboard Crew Dragon and the first European to launch from U.S. soil in more than a decade.
It could, Bezzy, I suppose.
Yes, I'm ready. I tend to work a lot, even outside of work. Going to new places, meeting new people. I like new experiences. I like to learn all the time. My name is Thomas Pesquet, and I'm a mission specialist for NASA's SpaceX CREW-2 mission to the International Space Station. On board the Crew Dragon as a mission specialist, everything that's manual is in our ballpark. If we have to open a hatch, if we have to use the emergency equipment, if we have to open or close valves, if we have to manage the cargo and the stowage, all this is going to be on us.
Of course, Galactico.
I remember as a kid, everybody's an interest, but mine was space shuttles and planes, and I had the posters in my room, I mean the complete kit. And so I went into math and physics, and then I became an engineer. I went into aerospace. It seemed natural at the time. And then I got a chance to become a pilot, which was kind of another piece. We have an astronaut selection every 10 to 15 years in Europe. And then I didn't think it was going to happen, but I passed all the selections and I made it. So really it's been a dream. I've been so lucky. If I would have pictured it when I was a kid, I couldn't have pictured it any better than what really happened. The space station, to me, it's a step for exploration. So we're preparing the next steps that are going to take us, to the moon and to Mars. And then at the same time, we're using the space station as an orbiting laboratory. So every day you do research that you couldn't be doing on the ground. You have to prepare for the spacewalks. You always prepare it very meticulously, very thoroughly. And then once you go out, and just your adrenaline is very high. And it's also physically challenging because you're going to be for 6-7 hours fighting against that spacesuit, because that spacesuit is inflated with air for you to be able to breathe, which means it's going to resist your movements. So those are huge, big memories that you have, but really also sometimes the small things, like the fun that you could have. It's one of the big achievements of the space program is to bring people together. That's what makes us go. In the future, I think our programs are going to be more and more ambitious. So we're going to need more than just one country. No single country in the world can do it on its own. So I think it's the partnership that takes us forward. It makes you better, it makes you achieve more, and I think that's the path we're in. The space station has paved the way, and every future big space program is going to have to follow the same path.
Coming out the elevator here. On
so there we can
255.
see Shane and Megan have made their way up the tower. They're now climbing the stairs to the level where the crew arm is located.
Cool.
Before Aki and Thomas make their way to the elevator at the ground level of pad 39A, let's get a look at mission specialist and JAXA astronaut Aki Hoshide. Once at the space station, he will be part of the first ever direct handover from one Japanese astronaut to another.
It is, Port.
I meant to check this, but do you know when I was selected as an astronaut? 1999, thank you. I always get mixed up there. So I was born in Tokyo, Japan, and then from age 3 to 7, I actually lived in New Jersey because of my dad's job. In high school, I went to Singapore for 2 years. Went to Keio University in Japan, got my degree in mechanical engineering, and then right after college I joined the Japanese Space Agency. I have dreamt of becoming an astronaut since my childhood and tried a couple of times in astronaut selection, and on my third try got selected as an astronaut candidate in 1999. So on my first mission on STS-124 on the Space Shuttle Discovery, that was my first flight, so I thought I would be nervous, but my crewmates were already like my family, so we were just chit-chatting inside the cockpit.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition and liftoff of Shuttle Discovery.
God, I missed that thing.
Aki Hoshide heading for a half year on the International Space Station.
My second flight was a long duration flight. We launched on a Soyuz capsule, docked to the space station, and did a lot of science and spacewalks.
Tama and Aki right there, sitting down on...
Flying on 3 different vehicles.
Look at that picture.
That's going to be amazing. The new spacecraft, Crew-Dragon. It's a new technology, new layout, new operation, and I can't wait to actually experience it. So I guess the difference would be it's a brand new vehicle, a lot less switches. It's like a smartphone, I would say, which felt uncomfortable initially because as an astronaut, you're like, where are the switches? Which button do I have to push? So initially I felt I would say a little awkward. Then after training, you get adjusted and you understand, hey, this is how the system works, and how can I, as a crew member, help out the mission. It's a privilege, actually, to work together with these people, and look forward to actually doing the mission and spending more time working together. I'm Aki Hoshide, JAXA astronaut and mission specialist for NASA SpaceX CREW-2 mission.
Hoshide-sama.
All right, that was a look at Aki Hoshide, and we can see the astronauts inside the crew access arm. That walkway. Here are Commander Shane Kimbrough and pilot Megan MacArthur. Making their way up behind them are ESA astronaut Thomas Pesquet and JAXA astronaut Aki Hoshide. And we'll be seeing them make their way up. There they are, coming up the steps. And they'll be stopping to use the phone. Shane and Megan already had the opportunity to do that. That phone is up where you see the person in the black suit. That looks like Jessica Meir, number 38, part of the closeout team at the pad. And this is a shot inside the white room. Astronaut Shane Kimbrough to the left of your screen, and to the right you can see the side hatch of the Crew Dragon Endeavour is open in preparation for the next milestone, which will be crew ingress in just a few minutes.
So cool.
If you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage of NASA's SpaceX mission known as CREW-2. Good morning and welcome to Kennedy Space Center in Florida.
What a privilege it is to watch this, guys. I mean, this is so cool. It's so friggin' cool. They're still signing the wall. Yeah, they haven't gotten to that point yet, Jensen, but they will. I mean, we're 2 minute 40 or 2 hour 47 out from launch, but I love seeing all the background stuff. It's so special. They don't need to wear masks up there. It's a clean room environment. This is the DM2 mission capsule, Dragon C205 Shadow Wolf. Bob and Doug flew on this on DM2 on May 30th, 2020. Returning American astronauts launched on an American rocket from American soil up to the ISS. They had all astronauts between the DM2 mission on May 30th, 2020, all the way back to STS-135, which was July 20th, 2011, flew on the Soyuz, the Russian Soyuz capsule, which is it's a great launch vehicle, to be honest. But it's about time we started doing our stuff again. But yeah, this is the capsule that Bob and Doug flew up on the demo flight 2, certifying Dragon as a human-rated crew operations vehicle on orbit. Yeah, the capsule was refurbished after the DM2 mission, and now it's being used again. The booster for this Falcon 9 was used on Crew-1. It launched Mike, Victor, Shannon, and Soichi Noguchi up into space. So the boosters from Crew-1 and the capsules from DM2. Okay, first astronaut is ingressing here. Mind the gap. That's Shane Kimbrough, the commander. They're working on a step called ingress now. That's a nice way of saying getting inside the capsule. Megan is going into the number 2 seat, the pilot's position here.
So we can see the closeout team assisting the crew.
Crew ingress has started on schedule.
Okay.
Announcement there that we are on schedule with our activity here of crew ingress. Like I was saying, you can see the closeout team assisting the crew as they enter the capsule to assure that they don't ding their helmet or any part of their suit on the hatch as they're entering. There's also some protective coverings around the hatch itself, but just to make sure that there's a clear path to entry, we now see suit technicians assisting the crew getting settled, and will help the crew members get buckled in. The the harness that we see coming into the picture here is not just your normal seat belt, although it does function in that purpose. It's a 5-point harness, and the crew will start to buckle themselves in, and kind of like when you get on a roller coaster, like you get your initial fit up, and then your safety team member comes over and makes sure that you're locked and loaded and ready to go.
No, Ivan, it always pays to mix crews. Russians will launch on American capsules, be it Starliner or Dragon, and Americans will keep flying on Soyuz. You have to keep the crews mixed. The reason why you want to mix the crews is because you always want to have an American or an international partner and a Russian up there at all times. The two primary mission control centers for the International Space Station are Johnson Space Center in Houston. So Houston, we've had a problem like those guys. And in Star City in Moscow, so Korolev, Russia, it would be the technical way to say it, in the Moscow Oblast, which means just the Moscow province. Those are the two primary flight control centers. So you need to have a native Russian speaker up there in case something goes wrong, and it's always good to have an English speaker up there, or an international, an American and a Russian is what you always want up there. So mixing crews, make sure that there's always both sides of the station have a native speaker communicating with their respective mission controls. So you will see mixed crews. Americans will keep flying on Soyuz. I mean, Americans flew on Soyuz during the shuttle program, and Russians flew on the shuttle during the shuttle program. The first expedition to the International Space Station had Sergei Krikalev and Bill Shepard on it, and they flew on a Soyuz in 2000. So, yeah, you always want to mix the crews. Fairmore, 2137, Kyron gifted a sub to Blinga. There's a DM2 patch next to Megan's head. Yeah, I see it over there. Is it a requirement that all people in the ISS have to learn English and Russian? Yeah, to an extent. Mm-hmm. How many times would you need to go to the bathroom? I wouldn't be nervous, Snickers. I would be focused on what I need to do. That's what you do when you work as a team. That's something I learned from playing American football for a long time. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about going to the bathroom. Don't worry about any of that stuff. Focus on what you need to do for the team. That's something you learn if you play sports or esports. I mean, you'd learn that in esports too. What position did you play? I started at guard, and then I moved to wide receiver, and then I quit because I wanted to play video games more, which was a stupid mistake. But hey, whatever. Kyron, pre-launch hype. Crafty, thank you for the bits. Yeah, the glove is part of the sleeve. There's a zipper. There's a zipper over the wrist, so you can unzip it, and you can have your hands come out, and then you can zip it back up. So Shane and Megan are ingressing into the 1 and 2 seats, and then Toma and Aki are going to be moving into the 3 and 4 seats once these guys get all suited up. Yeah, I guess. I mean, if I could be a pro football player, Ivan, I would have done it. I'm big enough to do it. The zipper is airtight, of course. Bram probably thanks you for quitting football. I mean, I don't know, Bram. I got a lot of concussions when I played football, dude. I got knocked out a couple of times, man. I played football for 7 years. I played it from basically 4th grade all the way up to 10th grade. No, third grade all the way up to 10th. I did 7 years of football at Pop Warner, and then middle school, and then high school, JV. I never made varsity. I would have if I freaking decided to try, but that's another story. Back in 1982, I could have been it. Back in 1982. Should have played rugby. Yeah, because that has a future that's profitable as opposed to football, right? Yeah. I'll take stupid things to say for 600, please.
It's called the right seat. Now, it's worth noting that Megan is sitting in the same seat in the same capsule that her husband Bob Behnken sat in during the Demo 2 test flight to the space station last year. Directly in front of the crew members, you can see sort of to the top of the panel that's on the right there are 3 displays that they'll use throughout the flight, getting insight into Dragon systems, seeing any alerts or issues with the vehicle, and if required, taking control and manually flying Dragon.
Now,
coming up, the crew will do a comm check, and Megan and Shane Kimbrough actually did an unofficial or informal comm check, but there will be a formal comm check once all 4 astronauts are in their seats.
Yeah, Seagull, you're trying to give me crap right now, but the funny thing is you missed the original premise of the conversation. So you saying how that football career working out for you that doesn't make any sense in the context. So yeah, no, you're the one that looks stupid this time around, dude. Not me for a change.
I believe that is Aki ingressing the vehicle.
Would you be nervous to launch? No.
On the far end, it looks to be Thomas.
No,
Thomas
why would
taking the
Thomas?
right seat, the left from if you're looking directly through the side hatch.
So Thomas on the starboard side there. I wouldn't be nervous at all. No, absolutely not. No, I'd be focused on doing my job. Seriously, you don't like. I guess you can kind of have some nerves if you want, but that's just a waste of time. Whenever I have to do important stuff like this, I don't bother getting nervous. I mean, sometimes when I launch stuff in Kerbal, I get a little nervous, but when I trust the machine and I know that it's engineered to what I want it to do, when it's engineered, like when I'm building a rocket in KSP, like I understand launching stuff into space is completely different in real life. I get it. Yeah, I focus on watching the vehicle and watching the numbers. And that's what these guys are doing. Look, the reason I asked is because you mentioned that you had Russian friends, so it's possible that very specific local Slavic, I assume they were just going to release it. When you mentioned that, well, Dmitry Rogozin said in a interview the other day with RA Novosti, Connor, that the Russians are going to look to take the station out of their budget and move it to private funding. That's not something that I made up. That's something that Dmitry Rogozin, the head of the state corporation of Roscosmos, said. Like, so I don't know what else that could mean besides privatizing the space station. Yeah, pretty much, J-Real. Yeah, Allie, it's embarrassing, dude. I get nervous changing large O2 tanks at work. I don't... See, that's the thing, man. I don't fear you don't fear what you understand. I understand how the rocket works. I know what it's doing. It wouldn't bother me, really. I'm not going to say that I would just be like, no, there's always a little bit of tenseness, but I would be focused on what I need to do. Like, it's whatever happens, Yeah, Enraged, if I understand the failure and I understand what went wrong, then we're good to go. I mean, I'm still, like, for mission mode in Kerbal, I'm still understanding that, dude. I'm still trying to figure out what makes mission mode work well and what doesn't. So, in many ways, I'm teaching myself to play KSP again in a different way. And teaching yourself to play KSP in a different way, like how I'm playing now, you're gonna have to relearn everything. And that's exactly what I'm doing. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, Neuro. I'd probably have some nerves, but I wouldn't show it. I'd just be sitting there like this. Yeah, that doesn't, it doesn't help showing it. That's not going to help anybody, being nervous like that. Just focus on what you need to do, and you'll be up in space before you know it. I didn't think you were making anything up. Thanks for the clarification. No problem, Connor. I always believe in citing sources. In this day and age, everybody likes, just throwing their hat into the ring and reporting this and reporting that. I heard this from a guy. I stay very concrete with what I report about the space program, and I can always cite a source. It's very rare that you'll see me say, well, I heard this from a guy and this is happening. Because people do come in here and they ask me about the space program. I make sure that all my information is verified. And if I make a mistake, someone will correct me on it and we'll get the right information. That's what it's about to me. I don't give a crap about clicks or making the channel more popular. I just want to report the space news, and I want people involved and happy about going into space. That's it. You will be there. Now, I'd probably crack a joke, Ivan, to be honest, to help make it a little better. And Hack, Endeavor, you're go at throttle up. No problem, man. No, Colonel EJ, you're wrong. Mama's right. Yeah, you heard that from a guy? Yeah, they probably lying, dude. I have no idea what I'm doing. Here, I'm going to mute the audio for a second.
On CREW-2, sitting in each of their seats. These are custom seats with their custom suits for each astronaut. And it's almost like its own entire system. It's almost like they are inside of a vehicle inside of a vehicle.
A spacecraft within a spacecraft.
Right.
That's exactly right. That suit will hold pressure. Just in case there is any breach and that causes atmospheric pressure to decrease. They do have that redundancy with the suit itself, providing pressure and holding throughout some of the more dynamic phases of flight. That includes ascent. This is very important until they reach an orbital insertion. It's not too long after they get into a healthy orbit. You got checkouts of the Draco engines that will provide the navigation and some of the thrust needed to make its way to the International Space Station, but it's really not too long until they start doffing or taking off their suits and getting into a position to get some shut-eye, actually. They got a long flight ahead of them.
Sable, because if you can see it, that means I can see it.
It's about a 23.5-hour flight.
Damn storm came
so they will want to get comfortable.
Blood, huh?
You can see the suit techs are there helping all 4 astronauts get strapped in, preparing them for these suit leak checks and comm checks coming up here shortly.
So, Everest.
And you may have seen some of them holding a tablet. That is so that they have access to those procedures. Each procedure has very specific and intentional steps that they need to follow. And the astronauts also have a tablet themselves that they can follow along those procedures.
All right, 2 hours, inside 2 hours and 34 minutes from launch. We're going to stand by and wait for those communication checks. Meanwhile, let's check in for an operational update with John Innsbrucker for the latest health on both vehicles. John.
As Gary said, just over 2.5 hours remaining in the countdown for the launch of Falcon 9 with Dragon on the CREW-2 mission to the space station.
Here. That's why they're doing this.
The Dragon launch ops team has completed their major activities to prepare the spacecraft for the astronauts. Checkouts are complete of the major systems, including the escape system. And as you can see on your screens, ingress of the astronauts is well underway, all 4 crew members inside the Dragon capsule, and there are no issues in work. We're also listening right now for the Dragon team comm checks with the crew. That'll be coming up momentarily. Now, the Falcon 9 team is located in Firing Room 4 in the Launch Control Center at Kennedy Space Center. They're settling in for final checkouts and then propellant loading and launch. We've been hearing some of the comm checks as the engineers get on station here in the last 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, Blasty, hopefully Oriol
now, the Falcon 9 team will also do comm checks with the crew. That'll happen at about T-minus 2 hours, or about 30 minutes from now. Currently, all systems are go on the launch vehicle.
That's inside of the white room.
The range continues to report no problems. The weather forecast continues to be acceptable. We're looking at weather not only at the launch site, but around the world. We need to make sure conditions are acceptable if Dragon has to splash down in the Atlantic in case of an escape. We're also monitoring contingency splashdown locations if the crew had to come back to Earth before docking with the space station. Now, if this were to happen, SpaceX and NASA are coordinating with the U.S. Coast Guard to ensure crew safety upon splashdown. That includes extra ships and air assets to patrol the 10 nautical mile keep out zone. This will help mitigate safety concerns for any boaters who may approach the landing area. But right now, as the clock continues to count down, all systems are go at T-minus 2 hours, 31 minutes, and 32 seconds. Let's head back over to Jesse and Gary, who are also here in Hawthorne with me.
The Falcon that's being used right now to launch them, has it been used for any of the satellite launches or just for Dragon launches? That booster has one previous flight under its belt, Dragon Dealer, for the CREW-1 mission. That was late 2020. Yeah, Connor, right? Hey, Space Isaac, what's up, dude? I recently learned that a classic NASA spacesuit was $13 million or something. How much is a SpaceX spacesuit? I'm not sure, Teep. It's probably somewhere up there. These are custom tailored spacesuits. Yeah. You very, very rarely have a one-size-fit-all spacesuit. The only thing I can think of that's one size fits all are the extravehicular mobility units, or EVMUs, or EMUs, the EVA suits that they use up on the ISS. They have a small, medium, and large torso segment, and then a small, medium, and large pants segment. Yeah, and then the EVA suits actually bolt together at the waist, and it forms a pivot so you can move around. They are going to the ISS, Hebrew. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Retirement, there hasn't been any spacecraft that has been able to provide detailed imagery around the space station. You could equate this to being able to walk around your house and check on it to make sure nothing is in need of repair.
We've also added and
Something like
improved
that,
some
Astro.
interior cargo stowage locations to make it easier for the crew to access items that they will need during free flight. And lastly, the paint on the mud flaps and Super Draco cartridges were changed from silver to white. While this may seem like an aesthetic change, it actually results in a lower equilibrium temperature on orbit for a given solar input. This has the advantage of increasing return availability by improving structural margins during splashdown.
So a lot of preparation has come into ensuring the safety
Can
of
I hear
these
that again?
missions, and we're provide detailed imagery around the
Jesse just dropped some facts. I want to listen to that again.
to walk around your house and check on it to make sure nothing is in need of repair.
We've also added and improved some interior cargo stowage locations to make it easier for the crew to access items that they will need during free flight. And lastly, the paint on the mud flaps and Super Draco cartridges were changed from silver to white. While this may seem like an aesthetic change, it actually results in a lower equilibrium temperature on orbit for a given solar input. This has the advantage of increasing return availability by improving structural margins during splashdown.
So a lot of preparation has come into ensuring the safety of each of the astronauts and help them get buckled, strapped in.
So basically, they wanted to keep them white for better thermal on the Dragon capsule and better structural rigidity during splashdown. Oh, there we go. Pad Ninjas. Let's see if any of the Pad Ninjas give their name tags.
Bumps there from the suit techs to the astronauts.
Did they get the name tags?
It's an exciting day for everyone, really. The anticipation, I can't even imagine. You want to, I just knowing, seeing the pilots and the commanders from previous missions accessing the panel, wanting to get through their checklists.
Yeah.
You know,
See,
they're really soaking in this moment, but at the same time, they are thinking about those steps. What do I have to do to prepare? Ready to launch on time today.
So they always take the patches of the pad personnel that help them. Like each astronaut has like kind of an assistant, and that person is going through the training with them and all the procedures and stuff. And they always take the name tag of the pad person. And I think that those are them right there, but I can't really tell. They always take the name tag from one of the pad closeout personnel. Hey Vasi, what's going on? We got the beeps.
CDR loud and clear.
PLC loud and clear.
Pilot.
MS1 loud and clear.
Mission specialist.
And MS2 loud and clear.
Mission specialist 2 and 1. That's
and
Aki.
core loud and clear. Umbilical comm checks complete. Stand by for ground station comm check.
Okay. So the crew operations response engineer, the core, is the capsule commander communicating with all 4 crew. Now what they're going to do is go through the ground loop here. Stand by. They're basically checking that all the different ways that they can communicate with the capsule are working correctly. They'll do it through the capsule's antennas, then through the ground loop. And then I forget, I think they might do one through TDRS after that if I'm remembering correctly, but I could be wrong on that one. Don't take that with a grain of salt. No, goalie, they didn't. Crew 1 is still
Just
up there,
now joining us, they are performing comm checks right now, so that is
It'll
what we are
definitely be
waiting
up there, Connor, yeah.
for. They've done a
I
couple
think 11
so far.
people are going to be up there.
There will be a few more call-outs here for these communication checks.
Tomas being cheeky again.
Dragon SpaceX comm check.
Okay.
Endeavor has you loud and clear.
And core loud and clear. Ground station comm check complete.
Okay.
Stand by for TDRS comm check.
Okay, yep. The last one is through NASA's tracking data and relay system, TDRS for short. They're communicating, they're going to switch the loop, and they're going to communicate through the satellites. So the first one was through Dragon, second one through ground stations, third one through the tracking data and relay system. The tracking data and relay system is a constellation of satellites that NASA has in geosynchronous, providing constant tracking of spacecraft. This is how NASA can communicate with the ISS no matter where it is around the world. They shoot signals up at the satellites, and they bounce signals off of each other back to the ISS.
An incredible view from one of the handheld cameras of the suit technician peering in through the side hatch. The side hatch is open now and will remain closed throughout the duration of the mission until Dragon splashes down. We're standing by for some of the further communication checks.
SpaceX, comm check.
Okay, this is the communications check through tracking data.
Endeavor has you loud and clear.
Okay.
Core loud and clear. Teeters comm check complete. Stand by for comm checks with MD and LD in the launch configuration.
They're looking to bring the mission director and the launch director into the flight loop. The mission director is at
Dragon,
Houston.
MD on countdown 1, comm check.
That's the mission director. Houston talking there. That's buffering.
MD, have you loud and clear on countdown 1.
Okay, and now the launch director at the...
MD loud and clear, stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground.
Okay. So the mission is going to go through the ground here.
Dragon, MD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
Okay, mission director is going to go through Teeters here as well, and then the LD as
MD,
well.
loud and clear, Dragon to ground.
MD loud and clear, stand by for comm checks with LD.
Dragon, LD on countdown 1, comm check.
LD, loud and clear, countdown 1.
Something like that, Colors.
LD, loud and clear, stand by for a comm check over Dragon to ground.
Okay, this is the launch director. The launch director...
Dragon, LD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
...is in firing room 4 at the Launch Control Center, about 2 miles down the road
loud and
from
clear,
the pad.
Dragon to ground.
LD, loud and clear.
No, there's 2 Americans on here in the center seats, and then a Frenchman on the left and a Japanese gentleman on the right. That's
And Dragon
Shane,
SpaceX launch configuration comm
Megan,
checks complete. Report
Tama,
when ready for
and
seat
Aki.
rotation per section 2 of 4.100.
Watch this. Okay, stand by for the seat rotation. They're going to move them into the flight position here. Watch this. You guys want to see something cool? Stand by.
All right, and you heard that call. The communications checks are complete from all the various
SpaceX Endeavor, we are ready for seat rotation.
So, Commander Shane, you can
Copy.
see him talking.
We'll report when
through
initiating.
the comms right here.
Excellent. The communications checks are complete. The next step will be the visual milestone of seat rotation. So again, those communication checks were through some of the various paths of communication to Dragon, including through some of the ground lines as well as ground stations.
You can also see Shane and Megan on the center
Dragon
screen.
SpaceX initiating seat rotation.
They're flipping through the checklist on the center screen here.
Copy.
All right, watch. Here we go. Stand by for seat rotation.
And you can
I'm
see on your
nerding
screen that
I'm
seat
nerding out.
rotation
I'm nerding
has
out.
now begun.
I'm nerding out.
They are
I'm
rotating
nerding
from
out.
upright to the reclined launch position. And this will give Shane Kimbrough
That's
and
so
Megan
freaking
MacArthur access to those display
I'm
panels
nerding out.
right
Help,
above
chat.
them.
I know. It's cringe. I don't care.
And it's very slow and steady, but this is a pretty cool view that we have here on our
An
screen.
amazing view, really.
Oh, that's so damn cool.
You can see how much
Logan.
cargo space we have under those seats as well.
Dragon SpaceX seats are in the launch position.
Seats are in launch position.
Copy. Great news.
Did you see him flip through the checklist? Shane's going to move through the checklist here. They're moving on to the next
That
step.
seat rotation is now complete. You can already see them getting their hands on that touch screen.
Dragon SpaceX, you are go for section 3 suit leak check preparation.
Okay, got to do suit leak checks here. That should close the helmets down.
Copy. Go for section 3.
These milestones really happening in rapid
That's so
succession.
this
As
is
you mentioned,
ridiculous.
Jesse, it wasn't
I
really
love
too
it.
long until they reached up and started touching through some of those procedures. That first one, of course, is the suit leak
I think
checks.
so.
Communications checks complete from all the various communication paths, and seats are rotated into the position for launch.
So,
Those
flipping through the
seats
checklist,
specially designed
section 3
for
here.
each astronaut. Not only it allows them to access that display panel.
Chair complete. Ready for leak check.
Correct, Casper. I mean, amongst other things, yeah.
Copy Endeavor, we see the same. Your go for section 4 suit leak check.
Section 4 in work.
You could go up You could go up to 7, but for right now, Dragon 2 is indefinitely configured for 4.
And they've now begun those suit leak checks. So to catch up on the station side, let's check in with Courtney at Johnson Space Center.
There was a launch
Courtney,
in October.
how's it going?
Courtney? She's at Mission Control in Houston.
Thanks, Jesse. As we said earlier, the team here in Mission Control Houston is actively controlling and monitoring the space station as they await Dragon's arrival. The Expedition 65 crew is in the early part of their day after waking up at 1 a.m. Central Time. The crew on board have completed a number of tasks to prepare the station for CREW-2's arrival. NASA's Victor Glover received some additional onboard training for monitoring Dragon during its final approach, which he'll do from the station's cupola. In addition, he will set up computers and control panels needed for approach monitoring and hatch operations and pre-position emergency equipment. He will also work with Soichi Noguchi to get the extra station crew quarters ready for the new residents. Back here in Houston, our rotating flight directors and their teams will be in constant communication with the SpaceX mission director for the duration of the flight uphill. Once we get integrated operations, the NASA flight director will be conducting a series of go, no-go polls at the predetermined checkpoints for Dragon's approach. For now, we'll continue to follow along from here in Mission Control Houston, so I'll send it back to the team at Kennedy. Over to you, Marie.
All right, thank you, Courtney. If you're just joining us, it is T-minus 2 hours, 18 minutes and counting until the first astronaut...
Got a little bit of desync here, guys. I'm going to move the playback speed, see if it syncs up, and then I'll give us a quick refresh here. We're fast-forwarding a live broadcast. I know, it's funny, huh?
And safely inside Crew Dragon Endeavour. The next milestones coming up are actually we just completed sea rotation and
so at the ISS, guys, each module in the international segment of the ISS and the Russian segment to an extent can be reconfigured. They have basically inside of the modules you have racks, and those racks can be removed, right? And you can reconfigure the things. It's like a Lego kit in there. So if they wanted to send up more rack pieces, you could send them up inside of a resupply vessel. You could send up more astronaut sleeping quarters. You could send up more beds if you really want to. The beds are an astronaut's bedroom is basically about the size of a closet, give or take. But keep in mind, there's no up or down, there's no left and right in space, so every surface of that closet is the floor. So if you unbox that, you have a lot of space. But yeah, you can reconfigure the ISS for different sleeping positions. They might do that soon. I'm not sure. Either that, or you could just sleep in the capsule. That's what Hopper is doing right now. Mike Hopkins, the commander of the CREW-1 mission, is sleeping inside of the capsule.
It's the first time that we fly an ESA astronaut on a U.S. commercial crew vehicle, the Dragon, the CREW-2. And it's also the start because we fly Thomas Pesquet today on the Alpha mission. But in fall we will fly Matthias Maurer, and next year we will be back here to fly Samantha Cristoforetti. So it's really a great time for ESA to be on these missions. We have 4 USOS crew members now permanently on the International Space Station,
States operational segment.
We have a big increase in the number of hours of crew time utilization that we can do. So we have a whole science package from ESA, but also from our partner agency, CNES, that will be executed during this Alpha mission on board. So it's a great time to be here, and we are very excited.
That is fantastic, and we are very excited. It's also an exciting time for ESA because you are going through astronaut selections as well. Can you talk to us about how ESA is planning to expand the number of European astronauts on the space station?
They're going to privatize
it. Yes, we are indeed starting a new astronaut selection this year. The campaign is running. We are asking all people from around Europe to participate and to put in their candidacy. Till the end of May, and then the selection process will take about a year, and then by the end of next year we hope to select a new class of astronauts that then will fly towards the International Space Station as of 25, 26, something like that. And so we are also working with our international partners, of course, like NASA, to extend the space station till 2030, because from an ESA point of view, it's very important that we continue the research and the technology development that we can do on the space station. Of course, science for the benefit of humankind here on Earth, but also to prepare for the future of exploration. As you know, ESA is also a participant in the Gateway. Some of the astronauts will fly to the Gateway as well, so we need to expand our reach of humankind in the rest of the universe.
Right, that's fantastic. We know there's a lot of great science that's going to be going on board the space station, especially from Thomas Pesquet. You've spoken about the European robotic arm previously. Can you tell us more about that and how he's going to be involved?
Yes, also the 15th of July, we will see the launch of the MLM from Baikonur, from our Russian colleagues Roscosmos. And on this multi-lab purpose module, there will be the European robotic arm. A robotic arm that has been prepared long time ago, has been long time in storage, be waiting for its launch. And now finally we will be able to commission the European robotic arm during the flight of Thomas Pesquet. The first part of the commissioning, the second part will happen during the
Okay, they're gonna close the hatch here. 4 astronauts on board have completed suit leak checks here. They have their helmets back open, and the last thing they'll do here is shut the hatch, and then they'll check for leaks in the hatch.
Very excited as well to also work with our Russian colleagues of Roscosmos and Energia to get finally this European robotic arm launched to the space station.
Right. No, that's very exciting. We're glad to see some of those specifics of what he's going to be working on board. Can you tell us about the importance of our commercial and international partnerships
taking off
with ESA?
The covers.
Well, it's very important that we have this partnership going, of course, in the International Space Station. At one day, the ISS will come to an end, but for sure the partnership will continue, and that is already clear in the Gateway program now, and we hope to extend that further to the lunar surface with the astronaut, with the Artemis program, and also have European astronauts one day walking on the surface of the moon. So the partnership for us is extremely important to be able to execute our exploration program. But also the commercial partnership is very important because ESA wants to continue to fly astronauts to low Earth orbit even after the ISS. We want to be able to do research in low Earth orbit after the ISS, do technology development that we will need for further exploration after the ISS. But most probably it will not be the same configuration anymore as we have today. It will be in a partnership with the commercial sector. It's what we call the LEO economy. And so one of the tasks that we have as well at ESA is to help build this LEO economy so that we can also have a good and thriving future of astronautics, flying astronauts, research and science in low Earth orbit after the ISS.
Right. We have a lot to look forward to then from ESA. Frank De Venne, thank you so much for being here with us today. Now we're going to take it back to the KSC host desk. All right, thanks, Jack.
So what they're doing here is they removed the covers for the flange for the hatch. So the flange is the mating surface on the hatch. It's that smooth line that you see right there. They remove the covers for it because you don't want anybody bumping into you. You don't want anybody scratching the metal, especially when they're trying to get in and out of the capsule, right, during ingress. So what they did was they removed the hatch flange covers, inner and outer one, right? And now what they're doing is they're basically scrubbing down that flange right there. And that's like one of the last things they're going to do before they shut that door. Why are they cleaning it? Well, if I looked at this hatch correctly, and this is the part where I'm not too 100% on, it hasn't really ever been explained, but it looks like the hatch has a pneumatic seal in it. So what does that mean? There's an inflatable tube of like an inflatable O-ring inside of the hatch, and that O-ring needs to push up against a flat surface to seal correctly, right? So when they close that hatch, they'll attach basically an air hose to it and inflate the pneumatic seal, and the pneumatic seal will seal between the door and the capsule. You have to make sure that both of the surfaces on the door and the capsule are completely, there's no debris in there. There's nothing. You don't want to have anything getting in there because you don't want the capsule to leak. So there they go. They're going to close the hatch now, or they're at least, okay, nope, they're not going to close the hatch. They're inspecting the seal on the door right now. Oh yeah, Jaywalk, it's going to be good. Yeah, on the last launch when they did a hatch sealing check, they had a little bit of a leak. They had to take the hatch off, or they had to undo the hatch, and then they had to re-clean it. That happened on, I think that was CREW-1. So what they're doing is they're basically closing out the seals and the flanges to make sure that the hatch actually, well, seals. That's kind of important. You don't really want that to leak. I mean, I don't think I need to say why, but you probably don't want that to leak. Just saying. Commonly used on submarines and yachts. Yep. Yeah. See, there's an air fitting up there on the doorknob of the hatch. Yep. Looks like they cleaned at it. Looks like they found something. They found something on the seal. They were looking at it, but let's see if they move to the next step.
And right now, as we get ready to bring the hatch down, we're going to go back to the team at Kennedy Space Center.
They're going to get the seal of approval, Frill.
Thanks for that update, John. As you can see, we are preparing for the closure of the side hatch. The closeout team there in the black SpaceX flight suits that you see have performed a final FOD check, and they've gotten the final okay from the crew inside the capsule to confirm that they are indeed ready to go to space today.
Okay.
As you can see, the side hatch has just been closed. This is a little bit more complicated than it may seem. So it's this initial closure, and then there will be actual mechanical closure using a torque wrench, which we should see here momentarily. Might be, yeah, we can see that happening now. And then afterward, we will inflate the seal that's around the side hatch in order to do that leak check. We'll inflate the seal, apply a pressure basically, and make sure that the hatch is able to hold that designated pressure for a couple of minutes. And once that's done, we'll put the side closure there on the open part of the hatch that still remains. And like John said, at that point, the crew will then begin to prepare the crew access arm for retraction.
And I can't emphasize this enough. We've seen this time and time again.
Fueling would start at
with
T-minus
SpaceX.
45 minutes.
The written timeline has very specific times laid out, but oftentimes we see that they're ahead of schedule, and that's certainly the case here.
Side hatch is closed and starting leak checks on schedule.
They're undoing the pneumatic hose.
Okay, so we heard the announcement that the side hatch is
Copy,
closed.
thanks for the words, Chad.
So the pneumatic seal is basically, think like an inner tube, like 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 a pool float almost, but it's a pool float that's the shape of that seal that was going around there. They're gonna plug the pneumatic hose in. They're gonna inflate the seal to a certain pressure, and then they're gonna check for leaks after that.
As they are in this case, if everything goes well with the side hatch leak checks, all that does is give them
like a bicycle
more
inner tube,
time, more margin to troubleshoot if an issue does pop up after this point. So they may be running ahead of the timeline, but regardless, we're still going to see launch if everything goes well at 5:49 and 2 seconds this morning.
And what we're seeing now is the closeout team basically installing the fixture that will allow us to begin to inflate that seal that is around the side hatch, which, like I said, pressurizing and then
I don't know what that is. I don't know what
for a couple of minutes to ensure that the side hatch is able to maintain that.
It could be a ground plutonium. Yeah, that's actually not a bad call. You wouldn't want to. You don't want to static shock the spacecraft. They had a bad time with that.
Everyone has a specific job. That's what the numbers are for. Located on the.
Yeah, you don't want to ground out on the spacecraft. Anybody that knows a little bit about building computers knows that you want to ground yourself before you touch something electronic. NASA actually had a problem with that in late 1969, where lightning hit a Saturn V on the way up. Yeah, it doesn't end well. Well. Unless you have an ECOM, unless you have an ECOM and an SCE switch, which I don't think Dragon has. So you should probably ground yourself. He has a multimeter out over there.
Been pushed.
Exactly. Exactly. And right now, I imagine I've not been in the Dragon capsule, but I'm pretty sure the crew can hear what the closeout crew is doing right now. So they're probably listening to the mechanisms and their spacecraft breathing.
Yeah, he handed off the multimeter there.
But at this point, now that the hatch is closed, it's like a new phase. It's just the four of you, and from this point forward,
that's right,
it's just the four of you. So your focus kind of comes in a little bit
ground straps
before
off.
You're coordinating with
the seal
with the
now,
second team. But now it's just the four of you, and then the voices that you hear. So it's kind of it's a transition.
We got word that the crew aboard the International Space Station
It's
is
an outward
also
hatch,
watching
TJ, yes.
all of this unfold live. Of course, they were sitting in these seats at the pad in their Crew Dragon Resilience.
I'd have to look
that's
at it,
currently
Frank. Let's see.
docked to the International Space Station. So
Multimeter
that
was
crew
on DC.
is,
They literally
watching
checked the
crew
ground.
on the pad today and getting ready to
Better be
welcome
safe than
them
sorry,
aboard.
pray, right?
All goes as planned early tomorrow morning.
I wonder what kind of torque wrench that was. Harbor Freight? No.
And again,
it's got to
if
be
you're
a
just
snap-on.
joining us, the side hatch of the Crew Dragon Endeavor on the launch pad has just closed, and leak checks of that side hatch are in progress.
So 19 has the
This
checklist,
is a view
the
of
checklist
White
up,
Room, with
and they're going to
members
document
of
it.
the SpaceX pad closeout team you see in the black flight suits. And the shot we saw just before this was from inside
So they're
the
going
Crew
to take a
Dragon
picture
Endeavor
when they
capsule.
inflate the capsule. You see that the person on the left has the
Like I
tablet open
mentioned
with the
earlier,
camera on.
it's not as simple as just closing the door on your car or to your house. We do inflate the seal
no thanks,
around
Pray.
the side hatch.
They're playing rock, paper, scissors. Double-fisted rock, paper, scissors.
What's the prize?
What's
That's
the
what I want to
wager?
know.
I know.
What's the end
at
game
stake?
here?
Yeah, what's at stake?
So, like I said, this process takes a couple
I don't
of minutes.
understand
We
what's
inflate
happening
the seal
here.
around the side hatch and make sure that it's able to maintain that pressure for
What?
a couple of minutes prior to actually performing the rest of the physical preparation.
I don't think
of the
they're playing
side
rock,
hatch
paper,
itself.
scissors. I think they're doing something to keep the blood flowing, but I don't
Which
know.
at that
What
point,
do I
after
know?
the successful leak check, will mostly just involve removing the remaining ground support equipment away from the area and installing the tiny hatch on the hatch.
This is ridiculous. This is happening right now.
The rock, paper, scissors shoot with the CREW-2 crew continues on.
I was gonna say, yeah, let's get back to the
I'll bet
technical
you
part
it's
of the
something-
rock, paper,
it's
scissors.
some nice piece
They
of
did
shit.
this during dry dress, and we wondered what was going on, and it may be that they're just making up for lost time. I don't remember seeing them do this during.
Tomas
the
said
suit
something.
up,
He looked
so
over and went, "What?"
They're getting in their rock, paper, scissor now.
It's critical.
It's totally critical.
But in all seriousness, I think that, you know, when we see the joke, that we see the crew kind of joke around and have those moments of levity, they can do that because
Nice, Jaywalk. That's cool, man.
They know these procedures like the back of their hand. It's
Exactly.
all like muscle memory at this point because they've rehearsed it so many times.
Yeah, this is definitely a good sign. They have a moment of levity.
Yeah, Jim, maybe. Okay, so the hatch seal looks like it's been inflated, and what they're doing is
So
they're going to
it's
inflate it,
T-minus 2 hours,
and they're going
2
to keep it
minutes,
inflated, and they're going to wait to
counting.
make
The
sure that
hatch
nothing
close,
leaks.
The hatch close has been completed a little bit ahead of schedule, and we're awaiting the results of a side hatch leak check to make sure they can proceed.
I'd love to know what the winner gets in this rock, paper, scissors game that we see.
This will be probably a question, the first.
You know what, Blinga, I
opportunity.
forget.
They
It's
have
been
to
a long
answer
time.
questions after this.
I think the shuttle's hatch was mechanical, but
I
I
just have to
could
be
be
looking
I
at
could be
the,
wrong on
the
that. I
crew's
know they did.
schedule on
I know
board
they did
right
leak
now,
checks on the shuttle, but
and
somebody that's
my
more
memory
versed in it is
of
going to
those
have
days
to
being on
comment on
board,
that
waiting
one.
for a crew to come up to see you. It's a lot of anticipation because you're
Yeah,
going.
Vamp, I wouldn't want to do that when
so
when
I'm
you're
just
on the
thinking
rocket.
about,
What if something goes wrong?
Mike
I wouldn't want to do
and
that. Maybe when you're up in
Shannon
space.
and Victor and Suichi.
Maybe wait
Mark
till you get up
on
into
board,
space.
At least in the U.S. segment.
Yo, Mick, what's going on, dude?
To be anticipating this, and they just got their day started, and I see a lot of flexible
What's up,
activities.
brother? Dude,
and so
I watched the.
they're probably getting up.
Nick, I watched the Drive Tribe, dude. That ST200 motor is looking real cherry, man. Looking real good, dude. Freaking money, dude. And then the engine bay was, engine bay was choice, dude. Choice.
I would say that food probably tastes the same. It's your taste buds.
We're getting ready to see these four over here on the right get launched into space. They're sealing up the hatch here.
For me, spicy foods took on a different flavor. Every astronaut's
Dude, it was,
different, so
dude,
you'll
Mick,
get a
that work
different
was
answer
top
depending
notch,
on
bro.
who you ask.
I know
But
you
the
probably
shrimp
don't need me
cocktail,
to say
rubbed
it.
on the
Freaking, you're
ground.
like, yeah, I know,
Did
because I
not
did it, right?
tolerate it in
No, it
orbit,
looked great, man.
but it's very interesting. Yeah, it was. It was disappointing too because I really liked it, and I packed a lot for that flight.
Bummer.
Yeah.
Next question. Are the big touch screens that the astronauts are looking at just for looking up data and docking on the International Space Station, or could the astronauts do something different with them, like open the side hatch or separate the trunk or fire the Draco thrusters manually? Kate.
Yeah, that's a great question.
You gonna work it out in the shed today, Mick, or what?
The screens are primarily used for monitoring, especially in the final approach to the station. Everyone can actually see which thrusters are thrusting when, as Dragon is slowing itself down and steering and basically positioning itself to dock with the International Space Station.
Hey, Hashi.
But for the actions that are like that were mentioned in the question, there are actually a number of hardwired buttons located below the screens there. They're a little difficult to see, so there are some commanding
the front end is Java, Ivo. Yeah, crazy, right?
In the event of an emergency,
just,
I'm not quite
it's
sure
using,
what
yeah, the front. It's not Java, it's JavaScript. Not open yet. 849.
Actually a couple of buttons located on the left armrest. You might be able to see it there, just under Commander Shane Kimbrough's left arm. There's actually
no, Marley, probably not. NASA doesn't want them to do that.
That allows them
to
basically turn their volume up and down, turns on their task light, which is the little personal light there.
It's JavaScript, guys, not Java.
And of course,
JavaScript is different.
So there are a couple of different buttons located around. The ones used most often are certainly there on the side of their arm.
Next question from social media. Why did the other Crew Dragon capsule have to undock and redock on a different space station port? What prevents CREW-2
really
simply from docking at that other port to avoid all of the repositioning? So that's a great question, and I'm going to try to explain it in a simple way. So the shorter answer is the Crew Dragon Resilience could dock to either the forward port or the zenith port. They're going to be docking to the forward port. That is where the Crew Dragon Resilience, excuse me, I misspoke. The Crew Dragon Endeavor is what's on the pad, and they can dock to either the forward port or the zenith port. The Crew Dragon Resilience, which is already on station, relocated from the forward port to the zenith port earlier this month, and that actually had more to do with the Cargo Dragon flight that's coming up this summer. The preferred port for Cargo Dragon is the zenith port, so that keeps the zenith port open for the Cargo Dragon when Resilience departs to come home in just a few days. So it's a little bit of musical chairs, a little bit of just rearranging parking spots on the International Space Station, because it's pretty hopping up there.
What a great problem to have, though. Too many dragons. We got to move things around. One thing that we did learn that came out of that activity, so in order to perform that port relocation.
Side hatch leak check complete, and access panel install has started.
All right.
Okay. Great
hatch
information
access
there.
panel
Sounds
is
like
going
that.
to be installed.
Copy, thanks.
So they inflated the pneumatic seal, and now they removed the pneumatic hose. The pneumatic seal is past pressure checks. So now the access panel hatch is going to be torqued down onto the hatch here. They're going to tag out the pneumatic inflation seal on the hatch right now. Basically tag it just so they show that, you know, they've completed the fit checks. That's what that gentleman is doing. He's tagging it out right there with those. Looks like he's got a pair of needle nose in there. And then they're going to install a cover on top of that. It's the front end, drummer. The front end is in JavaScript and the back end is Linux based. There's an AMA with the SpaceX software development team for Dragon on Reddit somewhere. That's where I learned it. The front end is JavaScript and the back end is Linux based. Yeah, Node.js, that sounds right, Mike.
And propellant loading on the Falcon 9 rocket. So we'll keep a live view of the crew here as they're sitting tight for the next hour or so, and provide you with some more context about this mission. Now let's head over to Houston for a closer look at what the crew will be doing.
Bossman, he is lock wiring the valve closed. Yeah, okay. Could you call that tagging it out, dude? Or just call it lock wiring the valve closed? Yeah, I mean, you don't want that to open. That would be very bad. Hey, Ronnie, what's up, dude?
Had as many as 13 for short periods of time. One question we've heard a lot is, where are all of these astronauts going to sleep? The space station has 7 permanent spots for astronauts to sleep, known as crew quarters. When we have more people sleeping on the station than locations for a short period of time, the crew works with flight controllers on the ground to stake out temporary camp-out locations in different modules. We can also have a crew member sleep inside each Dragon capsule as crew.
It is Dragon Endeavour, yes. What are we watching? Radnick, this is the SpaceX NASA CREW-2 launch. We have 4 astronauts here on the right inside of their capsule down in Florida, getting ready to fly. We're about 1 hour and 54 minutes out from launch. We're watching them do what's called hatch closeout here, where they basically seal a hatch. So this is inside of the capsule right there, and then that's the outside. This is the pad closeout crew. What they're going to do is basically make sure that the spacecraft is ready to go. They're taking pictures of all their work of tagging out the pneumatic valves right there.
With Falcon 9 operators.
It's the same capsule as DM2.
Ready for comm checks with Falcon 9 operators.
And the CREW-1 booster. CREW-1 is up there right now. Dragon Resilience is up there. This is Dragon Endeavour. This capsule first flew on May 30th, 2020 with Bob and Doug on the DM2 mission. Now it's flying for the CREW-2 mission. Reused capsule, reused booster.
Exciting science on the horizon for CREW-2. Jasmine?
CREW-1's coming down.
All right, we are actually at the Kennedy.
There will be a 4-day overlap between crews where they transfer command and control of the station from Soichi Noguchi, who's the current commander, over to Aki Hoshide. And then 4 days after they're up there, there's a 4-day overlap in mission activities, and then Crew-1 will come back down. Hey, Richard Paul, what's up? Hey,
Dragon prop on countdown 1, comm check.
That's the propellant lead.
Prop, loud and clear, countdown 1.
Prop, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check with avionics engineer.
Okay, they've installed the access panel, and then now they're going to torque
Dragon,
it and lock it out.
avionics on countdown 1, comm check.
So the avionics?
Avionics, loud and clear, countdown 1.
I missed if they
Avionics loud
torqued
and
the
clear.
screws
Stand
already.
by for comm check by ground segment engineer.
Dragon, ground segment on countdown 1, comm check.
Ground segment, loud and clear, countdown 1.
Ground segment loud and clear, stand by for comm check by launch control.
Dragon, launch control on countdown 1, comm check.
Okay, they're removing the...
Launch control, loud and clear, countdown 1.
They're removing the bumpers between the
Launch control, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by the chief engineer.
between the crew access arm and the capsule here. They just
Dragon, CE on countdown 1, comm check.
Okay.
CE, loud and clear, countdown 1.
CE loud and clear. This completes the F9 responsible engineer comm checks.
Okay, so those are all the engineers that are responsible for big stuff during the launch.
All right,
and
so we
mission.
just heard comm checks from the
They're making sure they
Falcon
can
9
communicate with the
team
capsule in
and
case something
the
goes wrong.
Crew Dragon Endeavour crew sitting inside the capsule. That was the voice of Chief Engineer Emma France that we last heard, and everything sounded great. We are going to go over now to Jasmine at the OSB-2 viewing location with another special guest. Jasmine?
OSB-2 is the Operations Support
Thanks,
Building.
Marie. One of the ongoing experiments on the space station is growing plants in space. Here to talk to us more about it is Joya Massa, project scientist from right here at Kennedy Space Center. Thanks so much for being here, Joya.
Oh, my pleasure, Jasmine.
Thank you, absolutely. So let's get right into it. Why are we growing plants in space?
Quality bus?
Well,
Got
we're
it.
growing plants in space for a number of reasons, primarily for the food, to help supplement the packaged diet. The packaged diet is great.
I heard somewhere that having botanists in space is probably a good idea, especially when you go to Mars, huh?
The nutrition and the quality can break down. So we're looking at adding plants to provide all of the vitamins and variety for the crew. At the same time, they're going to provide psychological benefit and that
I
reminder
don't know what
of
you're
Earth.
talking about, us.
Right, right. No, that's really important to think about. So growing plants can be difficult as it is on Earth. Not everybody has a green thumb. So what are some of the specific challenges that astronauts...
So the crew has removed the covers between Dragon and the crew service structure, right? Or the crew access arm. And now that they've removed those covers, there's a clear open fall about 255 feet down. So they all harnessed up. All the crews, you see they have harnesses on.
Things we've recently tested in the space station was having the astronauts put seeds that are planted in a film and to plant the plants directly with that. So it's a way to handle the seeds easily in microgravity without them floating away. And they plant them in plant pillows such as this that we use in our veggie chamber. Another challenge is watering the plants. And right now the astronauts have to water the pillow in veggie through this quick disconnect. It's a fair amount of labor and it's not as sustainable as we need to be in the future. So we're looking at methods like this porous ceramic tube where plants could be grown multiple times, harvested, the tubes could be cleaned off, and then replanted.
That's the rocket behind her.
We're looking at a lot of these challenges to try to figure out solutions for the future.
Right. It's good to see those creative solutions that we have going on there. So this is a very timely scientific
Well, Ratnik, you got to reuse as much as you can up there, so that might not be as far-fetched of an idea as you think.
Can you talk to us about how some of the science that we're doing on the space station is helping us here on our home planet of Earth?
Certainly. There's a lot of parallels between the agriculture that we do on Earth and the agriculture that we need to do in space. And we're learning a lot that may apply to growing plants on Earth, especially in controlled environments. How to grow plants indoors. So there's a lot of work on vertical farming in cities to grow fresh produce. A lot of the lessons that we're learning for how to care for the plants translate directly to that environment. And we also learn a lot from the research community on Earth working in that area. And even other aspects such as choosing the right plants to grow in these environments. We do work on that here to identify good candidates that have the vitamins that people need, that have very good food safety, and those would also translate well to Earth.
Step ladders up.
Also, the work on LED lighting for crops. That was something that NASA started originally, and now it's being done all over the planet.
Right. And I'm glad that you mentioned choosing the right plant. I know that part of your scientific research is also education-based. With something called Growing Beyond Earth, you worked with students in hundreds of classrooms, across the country to help choose a crop that Mike Hopkins grew on the space station. And
so they're
is
there
anything
that
you want
to tell
to those students, about the future of plant science?
Crew access arm.
Well, that citizen science education program that we run it's run by Fairchild Tropical Botanic Garden in Miami, and we collaborate with them on this. It's been wonderful because we have over 250 middle schools and high schools around the country helping us to do the research that we need. We have a pretty small group here at Kennedy Space Center, and so we need this army of young researchers helping us to decide which plants to grow in the future. So I just really want to thank those students for all their hard work on this, encourage others who are interested in potentially getting involved in this program to look at citizen science on science.nasa.gov to learn more about the program, and to encourage people to grow plants at home, just because you learn so much when you're doing this type of research.
Right, absolutely. There's a lot that our future space gardeners have to look forward to. Joy Amasa, project scientist, thank you so much for being here with us today. Our astronauts are doing a lot more than gardening on the space station. So we're going to take a closer look at this life-changing science and get a message from the last person to command a Crew Dragon into orbit.
Doug?
The International Space Station is a state-of-the-art microgravity laboratory that is unlocking discoveries not possible on Earth and helping us push farther into deep space.
Every single day, we are answering big questions about Earth and about space, about where we came from and about where we're going. But the other thing that we're doing is we're learning more questions to ask.
Cold things.
Microgravity turns almost everything we know upside down. Liquids behave completely differently. Fire burns in new ways.
Yeah, look at that. That's a candle.
Biological systems reveal surprises.
There's a few things that have made me gasp out loud up on board Space Station. Watching heart cells actually beat has been a pretty big one.
We're studying ways to grow food in microgravity.
That's cool. That's
I gotta
awesome.
tell you,
These are pretty amazing.
We're learning how human bodies react to life in space and how to keep crew members safe and strong on long-duration exploration missions.
Deserts are awesome on Earth. They're also awesome in zero gravity.
We're testing technologies that will be critical to our return to the moon and great leap to Mars.
Christina Cook right there.
Our research has contributed to medical and social benefits on our home planet, allowing us to find new ways to combat disease back on Earth and develop technologies to deliver clean water to remote communities in need. The spectacular vantage point of more than 200 miles above our planet supports our monitoring of Earth's climate, natural disasters, and plant life.
I can't begin to describe some of the sights that you get to see. It's just an incredible view of our planet that we have.
I gotta see that at some point, man.
The growing new space economy, so vital to our continued progress in space, is flourishing in low Earth orbit.
CubeSat.
We're inspiring future generations from a platform that is one of the largest international collaborations of our time. We're doing science at 17,500 miles per hour. Come along for the ride.
28,000 kilometers an hour for the metric, folks. I hope so, Dutch guy. That'd be nice. No, goalie, nothing.
Hi, I'm NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins aboard the International Space Station and a member of Expedition 64. Additionally, I have the honor of commanding Crew Dragon Resilience, which brought us here last fall. Since that time, my crewmates and I have been busy working on experiments and performing spacewalks to maintain this spectacular orbiting laboratory. It has been a privilege of a lifetime for the past 6 months as we continue to pave the way for exciting new exploration that will lead to American footprints on the moon once again in the near future.
I hope so.
Victor, Shannon, Suichi, and I are getting ready to come home soon. But first, we're looking forward to welcoming the next SpaceX Dragon crew. Shane, Megan, Thomas, Aki, you are about to experience one of the most exciting rides of your lives and a very memorable 24 hours to document with ISS. We've loved our time here, but we're ready to pass the baton to you for the next commercial crew mission on Dragon. Godspeed.
All right, that was Colonel Mike Hopkins, commander of Crew Dragon Resilience. He's been up on the International Space Station since November of last year. He's had a chance to look down at the Earth and watch it breathe. Now, what does that mean? Well, luckily, we have a climate scientist here from NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory to tell us everything about it, Dr. Anne-Marie Eldering. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hey, thanks for having me here. So yeah, what do we mean by watching the Earth breathe? So carbon dioxide in our Earth's atmosphere, you probably know it's going up as we burn coal, oil, gas, but it has this big seasonal cycle. So plants are really important for carbon dioxide. When they spring, they take it out of the atmosphere. And there's so many plants in the land of the Northern Hemisphere. Northern spring reduces the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. In the fall and the winter, those leaves are falling off, decomposing. It goes back in and out of carbon dioxide from plant activity every year.
All right, so why is the International Space Station a good place to monitor all of that?
The International Space Station was actually really well designed for us to do science on it. And two features we love. One is the way it orbits around the Earth, it passes overhead at different times of day. For like LA, you'll see it change during the week. And that's really interesting with plants and these other things that respond to sunlight. You want to see them at different times of day. You can sort of learn about that part of the change.
So the OCO3, Orbit Carbon Observatory 3, has been up on the International Space Station since 2019. It launched on SpaceX Dragon. What have you seen so far? What sorts of data have you seen coming in?
We've been really having a great time making measurements. I brought my little plastic model of what we have loaded up there. And one of the things on the bottom, it has a pointing system, and we can look everywhere very quickly. So I brought a graphic along that's a measurement over Los Angeles. We looked at carbon dioxide. In just 2 minutes, we mapped the city. And you can see how there's extra carbon dioxide over the heart of LA as compared to the outer reaches. So we can start to see city-scale variation in carbon dioxide and learn more about our own human emissions than we've ever seen before.
Now, that's some great data, right? But this is not the only remote sensing tool that's on the International Space Station. What else is on there?
That's a good question.
It's like a party up there. We've got, especially when you're thinking about plants, we have a neighbor called Jedi. It's looking at how much plant material is
What's
there.
an interstage? The interstage is a structural component that connects the first and second stage on Falcon 9. They're at SpaceX's headquarters, so there's Falcon 9 parts in the background. They're actually right in front of Dragon Processing. The room that's behind Gary, the NASA PAO on the right, is actually where they build Dragon capsules. That's where they put them together. See this room over here? And then you can see Falcon 9 parts behind her.
Thank you so much for joining us, project scientist for Orbiting Carbon Observatory 3. We have a lot more of climate science information that you can find on our website. That's nasa.gov/Earth Day. Now let's get back to the action with CREW-2 with John Innsbrucker here at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California.
Washington?
John? That's right, Gary, just upstairs from where you are down on the floor.
Yeah, Gary's
We're coming up on just over 100 minutes before launch. The Falcon 9 launch team began their final activities at T-minus 2 hours. Now, the launch engineers are located in Firing Room 4 in the NASA Launch Control Center on Kennedy Space Center. They've got a view through their large windows of Pad 39A, located just 5 kilometers east of where they're sitting. Now, the Falcon 9 team is loading helium and nitrogen gas into storage bottles on the launch vehicle. Radio frequency checkouts have also been completed, and a final review of launch vehicle testing performed earlier today is underway. Now, the SpaceX chief engineer will check with the team at T-minus 80 minutes to verify we are good to continue the countdown. Now, the next major activity is going to be flowing a small amount of fuel onto the first stage to prime the Merlin 1D engines for ignition. The team is also monitoring fuel and liquid oxygen loading preparations. We're ensuring that the propellants in the ground tanks are correctly chilled prior to loading onto the Falcon at T-minus 35 minutes.
Yeah.
Now the view you've got here, the Dragon capsule at the end of the crew access arm. Well, the crew's been busy this early morning. We've got all 4 of the astronauts are in the capsule. The hatch is closed. The comm checks with the SpaceX launch team are complete, both with the Dragon flight crew as well as the Falcon 9 launch crew. We've also done a leak check, and that confirmed the hatch is correctly installed. It was completed with no leaks. Now, at about T-minus 1 hour, the support team will be clear of the crew access arm and the pad. And actually, right now, we're running well ahead of schedule, so they're beginning to button things up, and so they may actually leave the launch pad area a little bit early.
Yeah, they're what's called up on the timeline.
Now, the range will begin their final sweeps of the flight hazard and caution areas. And for the weather, the good news right now is that everything continues to look good. The weather possibility of bad weather is only 5% right now. What we're mostly looking at is in case a cloud with some rain in it pops up along the flight trajectory, but that doesn't look to be a big issue right now. We are waiting at T-minus 1 hour for some last weather data that'll tell us the Dragon weather conditions if they are go for launch. In the case of an abort, we need to make sure that it's not too windy. If Dragon had to do an escape maneuver from the Falcon 9, we don't want the winds to be too high as they come down into the ocean.
Yep.
But right now, everything looks good, both at the launch pad as well as the downrange and contingency landing locations, looking good weather-wise. So right now, everything's looking go at T-minus 1 hour, 37 minutes, 28 seconds. And Jasmine, back to you in Florida.
Thanks, John.
Yeah, amazing.
This mission is demonstrating our partnerships across the country and around the globe. Joining me now is Hiroshi Sasaki, Vice President of JAXA and Director General of the Human Spaceflight Technology Directorate. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Welcome. Thank you very much.
Of course. So CREW-2 will be the second commercial crew mission to include a JAXA astronaut. Can you tell us what the commercial crew program means to JAXA?
Yeah, commercial crew program is very important for also us that our Japanese astronauts on board. And Aki, as well as the Japanese folks, is so excited that Japanese astronauts Soichi and Aki will meet each other in space stations. And it is a symbol of the Japanese astronauts are active in space. And it inspires and gives hopes to the Japanese young people.
Right, absolutely. So I'm glad that you mentioned that Aki Hoshide will be joining Soichi Noguchi on board, and this will be the first time that there is a direct crew handover with 2 JAXA astronauts. Can you tell us how that's inspiring the next generation of JAXA astronauts?
Yeah, now we are selecting the new astronaut for not only the ISS but also the moon missions. And these activities very inspires people to want to go to the space.
JAXA is recruiting astronauts for
right, absolutely. There's a lot
recruiting astronauts for the Artemis missions, and he hopes that people will be excited about JAXA astronauts going to the moon for the first time.
Which is very exciting. Can you tell us what unique skills he is bringing to CREW-2?
Yeah, no, Blasty, they have the H3. What are you talking about? Japan has their own carrier rocket. They resupply the ISS all the time, guys, with the HTV.
Maybe he will lead the other astronauts to the relax and good mind. I think so.
Yeah, no, that's good. We're glad that he's relaxed today, that he's ready to go. We're all ready to watch him and cheer him on. So can you tell us what is next for JAXA and the Commercial Crew program?
Yeah, the next, we already assigned Wakata, a very famous astronaut.
Koichi
and
Wakata.
Also Furukawa, he's the second flight. And we want to send a Japanese astronaut every year.
That's fantastic. We're looking forward to that cadence of JAXA astronauts going to the space station. And you also mentioned the moon, inspiring people to go back to the moon. So last year, JAXA signed the Artemis Accords, which is speaking to our continued partnership in space. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah.
Just get excited, man. Just watch a rocket
not only the Artemis program, but also the Gateway MOU. And we want to contribute using our expertise, such as ecosystem or transportations, and even astronaut.
Right.
And we want to go together to the moon with international partners.
Exactly.
They want to go to the moon
it's all about partnerships.
The Artemis program with international partners.
Together. Is there anything that you can tell us that Aki will be working on station? Any specific science that he'll be doing?
Yeah, he will conduct lots of science research.
Let's talk about space,
technology demonstrate.
Come on.
Such as
we don't need the real world invading us too much right now. We're trying to leave the Earth. Remember?
Design, contributing
We're trying to leave the Earth.
People on the ground. And a demonstration was enhanced water recovery system for the future explorations.
Right. That's fantastic. We know that he's going to be doing great work, and I'm sure that you are excited to see today's launch. Can you tell us where you'll be watching from later on today?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the beautiful launch.
Fantastic, wonderful. Hiroshi Sasaki, thank you so much for joining us today. We are honored to have you here. And now we're going to take it back to Marie at the KSC host desk.
All right, thank you, Jasmine. We are currently at T-minus 1 hour, 32 minutes and counting.
No problem,
Pastor.
Dragon My pleasure. I love this stuff, dude.
Four-person crew to
if
the
I could
International
eat space,
Space Station.
Probably
with the
wouldn't end
astronauts
well,
you see live inside the Crew Dragon Endeavour spacecraft.
Jam, dude.
Commander Shane Kimbrough, pilot Megan MacArthur, and mission specialists Thomas Pesquet and Aki Hoshide.
At this point in time, we expect the closeout team to be given the go to leave the BDA, the blast danger area. We're waiting to hear that call out. They're just doing final inspections. All good news. Proceeding to an on-time liftoff this afternoon.
Sure. I'll go with that.
The milestone that will be coming up after that will be the launch escape system checks, or LES checks.
Sure, that
will happen around T-minus 1 hour and 30 minutes. And those will be conducted by the Falcon launch team. Those checkouts are a standard part of the launch countdown and critical to make sure that everything is in working order before arming the launch escape system, and which, of course, there we see the closeout team
leaving the crew access,
leaving the Dragon capsule, walking down the crew access arm.
Is it going with the sunrise? We're targeting 5:49, guys. So
the closeout
about an hour
team
and 30
has
minutes.
begun.
Dragon SpaceX closeout team has departed the crew arm.
There we go.
Copy. Thanks.
Probably Spoon, yeah. Okay. So that
just
team
heard confirmation that the pad closeout team has departed.
They're called the closeout team. Basically what they do is they do all the final checks on the capsule. We watched them do that a second ago. Now they're leaving the pad. You don't want anyone near the rocket when it goes except for these 4. So they are going to they're going to vacate the crew access tower, and then they'll make their way down the fixed service structure back into the Teslas to leave the blast detonation area.
Order before we arm the launch escape system, which of course comes right before we step into propellant loading.
They're going to move to step 4, which
and
is
that launch
LES
escape
pressurization.
system is what basically arms the Crew Dragon capsule to be able to propel itself off of the Falcon 9 rocket in the event of an emergency. And so that is a critical step that has to be taken before the arming of that system that happens just before fueling on the rocket begins at T-minus 35 minutes.
The weather is 95%
Once again,
go, Adri.
seated in the seat that is closest to
Tomas
what
telling
we can
jokes
actually
again,
see on
and
the
Shane's
camera
laughing at him.
is Commander Shane Kimbrough. To his right is pilot Megan MacArthur. To
guy.
her right is Thomas Pesquet. And then seated underneath the camera, so
See, he's
unfortunately we can't
Tomas
see
telling
him,
jokes again.
is Aki Hoshide.
I'm not sure, Awesome.
This crew has certainly been having a good time while they're sitting in their seats. There's not a whole lot for them to do at this particular time. We see some smiles there on our commander. So it sounds like everything is fun inside the capsule. Tracy, you mentioned earlier that this crew is just at, you know, the epitome of working together and just having these amazing personalities. And I can only imagine what it might be like to be, of course, no flies in Crew Dragon. That's foreign object debris. That's FOD. But to be a fly on the wall and kind of peek in on these interactions, it must be so fascinating.
Yeah, if I had to guess, even though we can't see Aki,
they already
we
did
know he's
checks.
smiling, right? He's the one probably making them all laugh.
Yeah.
Yeah, these guys have worked together. We've all worked together well before being assigned to crew together, and these 4 have intertwined in a number of ways. As you know, Shane and Thomas flew in space together on their expedition. Aki credits Megan with teaching him how to Capcom, and this is how you Capcom, Aki. And he told me that he gave me credit for giving him the opportunity to first make a Quindar, which is the ping that you hear when you have keyed the mic in mission control to space to ground or air to ground, or in this case, Dragon to ground. And I'll take it. You know, whatever contribution I made to his fabulous career, I'm very honored.
Nice,
but yeah, this crew is top-notch people.
What are we waiting
at
for
heart,
now?
As well as
so the next step here, and I believe it's step 4. Step 3 was hatch closeout procedure, hatch and pad closeout procedures. It's been a while since Crew 1. I tried to get as much as I could from Crew 1, but we don't have the ground loops open. But once they move to step 4, what they're going to do is pressurize the launch escape system. Dragon 2 is integrated with what's called an ILES, or an integrated launch escape. Instead of more conventional rockets having a solid rocket booster here up at the top to get the capsule away from the rocket in case something went wrong, Dragon has 8 motors here. There's 2 in each one of these pods, and there's 2 of these pods on either side, so there's 8 motors total. They're called Super Draco engines. The Super Draco engines are a pressurized hypergolic 3D printed engine. And they use pressurized hypergulls to be able to basically shoot the capsule and the trunk away from Falcon 9 if something goes wrong. Now what they're going to do here is SpaceX uses what's called a load and go fueling procedure. And what that means is that they're going to they put the astronauts in the capsule first and then fuel up the rocket. That is kind of against the grain to how they've done it in the past. Usually, like with the space shuttle, for instance, they would fill up the space shuttle hours before launch and then just basically keep topping it off with fuel. and it had with a full tank of gas while the astronauts got in. That's that's a little bit different to this. So because they're going to fuel the rocket with crew aboard, they're going to pressurize the launch escape system and make sure that it's primed and ready to go. One of the key indicators that the launch escape system is ready to go is the crew access arm will move into the retracted position. You don't want that. You don't want something going wrong and the capsule jettisoning from the stack with that thing in the way. So what they're doing is they're moving to pressurize the hypergolic systems on board the Dragon capsule to basically prime the launch escape system and arm it in case something goes wrong. Now, the reason why SpaceX is using an ILES is because the integrated launch escape systems are reusable. Another thing that SpaceX is adding to reusability is the launch escape system is able to be reused. Just in case, hopefully it never gets used. Hopefully they just reuse it. On older rockets, you have a launch escape tower that's attached to the top of the capsule, and that would jettison during ascent. If they get up into space, it'll pop it off. The SpaceX one flies with the capsule, so it is reusable. But the reason why they want to arm that launch escape system before you go to fuel up that rocket is because rockets are the most dangerous when you're going through what's called transients. So when they're going to fill these propellants up inside of the rocket is changing temperatures, the tanks are changing pressures inside, and these transients are like just changing physics inside of the rocket are the most dangerous part. So rockets are actually relatively safe when there's nothing inside them, obviously, but they're also pretty dang safe when there's propellants fully loaded inside because you're not changing anything. It's changing stuff like bringing the temperature of Falcon 9 down because it has a semi-cryogenic propellant for liquid oxygen, or increasing the pressure inside of the tanks when you're getting ready to fly. They up the pressure in the tanks to make sure that propellant feeds into the engines, amongst other things. Going through those transients is dangerous. SpaceX did have problems with this in the past, but they've since figured it out. So they always arm that launch escape system if there's people on top of this rocket before they start fueling. It's called load and go fueling procedures. Sorry, that was a lot of information real quick. The real simple way to say this is when you fuel up the rocket, it's dangerous. Because you're changing a lot of things. So you want to make sure that the astronauts can get away from the thing if it pops.
Astronauts going to do any experiments that are related to Artemis missions? Yes, absolutely. In fact, many of
that's right, floating. They're using the excuse me.
Artemis. There's a live
They're using the fuel from the Dracos to make the Super Dracos. See, right around there, that's the Sea of Tranquility right there.
We are set on putting the first
See that?
And the first person of color.
That's where Apollo 11 landed.
And
that's Tranquility Base.
Astronauts do on the space station.
Yeah, no. Well, that wasn't your fault.
Life and microgravity affects the human body, and of course that helps us develop the technologies that we need to keep astronauts healthy for those longer deep space missions.
It's needed in range.
To go to the moon and eventually.
I'll drop the knowledge if people need it.
That Aki has
Sable.
Discovery, go and throttle.
52 subs. Thanks, man.
Water in space, and also ways to counteract bone and muscle loss from extended time in space.
Well, I mean,
go and throttle up.
On top of them loading the rocket with liquid oxygen, which is extremely reactive, liquid oxygen doesn't blow up by itself. It likes to make things blow up really, really good. You have Rocket Propellant 1, or RP1 for short. It's a highly refined version of jet fuel. Very, very flammable. Yeah. They're using it's kind of like if different types of fossil fuels have like family trees almost. The Rocket Propellant 1, or the rocket grade kerosene they're putting in there, is almost like diesel fuel. Diesel fuel or Jet A, it's very similar to that. It's actually red, which is really cool. If you see it being fueled, it's red. It looks like fruit punch.
Return to Earth on April 28th after they welcomed the CREW-2 astronauts aboard the space station.
When will Crew
Here's
1
a look
return?
at some
4
of the
days after they get up
extraordinary
there,
and record-setting accomplishments of the CREW-1 team to date.
They're not sitting on a nuke so much as a gigantic fuel air bomb. So, guys, the thing about rockets is that rockets are Oh, there's Hop.
Part of this transition.
Rockets.
This transition from.
Rockets are big explosion factories. Okay, that's really what they are. Now, what I always tell people, and this is the plain Jane simple way of saying it. I know more technical definitions if people wanted to hear that. But the plain Jane thing is that a rocket takes an explosion and puts it in one direction. It forces it out a funnel. Okay. If your rocket is exploding in one direction, you're doing fine. You're just fine. If it's exploding in multiple directions, you got a little bit of a problem. So you got to make sure that the explosion goes in one direction, and that direction is ideally away from you.
The air as that countdown is happening, the engines light and lift off.
Yeah, Thorn, me too.
3, 2, 1. Ignition. Liftoff.
No. I mean, No, it's necessary, Voblu. You want the explosion to go down and away from you. You don't want it going in multiple directions. If it's going in multiple directions, you really got a big problem. That's where that launch escape system would come in handy, but we're hoping we don't see that today.
Dragon, SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
That's when CREW-1 came on the station. Watch that whole thing.
It's really hard to explain.
Shannon.
Living and working in zero-G. It's fascinating how normal it becomes so quickly. It just feels like you've done it your whole life.
Yeah. Gucci-sama. They'll be coming down 4 days after these guys get up there.
We are on the cusp of the third crewed launch for the Commercial Crew program, signifying a regular cadence of human spaceflight launches from right here at Kennedy Space Center. Joining me now is Center Director Bob Cabana. Thank you so much for being here today with us.
Absolutely, my pleasure, Jasmine. What an awesome morning.
Right. We're
Bob
up before
Cabana
the sun.
runs
Kennedy
Space Center.
We are so glad to have you here. What's your reaction to this return to regular human spaceflight launches?
All I can say is it's about time. It was so great last May when Bob and Doug launched for the first time in 9 years humans to space on a U.S. rocket from U.S. soil here at the Kennedy Space Center. Then to get CREW-1 up there last November. And now this is really cool because Megan's flying in the same capsule that Bob, her husband, went to space in last May. I mean, it's awesome to have this regular cadence again.
Yeah, absolutely. We're thrilled to be here. We're thrilled to see, history being made. And in addition to the excitement from today's launch, we are also coming off our celebration of Earth Day. Can you talk to us about how we launch from Earth for Earth? What is Kennedy Space Center doing to benefit our home planet?
Kennedy Space Center has an absolutely excellent environmental program.
Big solar panels down there.
Our 144,000 acres here. It's a national wildlife refuge managed for us by the Fish and Wildlife Service.
No.
I've been out and seen the
Bob's
sea
not
turtles.
a politician,
I've helped count eggs, look at
pilot.
eggs, see the nest. It's awesome. It is so cool. We just signed an agreement with Florida Power and Light. They have put in a 491-acre solar farm. It takes care of like 15,000 homes, the electricity that this solar farm generates.
Cool.
We want to be very ecologically friendly.
Solar
One of the
in the
neat
Sunshine
things that
State?
we're
Tell
doing
me
here
more.
at Kennedy Space Center, we're responsible for
that's a good thing.
plants, growing plants
Judo.
in space, growing plants when we go to the moon, going to Mars, food for the astronauts. Real processed food loses nutrition over time. And there's a psychological benefit to having plants in space, too. So I think it's kind of cool to be able to take, part of planet Earth with us into space as we move on. But no, I'm really proud of our environmental program here at KSC.
Right, absolutely. And you really understand the importance of taking people.
Cherokee, Bob Cabana's flown 4 shuttle flights. I had to look it up. He flew STS 41, 53, 65, and 88. And before becoming an astronaut, he's a naval aviator. He's a colonel in the Marine Corps. And he graduated with a Bachelor's of Science from the United States Naval Academy in 1971. Bob's an astronaut, first and foremost.
Teslas and drive out to the pad. They're all looking great. Their families are great. But, I know they're really focused right now. This is once you strap into that spaceship,
devil dog
you're just thinking about doing everything right, making sure that you do your job to get safely to space.
Right. No, and you have seen, how this spaceport has changed over time. You're recently recognized as the longest-serving center director, so congratulations on that. Can you talk to us about how it's evolved over time?
Absolutely. The the shuttle paid for everything at the Kennedy Space Center. And of course, that program came to an end in July of 2011. We had about 15,000 contractors and civil servants working here at the end of the shuttle program. When Atlantis landed on a Thursday in July, on Friday, 2,000 contractors got pink slips and walked out the door. We went from a workforce of 15,000 down to 7,500. Then we took a look at, hey, what do we need to support the future? You know, and the future was SLS and Orion, but it was also enabling commercial operations. And we got a lot of stuff off our books that we had no need for, that didn't support commercial operations or the SLS Orion Artemis program.
There's a reason
and then
why I
what
get
was
upset
left, we
about the
said,
$30
hey, how can we
billion
enable
things
commercial operations with this? We went out for notices of availability on this extra facilities that we had. And look at us today. We've got Boeing and SpaceX. Boeing's building the CST-100 Starliner in a facility right over here. The Air Force X-37 orbital test vehicles operating out of these former shuttle facilities over here. We got SpaceX out on pad 39A, where we went to the moon and launched shuttles. A 20-year use agreement to utilize that pad to launch in cargo and cruise to the International Space Station, as well as their commercial missions. Space Florida is operating what used to be the shuttle landing facility now and commercializing it. We've got Exploration Park, a research and development park on NASA property outside the secure perimeter. Space Florida operates that. We got Blue Origin out there. We got more companies coming in. I mean, this is an exciting time for America's space program.
Right. No, absolutely. You know, there's a bright future right here at Kennedy Space Center. Director Bob Cabana, thank you so much for being here with us today. Now we're going to take it back to Jesse and Hawthorne for a launch update.
I'm telling you guys, when the shuttle program went out and Constellation got nailed right after it, yeah, like hundreds of thousands of people lost their jobs. But, Shai, you said it in chat, that's behind us now. It's a new era going on here. I'm telling you, man. 10 years ago at this time, it sucked being a spaceflight fan. It was not fun. Not a good thing. I mean, it gutted Titusville. Titusville, yeah. Like, let's just say that the cost of living went down real quick. Yeah. But it's coming back now, which is real good. That's what I like to see.
This is where they're checking their comm path through both ground stations and data tracking and data relay satellites that we'll use to talk to the crew the entire way to the station.
Yeah.
And after those suit leak checks, the closeout.
Cherokee, believe you me, if I see some pencil head going around, I'll let you know. But most of the folks here are the real deal.
The pad, which will be used during the final go-no-go for launch.
You know?
Now, before we get to that final go-no-go, the various teams at both NASA and SpaceX will do an internal go poll, making sure conditions are right with the Falcon 9, the Dragon, the Crew, the range, and the space station before that final go is given. Let's check back in on Houston for a status on the team supporting the space station on their readiness for launch. Courtney.
Thanks, Gary. The team here in Mission Control Houston remains go for launch. All systems on board the station that are required to be healthy for this mission are continuing to look good. Before the station team is go for launch, they must verify that key systems on board the station are functioning as expected.
SAA?
This includes life support systems like oxygen generation, carbon dioxide removal, and the
Courtney
water recycling system that allows us to reuse about 90% of the water we send to station. We're also ensuring that the computers that allow us to command the station's major subsystems, essentially the station's nervous system, are functioning normally. We also work with our Russian counterparts to ensure that both methods of controlling the station's attitude are fully functional. This includes the large U.S. gyroscopes and the thrusters found on the Russian segment.
I'll talk to you about
that. Both systems play a critical role during Dragon's docking. Mission Control Houston will be closely monitoring the crew's flight and checking off milestones for most of the journey. Again, Flight Director Paul Kanya is now on console, leading flight controllers here in Houston for launch, and Flight Director Scott Stover will lead teams for docking tomorrow, expected to take place at 4:10 a.m. Central Time. The International Space Station team is ready for launch, so I'll send it back to Hawthorne. Gary?
So the South Atlantic Anomaly, guys, is a point on Earth where the Van Allen belts, the magnetic field, and the that shields Earth from solar ionic radiation, gets close to the atmosphere. You want to mark the SAA because, that's a point where, you can really fry some stuff if you're flying around in an airplane, for instance. Or the ISS goes near it, it'll skirt the Van Allen belts. You don't want that. Yeah, that's a bad idea.
deliver cargo and supplies to Crew 2
they have it marked
and
on
the
mission
astronauts and
control.
cosmonauts aboard. It will automatically dock to IDA 3 at the zenith port of the Harmony module.
Before Crew 2 returns home, they will hand the baton to the next crew to arrive at the orbiting lab on Crew Dragon, the CREW-3 crew. That mission is targeted to launch this fall. It will carry Crew Dragon Commander Raja Chari, pilot Tom Marshburn, whom are both of NASA, mission specialist Matthias Maurer of the European Space Agency, as well as a fourth crew member who will be added soon. The Crew-3 astronauts will also complete a 6-month mission as expedition crew members aboard the space station. They will be joined there by 3 additional crewmates who will launch on a Russian Soyuz spacecraft. This will mean that 7 people will be on the space station at one time, allowing NASA to effectively double the amount of science conducted in space.
This will be Chari's first trip to space, but he has more than 2,500 hours of flight time as a test pilot. The U.S. Air Force colonel is also a member of NASA's Artemis team and is eligible for assignment to a future mission to the moon.
You can always...
Crew 3 will be Marshburn's 3rd visit to the space station and his 2nd long-duration mission. He flew on STS-127 and Expeditions 34 and 35. Marshburn is also a medical doctor who once served as a flight surgeon and medical operations lead for the space station. Like Chari, Maurer will be making his first trip to space with the Crew-3 mission. He has extensive experience in engineering and research, and he spent 16 consecutive days in an underwater laboratory as part of NASA's Extreme Environment Mission operations. Now let's head back over to Marie at Kennedy Space Center. How's it going over there, Marie?
I'm sure he'd take it, Lulz.
Thanks, Gary. Things looking good here in Florida.
So with astronauts, anytime astronauts are wearing their dress blues, like Tracy Morgan over there, they have different patches. The patches can be different colors, and if they're different colors, it denotes if they're military, what branch of the military that they come from. Like there's one for the Air Force, there's one for the Navy, there's one for the Marine Corps, and then there's one for the Army as well, and Space Force as well. Mike Hopkins, that's up at the space station right now, is on the books serving as a NASA astronaut from the Space Force, believe it or not. He transferred his he transferred to the Space Force when he got up to the station. RIP Coast Guard. I don't think there's any astronauts with a Coast Guard logo, S-Master, but I'm not sure. The civilians just have a blue patch if you're a civilian astronaut. Commission. Yeah, that's it. Sorry, I blanked on it.
On your screen.
Well, this is SpaceX's 3rd time flying astronauts in Crew Dragon. It will be the first time a European astronaut will fly aboard Dragon. If you remember back in November, we launched NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins, Victor Glover, Shannon Walker, and JAXA astronaut Soichi Noguchi to the International Space Station, and those 4 are nearing the end of their 6-month science mission. They are scheduled to return home to Earth just a few days after the Crew-2 astronauts arrive on station.
One MOS is
Over the next hour, we will conduct a series of polls to get ready for launch, have the crew arm the launch escape system, and begin fueling Falcon 9. Launch is set for 5:49 a.m. Eastern Time. This will include a 12-minute flight to orbit and then a 23.5-hour flight to dock with the International Space Station tomorrow at approximately 5:10 a.m. Eastern Time. So we're approaching T-minus 1 hour till launch. Tracy, what is going through the astronauts' head right now as they're seated in their capsule and they're ready to go? They still have another 60 minutes to go. Can you give us any insight into what they may be experiencing right now?
Well, normally I would say, building off of experience, that inside an hour, it seems like eternity before those engines light. You're in there chatting it up with your crewmates, but watching these guys, they're having a little party in there.
There are Coast Guard astronauts.
Hand signals are
there you go.
They
could have a Coast Guard.
They're playing a game that we thought was rock, paper, scissors. I'm learning from friends that it's actually a game that Thomas knew when he was a kid and has shared it with his crewmates, and so
they refurbished
the
capsule.
Better way to bond than through childhood memories.
So, guys, this capsule here, that is SpaceX's Dragon Endeavour capsule. Dragon Endeavour first flew into space on May 30th, 2020. for the DM2 mission. Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley flew that capsule up on a short test flight stay up to the ISS. It's since landed, and SpaceX has refurbished it. They've added a couple of new things here and there. Amongst other things, they've changed the outside texture on some areas to for better thermal performance up in space. Basically, stuff in space gets really hot because being in the sun without an atmosphere to filter it gets really, really, really toasty. So they've made some upgrades to the capsule. That capsule is reused. It has flown into space and was docked to the ISS last year. Now, the second stage on this rocket and Dragon's trunk right here, the light and dark adapter that's on the bottom of the capsule with the fins attached to it. Cherokee.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
That is brand new, and the second stage that it's riding on is brand new. SpaceX can't get their second stage back. They didn't do second stage reusability with Falcon 9, so that stage will be expended. But that second stage is riding on a first stage that was used to deliver the current crew that is up on the ISS right now into space last fall. That is the CREW-1 booster, and it has flown. It has flown, and it has launched people into space, and now it's going to launch people into space again. So the capsule and the first stage are reused here.
5-minute mark. Let's check in with Hawk 1 for a status on both vehicles.
Emma.
John, what updates do you have for us now?
Cherokee, what do you got for me?
Okay, we've had, as you've been saying, a smooth countdown. The SpaceX team is
Cherokee.
working no issues, and the pace is beginning to pick up.
I feel you, man.
In the Falcon 9, final propulsion checkouts of the first and second stages in the engines began just a few minutes ago in preparation for propellant
They
loading.
peed before they got into the capsule.
T-minus 45 minutes.
There's a
the
porta
team will
potty down
report
at the
their
bottom of the
readiness with a
FSS.
final electronic go-no-go poll.
What's the average
At
of money
T-minus 35
saved?
minutes, Falcon 9 propellant loading will begin. The Dragon spacecraft you can
reuse?
see
I
right
don't
here
know.
on the monitor with the crew
Scott.
access arm next to it. Earlier today, the Dragon operators performed a series of
Thanks for watching.
checkouts of the Dragon flight systems, and the spacecraft is also currently go for launch. The 4 astronauts are currently inside Dragon, and the hatch is closed. The SpaceX closeout team has left the pad, and they'll be outside of the blast danger area very shortly. Now, before we can start loading propellant on the Falcon 9, we've got 2 major items to perform. First, we need to retract that crew access arm away from the Dragon capsule to its launch position. Now, that'll happen between T-minus 44 and T-minus 42 minutes. Now, we move the access arm away to obviously clear the way for launch, but we also do it in case the Dragon capsule has to leave the launch pad in the event of an emergency before launch. Now, once the arm is out of the way, the launch escape system will be armed. With these 2 events complete, Dragon will be ready for Falcon propellant loading. Now, the range is currently clear for launch from historic Pad 39A. The worldwide network of ground stations and the tracking and data relay satellites are ready to support Dragon as it heads into orbit. On the weather front, weather continues to look good, both at the surface level, the upper altitudes. We are continuing to wait for a final input from the weather team coming up in about 5 minutes on ground level winds in case we had a Dragon abort somewhere near the launch pad. Right now, those conditions are go, but we're getting one more set of balloon data to make sure that everything is good.
So at the
Now today, we
1
have
hour
an
mark, they're going to let
instantaneous
some weather
launch
balloons
window
go.
at 5:49:02 Eastern Daylight Saving Time, or just after 49 minutes past this hour. Now, once we begin loading propellant, there's no
Not so much
opportunity
on the
to
capsule
change the
death,
T0.
but up at the station
committed.
waiting for
We're
them.
going to get one chance at it today. But the good news, Jesse, at T-minus 62 minutes and counting, we are go for launch.
Thanks, John. It's good to hear that we are still go. Today's launch marks the second time a rotation.
What does John do at SpaceX? He's Falcon 9's principal integration engineer. Basically, he runs the operations for getting Falcon 9s ready to go and get into the pad. John's a big deal. John isn't. So that guy that talks like this, we're getting ready to go. He might seem just like some other guy, but he's in charge of like Falcon 9 logistics. The whole Falcon 9 kind of program is all him. John he was a full bird colonel in the Air Force, and he oversaw, before he worked at SpaceX, he oversaw the Air Force's Evolved Expendable Launch Vehicle program. So John basically ran the program that gave us Atlas V and Delta IV. And before that, he served in the Air Force, I think at Vandenberg I think it was the 45th Space Wing, doing Titan III launches. He's very experienced. He might seem just like some kind of old cheeky guy, but John has a lot of spaceflight experience under his belt. He's one of the smartest dudes around when it comes to doing this stuff. It's one of the reasons why Falcon 9 is so good at what it does, because it has guys with loads of experience like that up in there running SpaceX, or running different operations at SpaceX. John's cool, man. He's really cool. The reason why I like John the most is because every time he casts, he always explains something new. He always explains something new about how Falcon 9 works, and I end up learning a ton.
As an astronaut in 1999 by the
30th,
National Space Development Agency of Japan, known today as JAXA. Hoshide earned his degrees in aerospace engineering and mechanical engineering. He flew on STS-124 aboard the Space Shuttle Discovery to deliver and install Japan's science laboratory, Kilo.
Yeah, Mutter, for sure.
He also flew aboard the Russian Soyuz on Expeditions 32 and 33 for a 124-day visit to the space station.
Things continue to progress nominally. Next up is cycling the orbit tank isolation valves to equalize low flow pressure here in about 15 seconds.
Okay, they're basically priming up the launch escape system.
Copy. We'll be listening.
Got some good call-outs there. In 2014, he also served as commander of the 18th NASA Extreme Environment Mission Operation, which was an underwater expedition at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's Aquarius habitat off of Florida's Key Largo coast.
Missions.
Alicad, I know they need Starliner for dissimilar architecture, but with its issues and cost, I think it will only be used when required. Your thoughts? I wholeheartedly disagree, and I think your conclusions are entirely inaccurate. Is that good enough, or do you want me to say why?
50 and 51. In that time, he worked on more than 50 experiments and performed 2 spacewalks to maintain the space station. He's logged 197 days in space. Pesquet will be the first European to fly in Crew Dragon, and it will be the...
Well, you have redundant dissimilar architecture on top of that, but SpaceX only contracted to produce so many Dragon capsules. To keep the ISS crewed, they need Starliner flying. Also, Starliner doesn't have any issues right now. They could put Starliner on the pad right now and launch it, and it would it would be fine. Honestly, you want to know the reason why they're not launching Starliner right now? Dragons keep taking up all the damn docking ports. That's not bullcrap. Boeing is basically in a 3-month holding pattern until the summer, till an open port opens up. Because right now, CREW-2 is going to go up. It's going to dock to the forward port on Node 2. Resilience is going to undock from the Zenith port on Node 2. CRS-22, a Dragon resupply mission, is going to go up and dock to the Zenith port, right? That's going to stay up there for a little while. That'll jump off. And then CREW-2 will move to the Zenith port. And that's when something will be open. By the time that happens, it's going to be summertime. Starliner's ready to go right now. And Starliner is a good capsule. I will say that just out of the blue. It's a good capsule. So, Ali, they need that. They need that to keep the space station crewed. SpaceX doesn't have enough Dragon capsules to freaking keep the space station crewed for a long period of time. They're contracted to only launch a Dragon 2 once every 5 to 6 months. And you want to have overlapping crews, right? And honestly, Starliner doesn't have many issues. They did an orbiter flight test for a reason, to make sure that it was good to go. OFT-2 should prove the concept in the summer, and we should see crews launching on Starliner pretty much by the end of this year if everything goes fine with OFT-2. But the type of testing that Boeing is using, they need to basically certify it from the data that they get from OFT-2. The Orbiter Flight Test 2 in the summer will launch that Starliner up there. It'll get it to the station, and it'll come back down. After that, crews will assess the data to make sure that the capsule did everything that they wanted it to, nothing more, nothing less. Once that data is analyzed, they will use that to basically prove that the capsule is certified for human flight, and we should see a crew launch sometime late this year, if not early next year. Starliner is a vital part of the commercial crew program. It can't just be all Dragon all the time. It's unsafe to put all your eggs in one basket, which you talked about with dissimilar architecture. But once again, there's not any issues with that capsule right now. It's ready to go. It's ready to fly. Seriously, the issue is that SpaceX launches too many things into space. It's true. You can go look this up. I'm not making that up. I'm not making it up, my brother. Dude, that's seriously the reason. No problem, dude. Anything Blue Origin is working on. Well, they're working on New Glenn and New Shepard flights, obviously, too. The next New Shepard flight should have crews aboard, NS-16, but I'm not sure when that is. I don't even think they know when it is. They never announce it. Do you know how much these new spacesuits weigh and how rigid they are? They're pretty rigid, Death. I don't know how much they weigh. It's enough for somebody to be able to walk around with them on Earth, so I'd imagine they're not that heavy. It's certainly not an EVA suit. The EVMUs, or the EMUs as they're called, they weigh like 600 pounds. Those are the ones that they go outside with up there. These are just flight suits. Yeah, it's not a bad problem to have, Spoon, for sure. Hey, Canuck.
Making their final preparations as well, some close-up views of the suits. The teams have often described the suits as an extension of the Dragon spacecraft, almost a mini spacecraft inside of a spacecraft. Okay. So we're hearing that the SpaceX teams are go for launch, and we'll wait for that call for propellant loading.
Okay. They should begin the call for propellant loading. I probably had it muted, but I'd assume they brought the launch escape system up to pressure here. We're at T-minus 55 minutes. Yeah, that's the EVA suits, Crinkle. The Russian one and the American one. They're heavy. They're heavy spacesuits. They got all the life support systems built into the back. It's like carrying an engine block on your back.
Now, as we wait for that call for the teams to begin propellant loading, we are hearing that there was a weather brief at L-1 hour. We're still looking go.
No, Ronnie, these are flight
for
suits.
Today's launch.
Flight
Pad escape winds are go. The weather up the ascent corridor is go.
The flight suits are there in case of cabin depress.
55 minutes to launch.
They basically will keep you safe if they lose cabin pressure inside of the capsule. Everything looks good with the weather reports, per what Gary was saying a second ago. I'm trying to listen and talk at the same time. Not much of a space nerd, honestly, but that Dragon capsule has an internal launch escape system. It's an ILES tip, yeah. Integrated launch escape system, and they pressurized it before they started fueling. That was the last step that they did, and they should be moving into fueling here momentarily. Yeah, Neuro, that's right. Vitaly, always. I could always use more, but I usually do that during the day when we're talking about it. I mean, right now we're good, but yeah, I appreciate it.
All right, so again, there are several milestones here. Now that we're less than an hour away from launch, most of the calls will be the team's readiness to get ready for propellant loading at T-minus 35 minutes. Once we reach that mark, propellant loading will begin. Some of the RP-1 refined kerosene will start to fill the tanks of both the Stage 1 and Stage 2 elements of the Falcon 9 rocket.
That's correct, Cube Gem.
Stage 2 is smaller and expected to fill up just about 20 minutes prior to launch. But RP-1 refined kerosene will continue to load into the rocket, as well as liquid oxygen on both the first and second stages, filling up just about 3 minutes before launch for the first stage and 2 minutes before launch for the second.
Yep, SpaceX loads that propellant quick because they're using a super chilled version of liquid oxygen. They basically take oxygen, they cool it down into liquid form, and then they cool it even more, so that oxygen gets to be like a slushy.
We are hearing that the Dragon teams did conduct that go poll electronically here in Michigan.
The reason why you want to super chill that oxygen is because the more oxygen you can get into the rocket engine, the more fuel you can get into the rocket engine. If you get more oxidizer in there with more fuel in there, you can make more power. SpaceX needs that power to get Falcon 9 to shoot the payload up into space and then come down and land that booster.
Joining me now is NASA's acting administrator, Steve Jurczyk. Thank you so much for being here today.
Oh, no, thanks for having me on.
Of course, of course. So it's a big day. The commercial crew program is in full force. Last summer we launched Demo 2 and then CREW-1
in the fall.
And we're gearing up to launch 4 more astronauts from American soil. How does that feel?
It feels amazing.
I told you, don't do it. Don't stare into the trap, Ray.
We would get 3 crew flights launched in less than a year. I would have just been ecstatic, and I am ecstatic today.
Me too,
for the third flight with SpaceX. It's a lot of firsts with this flight,
It's
including
like
the first
nitrous,
crew
Jim.
rotation. Having that 4 crew on station in the U.S. segment continuously with the commercial crew program transportation capability is going to accelerate the research and technology development we're doing on station, both to benefit folks here on Earth as well as prepare for our Artemis missions.
Right.
Found
And
this
with
in a
this
store the other day.
mission
I'm
today,
like,
we're
yep,
looking
that's
at the
mine.
space station, but of course, with Artemis, we're going even further to the moon. NASA just announced that they selected SpaceX to develop the first human lunar lander since the Apollo days. What does that mean for our sustained return to the moon?
Yeah, so that kind of completes all the systems we need to develop for the
let's see
first
if he says anything
astronaut landing on the moon under Artemis. So we have the SLS, the core stage test. Was successful a month ago at Stennis, and so that core stage for the SLS for Artemis 1 is on a barge and headed to Kennedy Space Center as you speak. It'll arrive here next week, and that'll mean all the components of SLS are here at Kennedy for integration for the Artemis 1 mission. Orion is ready to go for Artemis 1. The Gateway, we did a review of the Gateway the other day, and the Gateway's starting to come together. And then, of course, the last piece is the Ewing landing system, which will transport astronauts
so cool. Is it not awesome?
from lunar orbit to the surface and back to lunar orbit. So it's really exciting to have the landing system in full development. It's the last piece that we need for our first Artemis missions. And later this year, hopefully, we'll conduct the first Artemis 1 mission, which will be an uncrewed test flight around the moon.
Right. So that is exciting. You know, as we are looking at going to the moon, we're also looking at even further to Mars. We made history just this week with the first flight of Ingenuity. There's also the MOXIE experiment that is converting the Martian atmosphere into oxygen. So what does that mean for our hopeful one day putting people on Mars?
Yeah, so the science missions, the robotic missions are really important because they fill knowledge gaps for us that we need to fill to plan out eventually human missions to Mars. So for example, there's a weather station on Perseverance. And for the first time, we're getting 5-day weather forecasts from Mars, right? So also that weather station characterizes the dust, the size and properties of the dust. And that's really important for mitigating that dust in suits and systems. So it fills knowledge gaps. But MOXIE is really important, right? We generated oxygen from atmospheric CO2.
95% go, right?
And using the resources of Mars is critical because it will be very challenging to take all the oxygen and all the fuel and water that we need with us for an astronaut mission to Mars. So getting oxygen from the atmosphere and exploiting the frozen water in the regolith or Martian soil is really important because we can break that water down into oxygen and hydrogen for fuel.
Me too, Vabla.
We can use it for potable water as well as for breathable air. So this, what we call in situ resource utilization or living off the land, is a real enabler for our human missions to Mars.
Right. And of course we've got our sights set on the moon and Mars, but we're taking...
I mean, if you didn't hear what he just said, guys, the Perseverance rover, the Mars rover that landed a little earlier this year in the Jezero crater on Mars has an experiment called MOXIE. Long story short, MOXIE takes the CO2 that's in Mars's atmosphere and converts it into pure oxygen. And they tested it the other day and it works. I mean, amongst other experiments that they have. I mean, everybody wants to know how they did helicopter on Mars, but the MOXIE experiment is actually a pretty big deal. They made oxygen on the rover on Mars. That's friggin' huge. That's a real big deal.
To make global measurements over years and decades, and we use that data to conduct research and also to improve models of the Earth systems and modeling, because if we can't predict climate using our research, we can't mitigate climate. And so that's really important that the research we do informs policy making and informs the most effective policies to mitigate climate change, which is really important, not only for the U.S., but for the world. Station, on ISS, we also have instruments mounted externally on ISS. It's in a unique orbit, an inclined orbit that's different from most of our Earth orbit spacecraft that look down, which are in a polar orbit. And for certain types of instruments, that orbit is very advantageous. It gives us a lot of coverage and a unique perspective. And so we're using ISS more and more as an Earth observation platform. So, both with the research we do with NASA, with our other government agency partners through the U.S. Global Change Research Program, and also in collaboration with our international partners, we're going to continue to make those observations, do that research, and improve our ability to predict climate change.
Right. We are making progress across the universe. NASA Acting Administrator Steve Jerzik, thank you so much for joining us today. Now we're going to take it back to John and Hawthorne as action begins to pick up on the pad.
All right. Tomas like,
thanks, Jasmine. It's just inside 46.5 minutes to launch. The SpaceX launch team, they're finishing their final review of data from checkouts of Falcon 9 over the last hour. The launch director is about to poll the team for readiness, both to load propellant and to launch. This will be the last poll before liftoff. The 7 SpaceX engineers indicate they are go by electronically voting on an online countdown procedure. We won't hear a verbal poll, something folks may remember from the earlier days of launch and movies like Apollo 13. The launch director is also checking with Dragon mission director and the NASA launch manager to make sure everyone is ready to go. Meanwhile, on the Dragon spacecraft, on the screen you can see the crew arm is still in the service position. The crew is on board Dragon, waiting for next instructions, which will be to stow the arm for launch and to arm the launch escape system. Once the launch director gives final instructions to the launch team, which should be coming up in about 30 seconds, the crew arm sequence will be armed and initiated. We should get a good view of the Axis arm as it swings away from the capsule, taking about 2 minutes to move out of the way. Now the range continues to be go for launch. They're monitoring the area around the pad as well as air and sea space around the flight corridor. And on the weather front, the weather officer gave a fantastic at the T-minus 1 hour briefing. The winds for all conditions of flight, liftoff, contingencies, getting into space, everything looks good both at ground level and upper altitude. So right now we're just waiting to listen to the SpaceX launch director.
I played Surviving Mars when it came out, damage.
And then also give the instructions to the team and move into retracting the crew access arm. So we're going to listen for a minute to the countdown net.
Okay. They're going to do the final go-no-go poll before they retract the crew access arm and start the fueling procedures at T-minus 35.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Poll is complete and team is ready for propellant load and crew access arm retract. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD and they'll approve aborting the launch auto sequence and proceed into launch abort. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the countdown, operator shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch auto sequence immediately and proceed into the launch abort auto sequence. Operators advise launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. In the event of a fire alarm, key operators will man their post while the alarm is evaluated. In the event that personal safety is threatened, evacuate to the south-facing emergency exit, which leads directly outside. Launch control, you may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement.
Remember, there are exits at the front and the back of the theater. Keep in mind that some exits might be behind you. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Crew access arm retraction started.
Okay, CAA retract. Okay, watch the left screen. The arm that they use to get into the capsule will pull back. There it goes.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Here we go. It's getting real. Some drum bum. 10-month resub. Keep in mind, some exits might be on fire. Probably don't want to use that one. Tray tables and seat backs in your upright and locked position. All right. So now that the CAA is retracted...
There you see a live view of the crew access arm retracting away from Crew Dragon in preparation for launch. The countdown clock continues to tick, and we're now at T-minus 42 minutes and 33 seconds.
No, Rastaman, but I know about
we're
it.
standing
Dude, look at this
by
picture.
for the
That's awesome.
of the crew
Dude.
access retraction.
There's the capsule.
This is
oh,
the
that's so
last
cool.
major visual milestones that we'll see in preparation for liftoff.
That's awesome.
Shortly thereafter, we should hear the call out that the launch escape system is armed, and from there, we'll hear that Falcon 9 prop load has started, which is one of my favorite milestones of the launch countdown.
We just saw a beautiful shot from inside the white room as the crew arm was
with black
moving
curtains.
away. There it is.
Oh.
The capsule, you can just barely
long
see
way
it
down.
in the corner now of that
down.
opening where that is
Happy
where
EJ
the side hatch was, where the astronauts ingress Dragon, and now you can see it continuing to swing away from the Falcon 9 rocket and Crew Dragon Endeavour in preparation for launch.
You can see the
That
water
is a
tower
really
for the sound
cool,
suppression system
angle.
there.
And Tracy, as we're watching the crew arm
You can see the suppression
still
system
retracting
is
here,
primed.
we are about to have the International
It's full,
Space
but
Station
they're cycling
fly
water in
over us, right?
We are, yes, here at KSC, Kennedy
That's right,
Space
Ozzy.
Center. It looks like in another minute to the southeast.
That's correct.
Traveling across east-northeast, the station should be visible overhead.
I have a crew access
Crew
tower.
access arm retraction complete.
CAA retract is complete.
Now we
T-minus
just heard
41 minutes.
confirmation that the crew access arm
I have a tower
is done
image that moves
retracting.
back and forth. I didn't do. That's hard to
Up
do
next,
in KSP
we'll expect to
because of
hear
the
a
robotics.
call to arm the launch escape system.
Dragon SpaceX, you are go for Section 7. Close visors and arm launch escape system.
Okay, Section 7 here. Crew will close the visors and the launch escape system, which had been primed in previous. They primed it in previous steps. So the thing is,
SpaceX Endeavour visors are down.
and then they're going to arm it now. That's
Copy, visors down.
Once again, that's the integrated launch escape system. That's the thing
Okay,
that
so
will
the
use
crew
them.
they're reporting that they
That's
have.
the thing that they will use to get away from the rocket during fueling if something goes wrong. Dragon will pop off. And there's 8 engines, 4 on each side in these little nacelles, two each in little nacelles, 2 nacelles on each side that will get that could, in the event of an emergency, can get Dragon away. It's basically a big ejector seat for the capsule. But rockets get dangerous when you fuel them up. They're not particularly dangerous when they don't have any fuel in them, and they're not particularly dangerous when they have a full load of fuel in them. When you fill the rocket up, you're filling it with cold propellants, you're changing the pressures inside of the rocket, and therefore, because you're changing the pressures, you're changing temperatures. These things, the pressure goes up, the temperature goes down because of the cryogenic propellants. You change a bunch of things. When you're filling up the rocket like that, it's you're going through, in engineering, it's called transients. When you go through transients like that, that's the most dangerous part of pad procedures. The rocket is particularly safe with a full tank of gas, and it's safe when it's empty. There's nothing in it. So they make sure that launch escape system is ready to go if they encounter a problem during fueling.
System is armed, and so that is what we have to hear before fueling on the Falcon 9 rocket can begin. So we are about just under 4 minutes away from that milestone.
Yeah,
but again, we were saying the propulsion system. Oh, there's a shot of the space station. There it is.
Yeah. What?
Everybody wave.
They're waving down at us. I think they're watching right now. So
they are. You know they are.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hi guys. Hi. We see you.
Cool.
So that's super
That's
cool.
That's awesome.
But yeah, the abort system, it's been improved by about 10%. That's the Super Draco thrusters. There's 8 of them built directly into the
Tracy,
Crew
I just said
Dragon,
that.
and so that actually allowed for a wider margin in terms of wind speeds. So there's a greater opportunities for launch. But weather not looking like much of a concern at all today. In fact, last we heard there's less than 5% chance of violation. So more than 95% go conditions, which is great. Yeah.
The Dragon's automatic computers control the launch escape system. But
and that launch escape system.
The astronauts do have a redundant abort controller on the dashboard of Dragon. You'll see it near Shane Kimbrose, who's sitting in the #1 seat. If they show the interior of the capsule, it's a T-grip handle. You turn it and you pull it. That's the aborter. They have a manual override abort system.
Rescue teams pre-positioned in the event of an emergency. If that happens, which is highly unlikely, but it's something the NASA and SpaceX and Department of Defense teams practice for extensively. That launch escape system is also equipped to perform an abort after liftoff. We would call that an in-flight launch escape, and that can happen at any point throughout the ascent trajectory.
Tranquility Base here.
Yeah, we actually tested this launch escape system in multiple ways. We performed a pad abort test where a Dragon capsule was on the pad and simulated an abort where it took off like a rocket like you've never seen and deployed parachutes and splashed down in the Atlantic Ocean. We also conducted an in-flight abort test, which was incredible to witness. I mean, it was a test unlike any other that we'd performed before, and where we launched a Falcon 9 rocket with a Dragon on top, and about 100 seconds into flight, simulated an anomaly.
When we get
Dragon
within
took
5
off
minutes,
and deployed
Mike,
parachutes, splashed down, and so this is a system that we have tested, but never expect to utilize.
Hopefully ever.
Once again, the booster that you're looking at now, if you're wondering why it looks a little dirty, that is actually soot that was left from re-entry after its last mission. This particular booster supported the CREW-1 mission very recently, and we have, there we can see a photo of our CREW-2 astronauts. Actually, they're holding up their fingers because they have soot. They signed their initials, their names into the soot there in the background. So
the fuel for the launch escape system, Snuggle, is the same fuel. It taps off the same fuel tanks that they use for the propulsion systems up in space, for basically flying around in space, flying quote unquote. So the fuel for the LES will end up getting used for on-orbit maneuvering operations.
We didn't carve anything into the Falcon 9. We traced our initials in the side of the rocket, and so you could see.
How hard is it to wipe down the rocket? It's not hard. It just takes time. It's a lot of surface area shot a mess.
So that's really cool and something that we look forward to seeing on future reused boosters. This one is set to land.
Load has started.
Okay, prop load has started. We should start seeing some smoky effects coming from the bottom of the booster here.
On the Falcon 9 rocket.
They're going to start loading it with cryogenic super chilled liquid oxygen and rocket propellant 1.
Ship at sea after liftoff.
Oh yeah, that'd be great, Drummer. Yeah.
We are now at T-minus 34 minutes, 30 seconds and counting.
The grid fins are titanium. You don't need to clean those, Velk.
And the first for 2021.
Difficult. Burn soot does not come off very easily, boss.
Rotation mission to the
I suspect it's like charcoal, dude.
The launch escape.
It'd be like if you wipe charcoal on the side of your car.
Just before
pain in the butt to get that off.
Began at T-minus 35 minutes. The Dragon capsule was loaded with propellants about a week and a half ago, just a few miles down the road at what we call Dragon Land. And in order to fly, Dragon needs a fuel and an oxidizer. And Kate, I'll let you talk more about the fuel.
Yeah, so for that fuel, we use monomethylhydrazine, or MMH, and nitrogen.
So, logical, if there was a problem inside of the capsule, the crew access arm would swing back into place and the crew would do emergency egress procedures. Basically, they can pop that hatch if they need to. If there was some kind of problem going on in the interior of the capsule. The crew would then move, the crew access tower would swing back into position, like really fast. It would swing back into position, they'd pop the hatch, get out of the capsule, and run down the fixed service structure to slide wire baskets that would get them away from the rocket. Basically, they can pop the hatch quick if they need to.
The NASA
you don't want to do that, though. Something really has to go south.
For exactly that type of contingency, along with the Department of Defense Detachment 3, who does a fantastic job in those training scenarios. Now over to SpaceX headquarters.
They still have the zipline baskets.
John?
They still have the zipline baskets.
Well, we are counting down those final minutes.
Yeah,
and everything's still looking good for Falcon 9 and Dragon for an on-time launch just under 33 minutes from now.
How quickly can that arm get back to the capsule? They said 2 minutes to retract. It can get back there pretty quickly,
now,
Cube
the
Jim.
first
I don't
and
see
second
why
stages of Falcon 9 are each loaded with 2 liquid propellants. One is fuel. That's loaded into the tank at the bottom of each stage. The other is an oxidizer, and that goes, obviously, into the tank at the top of each stage. Now, the fuel that we use to power the Merlin engines is a refined kerosene called RP1. And the oxidizer loaded on each stage is densified liquid oxygen called LOX. Densified means that it is kept much colder than typical for launch vehicles, and it takes up less volumes. So this allows us to get more oxidizer loaded onto the first and second stages. Now, to ignite the fuel and oxidizer in the Merlin rocket engine, we use an ignition fluid called T-tub. When T-tub comes in contact with oxygen, it burns, and it gives off a green-colored flame. Now, once we've got the flame going, we add the kerosene fuel into the Merlin chamber, and the engine ramps up to full power. You might see the green flash just as the second stage engine ignites following stage separation.
Triethyl aluminum and triethyl
Now, currently, we've just begun. The first stage fuel tank is about right now a little under 10% full. The first stage is the bottom 2/3 of the vehicle you see on your screen. The white cylinder topped off by the black cylinder. That makes up the first stage.
This is an interstage
And then the top 1/3 underneath the Dragon capsule, that's our second stage.
Here.
Now, this time, the second stage fuel tank is about 8% full. Now, the fuel tank, if you were to zoom in, that's where the NASA meatball logo is positioned. And right above it, you can just make out the red NASA worm logo, and that's where the liquid oxygen tank is on the second stage. And there's a closer view.
Between the two tanks.
Now, in addition to loading the fuel, we're also loading oxygen, the liquid oxygen, onto the first stage. We won't start liquid oxygen loading on the second stage until T-minus 16 minutes and 30 seconds.
Stage 1 cryo.
And liquid oxygen will continue loading on both stages until the last few minutes of the countdown. Helium loading into pressure vessels is also underway. We use that to pressurize the tanks in flight as the propellant is pulled out by the Merlin turbopumps. On board the Dragon spacecraft, you can see here in a close-up, the astronauts are monitoring systems while the propellant is loaded into the Falcon 9. The crew training in the simulator included playback of sounds that we've recorded in the Dragon capsule during recent flights. So they get an idea what all that hissing and popping and banging is from the vent valves and the pressurization systems. Now the range continues to report no problems. They are go to support launch. And the weather also looks good. I mentioned the T-minus 1 hour briefing. We called it fantastic. Currently, we don't have anything that we are tracking that could be a concern. We have a very small possibility of a pop-up rain shower, but nothing showing up. So right now, 29 minutes, 40 seconds ago, it looks like we've got good weather. Now, as a reminder, today we have an instantaneous launch window. So at this point, if we hear a hold for any reason, we'll have to stand down and target our backup launch opportunity coming in 3 days.
Please don't do that.
So right now, let's turn it back over to Jesse and Gary for an overview of events that are going to happen after the liftoff of Falcon 9.
Wendell.
Great news, John. For Crew-2, the astronauts' flight to station will take about 23 hours, and their journey will be fairly similar to the trip Crew-1 made.
Why are they wearing specialized suits? What was that question? Hold on.
T0 in just about 29 minutes. The ground
Farrell, let's see what he got. Farrell.
Sure
why are they wearing specialized suits? Have they any special function for the start? Because on Crew-1, you saw as soon as they reached orbit, they changed the clothes. It's for ascent in case you lose cabin pressure during ascent. I mean, if they lose cabin pressure at high altitude, man, they're not going to have any oxygen to breathe. That's why those suits are there. That's why you could take some liberties with these suits and make them kind of look cool. Because all it is to make sure that the astronauts stay cool. It's got a cooling system in it and also can breathe in case of cabin depress. That's why they only wear them on the way up. Unfortunately, yeah, we learned why you need to wear spacesuits in case of cabin depress in the 80s with the shuttle program. Yeah, let's not talk about that though. Yeah, you got to wear a suit in case the cabin depressurizes, man, because if it does and you're at high altitude, you're not going to be conscious for very long.
In preparation for stage separation.
Classy. What's that, Forge?
Which is our second event. This is where the first stage detaches
Boeing
from the
says
second
Godspeed.
stage, with the first stage making its way back to Earth
what
for
happened?
landing as the second stage continues on its journey with the third event
Let's not talk about it right now. Some other time, okay? What's the size comparison on Falcon 9 and the Saturn V rockets? A Saturn V is probably, if you cut this rocket in half and added another half on top of it, Falcon 9 is 220 feet tall, or about a 22-story building. The Saturn V was 330 feet tall, or about a 33-story building. Falcon 9 is about, I don't know, 12. It's like 13 feet in diameter here, 3.7 meter core diameter. Saturn V's core diameter was 10 meters, or about 33 feet. Yeah, huge. Falcon 9 is a little baby rocket compared to Saturn V. Saturn V is a monster. But that's the difference between getting something into low Earth orbit and then getting something to go and land on the moon. You need an ungodly amount of power or amount of energy to move something that far into space.
We have a great view of Dragon with its 4-person crew drifting away from the second stage. Once Dragon is a short distance away, it will begin checking out its Draco maneuvering thrusters to make sure Dragon continues to increase separation distance from the second stage.
Starship, Jim.
It's worth noting that these are not the Super Draco engines that would be used during an abort scenario.
About 40 seconds after separation, Dragon's nose cone deploy sequence will begin.
So what you're seeing here, guys, is condensation forming on the outside of the booster. Note that it's only kind of forming from this line up, because that line up is that super chilled liquid oxygen tank that John was talking about. The LOX tank goes from basically where the inner stage starts, right here, at the forward skirt of the first stage where it connects to the inner stage, right? All the way down to right around here where you see that line. That line is called a CBH, or a common bulkhead. Common bulkhead is basically the bottom of the liquid oxygen tank is the top of the RP-1 tank. But the reason why the rocket's steaming and that, well, it's not steaming, it's condensation. The reason why you're only seeing like the condensation come off the rocket in that area is because the liquid oxygen on Falcon 9 is the only propellant that's cold. Here, I'm gonna speed these guys up. That's the only part. That's the only part of the rocket propellant that's cold. They're using RP-1. So it's a highly refined version of kerosene as the fuel and liquid oxygen as the oxidizer. Falcon 9 is what's called a semi-cryogenic launch vehicle, meaning that one of its either fuel or oxidizer is cold. That's the plain English way of saying it. So you're only going to see that like steaminess, I guess, coming off of 2/3 of the first stage and 2/3 of the second stage. Now, why is the oxidizer tank bigger than the RP-1 tank? I know someone's going to ask that. It's because of the ratio that you need to, the ratio of oxygen to fuel that you need to spray involves more oxidizer. There's a stoichiometric ratio here. Like, there's a way, if you're spraying RP-1 into the rocket engine and you're spraying liquid oxygen there's an ideal ratio of oxidizer to fuel that'll get you the most efficient burn. And the fuel tank size kind of denotes that ratio. They're running pretty oxidizer, well, not oxidizer rich, but you have to run more oxidizer than you do RP-1.
All right, thanks, Courtney. You're looking live at
first
the
stage
Falcon
tank is
9
about
rocket
halfway
and
full
SpaceX
right now.
Crew Dragon, and we can see liquid oxygen venting off the rocket. That is normal and expected. It is now T-minus 23 minutes, 50 seconds, and counting.
When the tank gets fully fueled, when the first stage tank gets fully fueled, you'll see some vents open up here at the bottom of the inner stage. Actually, they're more middle of the inner stage, right here and right here. You'll see some vents start popping off, and then there's another set of double vents up here for the second stage liquid oxygen tank. But they won't start loading the liquid oxygen tank until T-minus 16 minutes. Ideally, what SpaceX is trying to do is get the liquid oxygen tank to finish on the second stage to finish filling right when the first stage liquid oxygen tank finishes filling. They want to fill both the tanks and have them topped off right at the exact same time. Ideally, right before they go to launch. Hey, some drum bum! That was 10 subs. Thanks, man.
5:49 Eastern Time.
Thanks for
This
the subs,
mission
dude.
is
I
the
appreciate it.
continuation of rotational crew flights to the International Space Station from U.S. soil on private rockets and spacecraft. This wouldn't have been possible without the success of the
nice
NASA
shot.
SpaceX Demo 2 test flight last year and the safe delivery of the CREW-1 astronauts to the space station last fall for a long-duration mission.
And they
Those CREW-1 astronauts are preparing to return to Earth shortly after CREW-2 arrives at station.
And this will be the first time we'll see 2 Crew Dragons dock to the space station at the same time. CREW-1's resilience and CREW-2's endeavor that's on the launch pad right now.
With the arrival of the CREW-2 team, I believe that'll bring the head count on station to 11 people. And as much as I love camping, that does sound like it would be a little crowded up there.
Yeah, you know, you counted 11 people on board the station.
I agree with you,
9 of them in the U.S. segment. We've got
Thank you for
4
streaming. No problem,
which
Akira.
are basically crew bedrooms. We've got both commanders of the Dragons sleeping in their vehicles. That leaves 3 people needing a place to sleep. That's Suichi, Shannon, and Victor. They'll be in the gym, the Columbus, respectively. So you could say
on the
it's
capsule. He's
quite
sitting
a full house.
port side, left seat.
Camping out,
and he'll be the commander of the ISS, dude. He'll have the command of the ISS once he gets up there transferred over to him from Noguchi-sama.
Private suite.
With windows.
Kira, get to the sub to cool in.
Yeah, and that's honestly the window shots that
they
we
bring
have
it in.
been receiving from the crew have been one of my
favorite. Dixie, the liquid oxygen is actually produced down the road on KSC property. Thanks, guys. Nice, Donald. Iotnik. 4-month resub. Here we go. I'm sorry, I can't say your name. It's late. The liquid oxygen is produced down the road at KSC, and then they buy the RP1. Guys, the rocket propellant one is basically jet fuel. If you've ever been at the airport and you walked onto a plane, you get that smell of it smells like, I don't know, like burnt charcoal or something. That's what RP1 is. It's basically it's like diesel fuel almost. It's very close. It's in the same kind of family tree of fossil fuels, I guess. Jet A, RP1, JP5, diesel fuel. It's all very, very similar.
Total of 189 days in space and performed 6 spacewalks.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's early now. You're not wrong.
Pilot Megan MacArthur will be making her second trip to space, but her first to the space station. She was born in Honolulu. She was born in Honolulu, but considers
Stage 2 rocket
California
propellant
her home state.
Loading
MacArthur
is
served
complete.
as a mission specialist aboard Space Shuttle Atlantis on STS-125, the final servicing mission of the Hubble Space Telescope. She operated the shuttle's robotic arm over the course of 12 days and 21 hours, capturing the telescope and maneuvering the crew members throughout 5 spacewalks to lengthen the telescope's life.
And mission specialist Aki Hoshide is embarking on his 3rd space flight today. The JAXA astronaut from Tokyo previously flew on STS-124 aboard the Space Shuttle Discovery to deliver and install Japan's science laboratory Kibo. He also flew aboard the Russian Soyuz on expeditions 32 and 33 for a 124-day visit to the space station.
And in the far corner of your screen is mission specialist Thomas Pesquet. He will be making his 2nd trip to space.
Monsieur
Born
Pesquet.
in Rouen, France, Pesquet first flew to space on the Russian Soyuz as a flight engineer for expeditions 50 and 51. In that time, he worked on more than 50 different experiments and performed 2 spacewalks with Kimbrough to maintain the space station. He has logged 197 days in space.
Jeez,
Pesquet
guys.
will be the first
Thanks,
European to fly in Crew
Appreciate
Dragon, and it will be the first time a European astronaut has launched from America in more than a decade.
Each of these 4 crew members will join Expedition 65 once they arrive at the International Space Station, with Aki Hoshide taking over as commander of the station right before Crew-1 departs.
Be home.
And as we're looking at a live view of the pad, again, fueling is underway. We heard a call out during those bio recaps that the RP1 load is complete on the 2nd stage. And we have a really special treat if we could take a view of Bob Behnken's spacesuit. We have that in studio. That is the actual spacesuit worn by Bob Behnken during the Demo 2 test flight, and you can see the photo of his wife, Megan MacArthur, in the photo there, and she is sitting in the same spacecraft in the same seat that Bob did almost a year ago on the Demo 2 mission. Megan is the pilot for this mission. There's a shot of Bob's spacesuit on the left and Doug Hurley's spacesuit on the right. This was a couple days ago during the pre-launch news conference.
All right.
So again, looking live at the pad, Falcon 9 will have
stage 2 LOX load
1.7 million pounds of thrust at liftoff, and we've heard it sounds like a gorilla sitting on your chest. Would you?
So, hey, Fractal, thanks for the bits. Not bits, thanks for the subs, dude. That's 5 subs, man. Thank you. All right, so what they're doing right here, so that's called strong back chill down. So the second stage, though, you can't fill it up through the first stage. This structure to the left side of Falcon 9 is called the strong back transporter erector, or just TE for short. But what that does contain is the fuel lines that go up to the second stage. Now, with that liquid oxygen, you don't want to take that cold liquid oxygen and put it into a warm fuel line. Florida is not very cold. Spoiler alert. So what they're doing is they're going to purge out the fuel line or begin a chill down by pumping that liquid oxygen all the way up into the line. Now, that liquid oxygen is going to meet that warm pipe, and the liquid oxygen being really cold is going to turn to gas. So what they do is they open up the vent, the purge vent on there, and they purge the line of everything else, and all the liquid oxygen and the gaseous oxygen displaces everything else in that line, right? And once the thing gets full of total liquid oxygen and it gets chilled down to the right temperature so they can flow the liquid oxygen to it without it turning into gas, that's when they start second stage fuel load.
Ask about their mindset right now from a couple of their leaders.
Wait for the call.
There's a very delicate dance between the weather, normally the weather and the operations, and making sure all these complex systems are working correctly together. And what it's really important is just how calmly, quietly, efficiently the team's working through every single one of those things.
They load up the liquid. They load up the rocket propellant one first, and then they stop RP1 load. They drain the RP1 out, and then they load the liquid oxygen. They only load one at a time. You don't load 2 at the same time. That's not a good idea. So now they're gonna at T-minus 16. They started loading liquid oxygen into the second stage here. You should start to see some condensation coming from where the worm logo is, the red NASA logo on the side of the second stage. And then right before flight, when the second stage is full of fuel and oxidizer, what SpaceX will start doing is they'll pump nitrogen up that same line. They'll pump nitrogen up there, and that nitrogen will actually displace all the liquid oxygen. I think it's nitrogen. I'm not sure. It could be something else. But they'll pump inert gas up that line, and you'll see that same vent open, and it'll start pushing all that liquid oxygen out of the transporter erector, so the rocket doesn't ignite the pad. It doesn't light the pad on fire when they go to launch. Sitting in the parking lot at work, the sky's absolutely beautiful and clear to keep the camera bodies ready. Nice, man. Heck yeah. Donald, give to the sub to Akira. So you should. Hey, XTC, thank you very much. You should start to see some condensation coming from the second stage here in a moment.
On Florida Space Coast, and if we're lucky, we may see a beautiful contrail at first light. At the time of launch at 5:49 and 2 seconds Eastern Time,
I appreciate all the support.
The space station will be flying 258 miles
That's right,
over
AP.
the Indian
I'm here,
Ocean,
man.
south of Sri Lanka. And now with T-minus 13 minutes, 50 seconds and counting.
It seems to be buffering up a little bit. I'm gonna give us a little bit of a refresh, okay?
We will turn it over to Hawthorne to take us through launch.
You guys just want to keep giving subs right now. I mean, I don't hate that. I fast forward the playback speed so we can get up to live here. Okay, we're caught up.
Is complete. Fuel loading is continuing on the first stage.
Thanks,
we're
Tom.
over half
Appreciate
full,
it.
and it'll finish at T-minus 6 minutes.
All right, Tom.
The densified liquid oxygen loading is continuing on.
Stop it.
On the first stage. And we began loading liquid oxygen onto the second stage a few minutes ago. The liquid oxygen loading
is going in fast forward right now.
We'll wrap up T-minus 3 minutes on the first stage, about T-minus 2 minutes on the second stage. Yep. Checkouts of the thrust vector controllers, what we call TVC wiggles, are coming up, along with throttle valve checkouts on the engines. That's where we move the engines a little bit, make sure the hydraulics are ready to go.
We'll do it, mate.
Currently, the range is go, ready to support, working no issues.
All right, guys.
And we continue to have good weather, both at the launch pad at ground level, at the upper altitude winds, and downrange at the contingency landing sites. On the Dragon spacecraft, the Dragon mission director and team, they're reporting no issues. Their communication checkouts are complete. The crew access arm is retracted, as you see on your monitors, away from the vehicle. The launch escape system is armed. The crew is strapped in and ready to go.
Got it, Jim.
Final instructions of the crew will be coming at T-minus 10 minutes. They'll configure their displays for launch. That'll give them insight into how the launch is proceeding, and it provides constant updates on vehicle health.
Okay.
And for Dragon at T-minus 5 minutes, we'll hear it enter terminal count as they transition to internal power. Now we're going to hear continued call-outs on the countdown net as we get close to T-minus 0 and to the liftoff.
Going crazy with the gift subs. Thanks, man.
Now, Gary, we talked about the ascent sequence of events that are coming up here. You and Jesse went through that a little while ago. But we're also going to have abort modes. Can you explain a little bit about what the abort mode callouts are that we might hear?
Mode 1 and Mode 2.
That's right, John. We're continuing to track that the Falcon 9 and Dragon are looking good for launch, but just in case anything were to happen, Dragon is fully prepared to initiate an abort and use those Super Draco engines to escape from a speeding Falcon 9. On the way uphill, you'll hear a series of letter and number combinations.
Thanks, man.
Those will denote the stage that the rocket is on and the abort zone that we're on as well. On the first stage, you'll hear abort zones A and B. That will cover the Falcon 9's ascent up to about the northern border of North Carolina, about 7.5 to 8 miles in altitude. And the stage 2 will have stage 2A through E. Mostly it will be stage A, or stage 2A abort zone, but towards the end of the 6 minutes that stage 2 will be firing, you'll hear the numbers start going out from B to E, with E being an abort to orbit. All of these capabilities enabled on the Dragon spacecraft to make sure that the crew will be delivered safely into orbit. Inside 10 minutes and 30 seconds, we should be hearing some final status, maybe a good luck and Godspeed from some of the ground teams here, ensuring that the crew is ready to go.
I'd love it.
Falcon 9, Dragon, and all the support teams are ready for launch.
How many million pounds of thrust strapped to their backs? I can get you that answer. I know it in metric. I don't know it in pounds.
Dragon, SpaceX, confirmed crew displays are configured for launch.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Donald, just going crazy with those gift subs.
Displays are configured for launch.
Okay, here we go.
SpaceX copies. Shane, Megan, Aki, Tama.
All right, I'm shutting the alerter off, dude.
Crew on board Endeavour once again, and truly honored to have you all at the helm. It's been a pleasure training alongside you ahead of this historic launch. We wish you a great mission, good luck, and enjoy the ride.
Thank you, Chad, Christian, Frank, and all the teams who got our crew and vehicle ready for this mission.
It's about 9,000.
I want to say a special thank you to our families and friends. We're incredibly grateful for your support and sacrifice during our training and our upcoming flight. Our crew is flying astronauts from NASA, ESA, and JAXA, which hasn't happened in over 20 years. We're excited to represent our nations, agencies, and all of humanity. Off the Earth, for the Earth, Endeavour is ready to go.
Yeah, I shut the alerter off, guys. I appreciate all the subs you give out from here,
some
but I don't want it to
celebratory handshakes from inside the Crew Dragon. That was the voice of the Corps. Chad Healy here in Mission Control Hawthorne.
There we go, baby.
Next series of events, John, will be the engine chill. Everything's looking good so far.
Yeah, it is. We're actually watching the fuel trim valves on the Merlin 1D engines, going through some checkouts right now. And as you said, at T-minus 7 minutes, we're going to start a sequence of events that begins with opening the pre-valves. Currently, the liquid oxygen, the kerosene fuel on the Falcon 9 first, second stages is separated from the Merlin engines. T-minus 7 minutes, just over a minute from now, we open the pre-valves. That allows propellant down to the top of the engine or the inlet to the turbo pumps. At the same time, we open up bleed valves on the turbo pumps, and that allows a little bit of that densified ultra-cold liquid oxygen to flow through the pump and to chill down the liquid oxygen pump. That way, when we get to T-minus 2 seconds and we spin the pumps up and everything comes to full power, we're not pulling very cold liquid oxygen through a warm pump. So as that cools it down right now, that'll get it ready for that ignition sequence in the last couple of seconds.
They're going to the ISS, Van. Did you hear what he said?
We should hear that call.
You don't want to flash freeze the engine. That'll hard start the rocket motor. It'll pop if you do that. So they're going to chill.
About a minute and a half, 2 minutes into flight, MVAC chill has begun.
They're going to chill down those rocket engines real quick.
Where we open the bleed valve and begin chilling that engine one more time before it lights after stage separation.
How's your tidiness scale? I'm fine. All right. So you should start to see some gas close out here.
Right now we're waiting to see the pre-valves come open and the chill begin.
Okay. You should see gas close out when they top.
Stage 1 engine chill has started.
Okay, there we go. They're going to start thermally conditioning the engines. This is what John was just talking about.
And there's the call out. We've got indication pre-valves coming open on the engines. And we have begun to chill in the Merlin engines for flight.
Yeah, what would gaseous O2 be, Pythos?
That's right, John. Now inside 6 minutes,
the
40 seconds.
Fuel, the liquid oxygen, because
RP1 rocket-grade kerosene is completely filled in the second stage.
You're right, but yeah,
we're anticipating about 30 more seconds for the first stage to be completely filled with that RP1 refined kerosene.
Not in Oregon. First off, sorry, man. This is going up the East Coast. It'll go up the Eastern Seaboard. If you're anywhere from basically Jacksonville, Florida, all the way up to Boston,
second stages up to the final minutes.
Actually, even further than that, pretty much all the way up to Newfoundland. You'll be able to see it.
All right, hopefully. Confirmation. We have 100% fill of RP1 on both the first and second stages. 6 minutes to go until an instantaneous launch window today.
Okay, see, there's the trim
valves.
The
next milestone will be Dragon to transition to configure for terminal count.
I think Gary meant liquid oxygen.
This time, terminal count. The Dragon will be on internal power, no longer relying on the lines from the ground.
Happy birthday, Mike.
And from there, the Falcon 9 propellant tanks will pressurize for strong back retract. That'll be another visual milestone. The clamps just below the Dragon's unpressurized trunk will open, and the strong back will tilt back just 2 degrees.
Nice, Shadowman. That's cool.
Then right after liftoff, back to 45 degrees.
Discount Engineer, thanks for the raid.
Again, RP1 kerosene, both on the first and second stages. Liquid oxygen continues to flow through on the first and second stages. That very densified, very cold liquid oxygen.
All right, so they should do a gas closeout here in the next couple of minutes.
Dragon has transitioned to configure for terminal count.
Whoa, what are we looking at here?
Falcon 9 propellant tanks are pressurizing for strong back retract.
Okay, so see these 2 little clamps right here?
All right, John, good calls and right on time. Dragon is now on internal power.
Okay, next major event coming up is going to be opening the clamp arms around the second stage in preparation for retracting the strong back away from the vehicle to get ready for liftoff.
I don't know what that was, Steiner. I think that was...
Strong back is retracting.
We heard the call out. Strong back is beginning to retract. We're into the automated sequence. We should see the clamp arms that are just visible there around the top of the second stage begin to open up. Once they are open, then the strong back will begin to move away from the Falcon 9.
There they go. In Buffalo bolts, it'd be low on the horizon, look southeast if you can. Probably not, dude, but you never know. All right. Dude, guys, there's 4 souls in there.
A nice view from up on top of the pit service structure.
Don't forget that.
The arms are opening.
Now this thing right here, the structure on this side, it should go back.
And we're beginning to recline away from the Falcon 9.
Come here. Come here,
We'll move the strong back 2 degrees away from the Falcon 9. That'll get it ready for liftoff. And at T0, when the flight computer commands liftoff, the hydraulics on the strong back will pull it to a position 45 degrees away from the Falcon 9, giving it the clearance for launch.
Oh, there it goes.
So right now, the strong back is moving away.
Okay.
Everything
that gas closeout that
nominally.
I'm talking about should happen sometime soon here.
It's great to hear, John. We're also anxiously awaiting the liquid oxygen complete on the first stage.
Did Gary just interrupt
Should
John?
hear that call very shortly.
Okay, trim valves. There's people on that thing. That's still crazy to me. In a good way, in a good way.
Dragon has transitioned to terminal count and is on internal power.
Please gotta let them be safe. Vampire, I tell you, if you're into that, now would be the time to talk to whomever you need to wish them a safe ride.
Okay, we've heard the call out. Stage 1 LOX load is complete.
LOX load is complete.
We're loading liquid oxygen on the second stage for about another 30 seconds or so. Once we get the liquid oxygen load complete on the second stage,
of course, Taco,
the propellant line that runs up the side of the strongback that carries liquid oxygen will vent that line down and make sure there's no liquid in it when we get to liftoff.
Am I tired?
When we do that, we open up valves on the strongback, and as Kate and Marie were talking earlier, when we vent off that very cold gaseous oxygen, it'll merge with the warm, humid Florida air, and you'll get a large white plume of condensation off of the back of the strongback. That'll be normal, coming about a minute and a half before launch.
They're going to
get continuing to look good.
Stage 2 LOX load is complete.
Okay, so stand by. Gas closeout should happen. You should see that big cloud of smoke come off the back.
Dragon is in auto idle.
Off the back of the vehicle.
All right, with that, the Falcon 9 is fully fueled. We have fuel on both the first and second stages, and both stages are filled with liquid oxygen.
So they're getting all the fuel.
Gas closeout has started. Expect loud venting.
They're getting all the fuel out of the transporter erector here. You
Dragon
don't want,
also
when the rocket goes off, you don't want
the
launch pad lighting on fire. That's why they get rid of it.
Maintaining their calculations, standing by, waiting for the...
They purge the lines inside of the transporter erector here to make sure that there's no oxidizer in there.
Launch.
Liquid oxygen
the 1 minute mark
is
Dragon
very
will transition
reactive.
to countdown,
it makes
and the
things
flight
explode
termination
very
system
well.
will arm the computers on Falcon 9.
That's right, Minot.
We'll
There's
be
people
talking
aboard.
to
T-minus
the
60
computers
seconds.
on
Here we
Dragon
go.
and can issue an abort if necessary.
All right.
FPS is armed.
I'm
Falcon
shutting up.
9 is in startup and is now controlling.
Dragon is in countdown.
Let it ride.
All right, 50 seconds to go. Everything is ready for an on-time launch today.
Dragon, SpaceX, go for launch.
Copy, go for launch.
Ground teams are ready, and the crew inside Dragon is ready. 30 seconds to go until launch.
Seconds.
T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Mission.
Let's fly.
Godspeed, Endeavour and Crew 2.
Copy, 1 Alpha.
Endeavour launches once again. 4 astronauts from 3 countries on Crew 2.
Fly, baby,
now
fly.
making their way to the one and only International Space Station. The vehicle is pitching downrange. 9 Merlin engines on the first stage, providing 1.7 million pounds of thrust. Hearing good calls on the first stage performance so far.
We are T plus 30 seconds into the second rotational crew mission on board Dragon and Falcon 9. Falcon 9 will be throttling down the 9 Merlin engines shortly here in preparation for...
Stand by for mode 1 Bravo.
In preparation for maximum dynamic pressure. And there's that call out.
Kilopascals, Westy.
Maximum dynamic pressure, max Q, is the largest structural load that the vehicle sees throughout ascent. So throttling down does help us pass.
Supersonic.
Throttling down helps us pass through this period, which should be coming here shortly.
Max Q.
There's that call
dynamic
out that
pressure.
we have just passed through max Q.
Mode 1 Charlie.
Stage 1 throttle up.
And
1
we can
Bravo.
Oh no, there's 1 Bravo, excuse me.
Copy, 1 Bravo.
All right, 1 Bravo is the second abort mode on the first stage. The first stage continues to fire for 2 minutes, 35 seconds.
So they're calling out abort contingencies right there? So if you see, once again, if you see fire crawling up the rocket there, that's totally normal. That's the ambient pressure going down,
Falcon
low pressure on the bottom of Falcon 9, kind of fire gets trapped in there, and it kind of looks like it's crawling up the side of the rocket. That's totally normal. Okay, 1 Bravo is the abort.
MVAC engine chill started.
Abort contingency procedures. Okay, so now they're flowing.
All right, the engine chill for the second stage single Merlin engine has started.
They're flowing propellants into the second
30
stage
more
engine.
seconds of the first stage firing to bring our 4 astronauts into orbit.
Okay.
Now from here, coming up in about 20-some seconds, we're going to have 3 major milestones. We'll have shutdown of the 9 Merlin engines. We're beginning to throttle them down. We will then get stage separation.
Throttle down.
And then we will get ignition of the second stage engine to propel Dragon and the Falcon 9 second stage into orbit.
Looking up the business end of the second stage here, there's a pneumatic push rod that will push the second stage away from the first stage, and then you should see an ignition here.
2 Alpha.
Copy, 2 Alpha.
2 Alpha, the abort contingency procedures for second stage. Stand by for ignition. Perfect ignition on the second stage. Everything looks good there. Stiffener ring separation is real good. That looks real good. Real good.
And we have ignition of the second stage. You see the green flash of that T-TEB fluid. The expansion nozzle on the second stage Merlin vacuum glowing that bright red that we like to see. Good performance on the second stage so far.
And on the left side of your screen, we saw the exhaust of the second stage engine streaming past the first stage as the grid fins are coming out. We also briefly had a view of the lights of Central Florida in the background. Currently, the first stage is continuing to coast up to apogee.
Not sure, Phil.
It's unpowered. It'll reach a peak height and then begin to descend back down toward the Earth's atmosphere, where it will light 3 engines to slow down in preparation for what will be a landing burn on the drone ship in the Atlantic Ocean.
Here, Falcon 9 uses
the grid fins are deployed right now. The first stage
Dragon,
pulsing.
SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Okay.
We're pulsing the thrusters.
Signal Bermuda.
Copy, nominal trajectory.
We hear a call out from the crew, nominal trajectory.
24.
So we're beginning to move the first stage into position so it can do the entry burn.
Why is the first stage so bright? Well, there's this thing called the sun, Balksy. No, the Falcon 9 got high enough up in the air, or lack thereof, to have the sun shining on it. That's sunlight.
4 minutes, 15 seconds into today's flight.
It looks ridiculous because it's still looking down into the dark.
Up the eastern seaboard will continue to fire. It's a 6-minute burn to deliver the astronauts into orbit. We'll wait for a cue for good orbital insertion after that. Meanwhile, we'll be hearing check-ins.
I'm going to turn Gary down there. So these pulses that you see and all these like little particles flying around, that's actually solid nitrogen getting pushed out in all different directions. The attitude control systems on Falcon 9 are firing, and they're using compressed nitrogen gases coming out of this little thing here. That's what those flashes are. Basically, they're turning the first stage into position to line it up for a re-entry burn. When the first stage starts to hit entry interface, or the point when it starts to collide against the air again, back down in Earth's atmosphere, they should do an entry burn where they fire the engine, and the engine will actually push the re-entry heating out of the way. It's called supersonic retropropulsion. But the nitrogen thrusters turning that first stage into position is the first step towards that entry burn. We should start to see it very soon here. Looks like they're re-chilling down the engines down there. See that pulsing that's going on down there? Not this, down at the very bottom of the rocket.
Stage.
So Falcon 9 comes in so fast that re-entry heating does happen on the bottom of the vehicle, but they use the rocket engine on that first stage, the rocket engine that it used to go up, they use it, they fire it, and they use it to push the re-entry heating away.
Nominal.
They push the re-entry plasma away from the vehicle, and that's how it can make it through with no heat shield. Okay, Shane Kimbrough is reporting nominal trajectory on the Dragon.
Those check-ins on the second stage performance. Once a minute, everything's looking good on that second stage.
Propulsion is nominal.
Nice, Forge.
Stage 2 continues to climb.
The
vehicle now exceeding 8,000 miles an hour at an altitude of about 124 miles.
See the sunrise that I was talking about right there?
And just about 1 minute from now, we will begin the entry burn of the first stage. That'll consist of lighting the center engine and then shortly afterwards, 2 more engines for a 3-engine burn to slow down the first stage in preparation for entering the Earth's atmosphere.
I'd like to remind everybody there's 4 souls aboard that second stage inside of that Dragon capsule. It's pretty ridiculous, huh?
Dragon SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Copy, nominal trajectory.
Okay. Everything looks good here. Stand by.
Another check-in, the crew confirming they're hearing the same thing. The vehicle about to exceed about 10,000 miles per hour.
16,000 kph.
Meanwhile, first stage down at 90 kilometers, getting ready to relight 3 engines for the entry burn.
Okay.
Stage 2 FTS is safe.
Stage 2 flight termination system is safe. They're a good way into orbit.
We've got the center engine ignition, and there come the 2 side engines.
Okay.
Now this entry burn will last about 29 seconds. It's going to significantly slow down the vehicle in preparation for hitting the denser part of the Earth's atmosphere.
Look at that. So that's the heat shield, guys. The rocket engine's exhaust, because it's flying business end first, they push the gases coming out of the rocket engine actually push the plasma away.
Entry burn complete. We're down below 35 kilometers, continuing to look good on the first stage, heading to the Atlantic Ocean for a landing on the drone ship.
That doesn't necessarily mean you won't see some re-entry
second stage is less than a minute away from
cutoff. Take a look. Watch the grid fin. You should see some sparks flying around on the grid fin.
Stage 2 in terminal guidance.
Stage 2 is in terminal guidance, which means it's guiding itself up into space. Okay. Okay, Falcon 9 starting to hit the atmosphere. You should see the grid fins start to pivot. And
Shannon.
Copy, Shannon.
Shannon called out at the back end of the stage 2. A few seconds until cutoff.
Okay, looks like they lost a little. They lost the signal from the first stage. That doesn't necessarily mean anything's wrong.
MVAC shutdown.
Okay, we have second stage engine cutoff. They're purging the engine. That's what all those vents are on the side. They're getting everything out of the engine. And
Dragon SpaceX launch escape system disarmed.
LES has been deactivated. We got
launch escape system disarmed. Copy.
Nominal orbital insertion.
Dragon SpaceX nominal orbit insertion.
Yeah, baby. Primary mission success. Oh, we got a reacquisition signal on that first stage.
Orbital insertion.
Right, the Falcon 9 second stage has done its job, delivering our 4 crew into orbit.
Can we get the first stage?
You hear the applause here in Hawthorne. We're waiting to get a video signal back from the drone ship. Of course, I still love you.
That looked right.
And the view from the onboard camera, we saw it just briefly. It looks like first stage on the drone ship.
Yeah!
Getting views of the Dragon trunk. So the first stage is on the drone ship, successfully landed. And more importantly, second stage is in a nominal orbit with the Dragon spacecraft
right in the bullseye.
Getting ready for some important events coming up.
Perfect. You win.
That's right. About 2 more minutes. The Dragon and the second stage of the Falcon 9 will be in a coast phase. It'll take that long until the spacecraft separates from the Falcon 9. Of course, both now in a nominal orbit.
Landality. Nice, Ian.
It's great to see some of the views of the Earth as it passes by over the North Atlantic Ocean.
This is looking up the business end of the Dragon capsule. That's looking inside of the trunk. When they separate, you'll see it. That's on the very top of the second stage. This camera's at the very bottom of the second stage. Thanks, Akira, for the sub. I appreciate that. Oh, look at that, man.
All right, we're getting shots of the crew in orbit. Thumbs up. I'm looking for that 0G indicator. Can't seem to see it in this shot, but we have a minute to go until we have spacecraft separation.
Okay, Mutter.
Dragon traveling at nearly 17,000 miles per hour at an altitude of 124 miles.
Yeah, those shots are insane, Mutter. Holy crap. That's ridiculous.
Again, the 4-person crew of Endeavour is in orbit right now.
Apollo, 20 months. Thanks, man. All right, everything looked good. That looked great.
Less than 30 seconds until we have spacecraft separation.
Okay, here we go. They brought out the nice cameras for this one username. Okay.
10 seconds to spacecraft separation. We should hear words from the core here in Mission Control Hawthorne once we have successful separation.
That's awesome, Dish. So freaking cool. Okay, stand by for SEP. There it goes. Oh, perfect. Oh, there goes the washer, as it always does. Nice, John.
Dragon, SpaceX. Falcon team wishes you a great rest of your trip. Say hi to the crew of Dragon who's waiting from us and let them know your rocket is home safe. Thanks for flying our first flight-proven, crewed Falcon 9. See you airside, CREW-2.
Wow.
Thank you very much. We're great. It's glad to be back in space for all of us, and we'll send our regards to Crew 1 when we get there. Thanks.
Kindar tone.
Absolutely stunning views from both inside the cabin, seeing the excitement of our 4-person crew inside Endeavour, and watching Endeavour drift away from the camera on the second stage as the Earth passes by on an orbital sunrise.
Megan.
SpaceX Endeavour week.
I didn't get it. Megan's stretching her feet there. Oh.
And Endeavour, you cut out a little bit there. If the question was if you're go to open visors, you are go to open visors at this time.
The Penguin.
Copy and work. Thanks.
All right, 13 and a half minutes past liftoff. The crew is in orbit, traveling at nearly 17,000 miles an hour.
Visors. Oh man, that's so cool. Holy crap.
Well, Gary, I don't know about you, but that was a great countdown. Everything sounded great.
24 hours, Chris.
Right on time. Actually, a little ahead of time.
Nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts.
Okay.
Got a good orbit out of Falcon 9, and first stage landed on the drone ship. And we're in the sunlight over the Atlantic Ocean with the Dragon spacecraft. All in all, a great day.
You've got to be kidding me.
I think everybody's jealous of the crew in orbit right now, John.
I am.
These views, even just from the cameras, are absolutely stunning. It was great to see our crew members get into orbit. They already performed successful checkouts of the 12.
What happened to the first stage? So the first stage landed out on a converted barge called an autonomous spaceport drone ship. It fired its rocket engines and landed, deployed the legs, and we didn't get a good signal of its silence, but that booster landed out on the drone ship, and SpaceX is going to send a boat out there to the drone ship, and they're going to tow it back, and they're going to reuse it. That booster actually was used previously to launch the Crew 1 Dragon that's up there already into space. They're going to reuse it again. I'm going to go ahead and go out on a limb and guess that it's going to be for Crew 3, but we'll see. Mo Goonie, we didn't see it. It cut the signal cut out. Also, that's a spacecraft flying
Jesse,
around.
I don't know if you could see the 0G indicator, but I was told it's a penguin. I'm trying to look for it.
I'm looking for it too.
It's up there, top of the screen. They can't hear
me. Keep an eye out on that left-hand screen.
They can't hear me. Okay. I don't know why I'm talking to them. They definitely.
Meanwhile, the Dragon is configured for a nose cone deployment. We'll stand by for when that sequence starts.
Is SpaceX looking to explore a way to recover the second stage? Yeah, Connor, it's called
the
Starship.
nose cone itself opens just beyond 90
Starship
degrees, about 105 degrees, to expose the forward bulkhead Dracos. Those forward bulkhead Dracos, 4 of them at the very top of the Dragon, will do the bulk of the work when it comes to firing the Draco engines for minutes at a time to increase the Dragon's speed, altitude, and phasing to catch up with the International Space Station again over the next 23 hours.
Oh, what a shot,
Meanwhile,
dude.
We're still getting camera views from the second stage, looking at that expansion nozzle. Did its work beautifully to deliver the 4 crew into orbit.
Okay, Kira.
Dragon over the North Atlantic Ocean.
And Gary, this is John. I think I heard a call out on one of the Dragon nets that the first set of nose cone hooks is open. So it sounds like that sequence is going well.
Very good. Well, from here in Hawthorne, it was very exciting to see the Falcon 9 lift off and deliver our 4-person crew into orbit. We're going to be with you throughout the entire phase, the rendezvous phase, until Dragon and this 4-person crew docks with the International Space Station. That'll be over the next 23 hours. We'll bring you through some of those major burns that are happening. But I am so jealous of Marie and the group over there over at the Kennedy Space Center. You actually got to see the launch and probably feel it as well. Marie, what was that like?
Not with Falcon 9, no.
Oh, it was just spectacular, and you know the sun hasn't come up yet here in Florida, but you know, we were able to just turn around and see the launch right behind us, and it lit up the sky, just absolutely breathtaking.
It was so astounding to see the colors. I mean, it was not just your usual fireball, but there was the pulsating towards the end. And Kate, you're much more eloquent describing that sequence, which I appreciate you doing that while we were
happy to help
staring. It was so fun, and knowing that those guys were enjoying the ride along with the sights that we got to see made all the difference. There's nothing more relieving than crew in orbit.
And of course, we were so lucky to have clear weather here, being able to see the re-entry burn as well. I was hoping we were going to be able to catch landing burn, but unfortunately clouds on the horizon did block that view. But it was also such a treat to be able to see the re-entry of that first stage as well.
Let's go over to Jasmine to get some reaction. I think she's with the NASA administrator now. Jasmine?
Thanks.
All right, Rhino.
Thank you, Marie. Yes, I am joined again here with Steve Jerzik. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
So we just had the privilege of watching that spectacular launch in person. What was that like?
Watching a launch, particularly a human space launch, will never get old for me.
I hope so, Connor.
It's just thrilling to see those 9 engines light up and it lift off the pad, get to the main engine cutoff and separation, and get that second stage started. And of course, pre-dawn launches are always amazing, and you know, we could see the vehicle pretty much through the entire trajectory up to Earth orbit. It was just spectacular.
Right. No, absolutely. It was just stunning, and the sun is just now starting to peek over the clouds here. So do you have any final words of encouragement for our NASA team, our SpaceX team, and our international partners?
Yeah, you know, partnerships are key to what we do, particularly in human spaceflight. Our partnership with SpaceX has been tremendous. 3rd launch in less than a year, after almost a 10-year gap in human spaceflight, launching astronauts from American soil on American rockets. So our partnership with SpaceX and our commercial partners, other commercial partners, is critical, and our international partners. We could not do this without them. Very international mission with 2 U.S. astronauts, and one from ESA and one from JAXA, and obviously the ISS is the largest engineering international collaboration in the history of humankind, and it continues to amaze me how well we work together in doing all the research and technology on ISS. So cool. And I'm just so grateful for the NASA SpaceX team for their hard work and getting this 3rd launch off, the CREW-2 launch, and looking forward to docking and hatch opening and the welcoming ceremony, and also looking forward to CREW-1 return next Thursday on the 28th.
Right. A lot of action still going on at the station right now. So as you mentioned, the next big milestone for CREW-2 will be docking at the station. So where are you going to be for that action?
I'm actually going to stay here at Kennedy Space Center and follow the free flight up to docking, and then I'm going to participate in the welcoming ceremony with my counterparts from ESA, the Director General of ESA, and the President of JAXA, and welcome the CREW-2 astronauts to the ISS.
Fantastic. Kennedy is the place to be right now then, I guess. Do you have any final remarks that you want to share with us today?
Hey, you know, I'm just so proud of the team. I'm so proud of what this team has been able to accomplish over the past year, particularly. It's been especially challenging, global pandemic and other challenges, and just the focus of the team to get these 3 crew launches off, as well as launch Perseverance, land Perseverance, first powered flight a control-powered flight of a vehicle on another planet. First time generating oxygen from the atmosphere of Mars, and really looking forward to the core stage for SLS getting here and us moving forward to the first uncrewed test flight, Artemis 1 of SLS and Orion. So accomplished an incredible amount in this last year, and much more to accomplish in the year to come.
Absolutely. We've got a bright future right here at NASA.
Sorry,
Thank you so much, NASA Administrator Steve Jerzik, for joining us today. Now we're going to take it back to the KSC host desk.
Thanks, Jasmine. Shane, Megan, Toma, and Aki are on course to arrive at the International Space Station around 5:10 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. And we're going to stay on the air for continuous live coverage along their entire ride to station. Though our coverage here at Kennedy Space Center is concluding, we're going to turn it over to the teams in Hawthorne and Houston to take us through the next phases of the CREW-2 mission, all the way through hatch opening and a welcome ceremony for the crew.
And for those of you watching online, on YouTube, take a look at the description below the video. There you'll find the new link for the CREW-2 rendezvous and coast phase. Live coverage will continue at that new location shortly. And if you're watching on NASA TV, you won't miss a thing, and coverage will continue.
That's right, and as you follow along, we invite you to tune into a post-launch news conference at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, right here on NASA TV, where NASA and SpaceX will take questions live. In addition to NASA TV, you can always follow along on Twitter at NASA,
4 days after they dock,
SpaceX, and NASA.gov for mission updates. Huge thanks to all of our guests for joining us today, and thank all of you for getting up early on the East Coast and watching. Now here are highlights from the journey to orbit off the Earth for the Earth.
Getting up.
We can see the astronauts are now working with SpaceX suit technicians and the closeout team. And that's our commander, Shane Kimbrough.
So what'd you guys think?
There's Megan MacArthur getting helped into her gloves in her spacesuit. And mission specialist Thomas Pesquet will be making his second trip to space.
I don't know what that means, Murado.
But that's Aki Hoshide having a laugh with some of the suit technicians.
So damn special, man.
There's Shane Kimbrough, pilot Megan MacArthur, and the
front. Did Isaac? Good time. What do you got, Rob? Hey, nice view.
And Aki ready for their ride.
I saw an NSF stream, guys. It's pretty amazing.
And here they come, the CREW-2 astronauts taking their first steps outside before their journey to space.
This moment, they're now going to have the opportunity to wave goodbye from a safe distance, and it looks like Bob Behnken is there and with the son, he and Megan MacArthur.
Hey, Forlorn, 28 months.
ONC departure on schedule.
Just okay.
Right, so we just heard that announcement that the crew has departed the operations and checkout building on schedule. And we can see the astronauts inside the crew access arm. Commander Shane Kimbrough, here he is climbing inside Crew Dragon Endeavour. We call this process ingress.
It's a SWAT van. It's the Space Coast SWAT van, Dodo.
Get buckled in. As you can see, the side hatch has just been closed.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Mission.
That's what it's all about, man.
Endeavour launches once again. 4 astronauts from 3 countries on CREW-2, now making their way to the one and only International Space Station. The vehicle is pitching downrange. 9 Merlin engines on the first stage, providing 1.7 billion pounds of thrust. Hearing good calls on the first stage performance so far.
That's what it looks like. It lights up the entire sky, guys. It's the coolest thing you've ever seen. Just shameless shout out. Everybody should go down there for a launch at some point. Go down there for a launch. You've never seen anything like it. It's the coolest thing ever. It's a beautiful day. Yeah, Ryan, I saw the shot. Great, man. Unbelievable. Thanks for the coverage, and my pleasure, guys. Oh, that's already something that we saw there. Did the other thing go live? Yep, alright. Hoping you see Artemis 1 in person. Yeah, me too. Not only a beautiful day, it's a beautiful week. Yeah. Awesome to watch, Mick. It's pretty freaking cool, dude. Pretty freaking cool. It's good stuff, man. That's dreams right there. I'm still moderating Francis Kinez's channel right now. I'll be here shortly. Oh, no problem. You going to bed? Yeah. Yeah. The coast will be 24 hours, guys. There's a dock. So docking is in about 24, give or take. I will be here for that. Yeah. If you want to keep the coverage going, I'll link it up in chat. I hope you guys enjoyed it. That was it's special. It's very special. Very special stuff, and I don't know about you guys, but it means a lot. It means a lot to me. Like, a lot. You know? There you go, Ryan. Later, buddy. You need to pen up the shop. All right, Mick. Be good, man. Did the launch go good? 100% successful thus far, Alexandri. Hey, Aramar. 100 bits. Thank you. Thanks to everybody that tipped and subbed. I shut the alerter off, guys. Sorry about that. I just didn't want... I think it's important, you know, to just kind of let it ride, you know, and just watch. Thanks, Olagamst. This is the first crewed launch for me. It means a lot. There you go, Joe. There you go. Make, I'll probably be back here, guys, in about 8 hours, give or take. Yeah, we'll shoot for 2. We'll shoot for 2 o'clock. I'll be back here. We'll have continuing coverage of what's going on and more KSP, more space news. And we'll go all the way, tomorrow's stream, we'll go all the way to docking in the morning. And, yeah, we'll go from there. Un abrazo, amigo.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Squad, estoy cansado. Muy cansado. Man. Thanks, man, as always. French Invader, 7-month resub. Means a lot. Yeah, Spoon, absolutely. It's good stuff. So, let's go see who's still streaming and see if we can drop the raid of all frigging raids. Baggy Sweatpants. Welcome to Mission Control. You go with throttle up. Did you do another landing on the moon? Last night I did. Oh, yeah. So, I'm going to drop the raid over on DOS's channel and they have...
Michael, folks, it says reporter up there. I don't know when he's going to change that, but he's in charge of changing that. He does a bunch of our on-screen graphics, a bunch of the behind-the-scenes code and stuff.
Yeah, let's go see. Let's go see. Is DOS winding down, Mutter, or are they going to keep going? So about that awesome footage of Stage 1. It was pretty cool. Yeah, DOS is signing off. All right. All right. I don't think anyone else is out and about here. What's WD-40 up to? Yeah, he's signing out too. Raid NASA? Sure, why not? If you guys want to keep that continuing coverage, yeah, sure. I think, is NASA streaming right now? No, they shut off too. Everybody's gone. Everyone's gone. NASA went offline. There's nobody left. There's nobody left. I'm the last one.